Chapter 21, Part 3 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 21, The Squire Bishop, Part 3. One cavalry skirmish must be very like another. A crash of horses, a flashing of sword blades, 5 minutes of blind confusion, and then those who have not been knocked out of their saddles by their neighbors' knees, and have not cut off their horses' heads instead of their enemies, find themselves they know not how, either running away or being run away from, not one blow in 10 having taken effect on either side. And even so Raphael, having made vain attempts to cut down several Moors, found himself standing on his head in an altogether undignified posture among innumerable horses' legs in all possible frantic motions. To avoid one was to get in the way of another, so he philosophically sat still, speculating on the sensation of having his brains kicked out, till the cloud of legs vanished, and he found himself kneeling abjectly opposite the nose of a mule, on whose back sat, utterly unmoved, a tall and reverend man in episcopal costume. The stranger, instead of bursting out laughing as Raphael did, solemnly lifted his hand and gave him his blessing. The Jew sprang to his feet, heedless of all such courtesies, and looking round saw the Ausurians galloping off up the hill in scattered groups, and Synesius standing close by him, wiping a bloody sword. "Is the litter safe?" were his first words. "Safe, and so are all. I gave you up for killed when I saw you run through with that lance." "Run through? I am as sound in the hide as a crocodile," said Raphael, laughing. "Probably the fellow took the butt instead of the point in his hurry. So goes a cavalry scuffle. I saw you hit 3 or 4 fellows running with the flat of your sword." "Ah, that explains," said Raphael, "why I thought myself once the best swordsman on the Armenian frontier." "I suspect that you were thinking of someone besides the Moors," said Synesius, archly pointing to the litter, and Raphael, for the first time for many a year, blushed like a boy of 15, and then turned haughtily away, and remounted his horse, saying, "Clumsy fool that I was!" "Thank God, rather, that you have been kept from the shedding of blood," said the stranger bishop in a soft, deliberate voice, with a peculiarly clear and delicate enunciation. "If God had given us the victory, why grudged his having spared any other of his creatures beside ourselves?" "Because there are so many the more of them left to ravish, burn, and slay," answered Synesius. "Nevertheless, I am not going to argue with Augustine." "Augustine!" Raphael looked intently at the man, a tall, delicate-featured personage, with a lofty and narrow forehead, scarred like his cheeks with the deep furrows of many a doubt and woe. Resolve, gentle but unbending, was expressed in his thin close-set lips and his clear quiet eye, but the calm of his mighty countenance was the calm of a worn-out volcano, over which centuries must pass before the earthquake rents be filled with kindly soil, and the cinder slopes grow gay with grass and flowers. The Jew's thoughts, however, were soon turned into another channel by the hearty embraces of Majoricus and his son. "We have caught you again, you truant," said the young tribune. "You could not escape us, you see, after all." "Rather," said the father, "we owe him a second debt of gratitude for a second deliverance. We were right hard bested when you rode up." "Oh, he brings nothing but good with him whenever he appears, and then he pretends to be a bird of ill omen," said the light-hearted tribune, putting his armor to rights. Raphael was in his secret heart not sorry to find that his old friends bore him no grudge for his caprice, but all he answered was, "Pray thank any one but me. I have, as usual, proved myself a fool. But what brings you here like guards a machina? It is contrary to all probabilities. One would not admit so astounding an incident even in the modern drama. Contrary to none whatsoever, my friend. We found Augustine at Berenice in act to set off to Synesius. We, one of us, that is, were certain that you would be found with him, and we decided on acting as Augustine's guard, for none of the dastard garrison dare stir out. One of us, thought Raphael, which one? And conquering his pride, he asked, as carelessly as he could, for Victoria. She is there in the litter, poor child, said his father in a serious tone. Surely not ill? Alas, either the overwrought excitement of months of heroism broke down when she found us safe at last, or some stroke from God. Who can tell what I may not have deserved? But she has been utterly prostrate in body and mind ever since we parted from you at Berenice. The blunt soldier little guessed the meaning of his own words, but Raphael, as he heard, felt a pang shoot through his heart, too keen for him to discern whether it sprang from joy or from despair. Come, cried the cheerful voice of Synesius, come, Ben Ezra. You have knelt for Augustine's blessing already, and now you must enter into the fruition of it. Come, you two philosophers must know each other. Most holy, I entreat you to preach to this friend of mine, at once the wisest and the foolishest of men. Only the latter, said Raphael, but open to any speech of Augustine's, at least when we are safe home, and game enough for Synesius's new guest killed. And turning away, he rode silent and sullen by the side of his companions, who began at once to consult together as to the plans of Majoricus and his soldiers. In spite of himself, Raphael soon became interested in Augustine's conversation. He entered into the subject of Kyrenian misrule and ruin as heartily and shrewdly as any man of the world, and when all the rest were at loss, the prompt practical hint which cleared up the difficulty was certain to come from him. It was by his advice that Majoricus had brought his soldiery hither. It was his proposal that they should be employed for a fixed period in defending these remote southern boundaries of the province. He checked the impetuosity of Synesius, cheered the despair of Majoricus, appealed to the honor and the Christianity of the soldiers, and seemed to have a word, and that the right word, for every man. And after a while Aben Ezra quite forgot the stiffness and deliberation of his manner, and the quaint use of scripture text in far-fetched illustrations of every opinion which he propounded. It had seemed at first a mere affectation, but the arguments which it was employed to enforce were in themselves so moderate and so rational that Raphael began to feel, little by little, that his apparent pedantry was only the result of a wish to refer every matter, even the most vulgar, to some deep and divine rule of right and wrong. But you forget all this while, my friends, said Majoricus at last, the danger which you incur by sheltering proclaimed rebels. The King of Kings has forgiven your rebellion, in that while he has punished you by the loss of your lands and honors, he has given you your life for a prey in this city of refuge. It remains for you to bring forth worthy fruits of penitence, of which I know none better than those which John the Baptist commanded to the soldiery of old: do no violence to any man, and be content with your wages. As for rebels and rebellion, said Synesius, they are matters unknown among us, for where there is no king there can be no rebellion. Whosoever will help us against Ausurians is loyal in our eyes. As for our political creed, it is simple enough, namely that the emperor never dies, and that his name is Agamemnon who fought at Troy, which any of my grooms will prove to you syllogistically enough to satisfy Augustine himself, as thus: Agamemnon was the greatest and the best of kings. The emperor is the greatest and the best of kings. Therefore Agamemnon is the emperor, and conversely. It had been well, said Augustine with a grave smile, if some of our friends had held the same doctrine, even at the expense of their logic. Or if, answered Synesius, they believed with us that the emperor's chamberlain is a clever old man, with a bald head like my own, Ulysses by name, who was rewarded with the prefecture of all lands north of the Mediterranean, for putting out the Cyclops' eye 2 years ago. However, enough of this. But you see, you are not in any extreme danger of informers and intriguers. The real difficulty is how you will be able to obey Augustine by being content with your wages, for you will get literally none. It will be as much as we deserve, said the young tribune, but my fellows have a trick of eating. They are welcomed, then, to all deer and ostriches which they can catch. But I am not only penniless, but reduced myself to live like the Lystrigons on meat and nothing else, all crops and stocks for miles round being either burnt or carried off. Nihil nihil, said Augustine, having nothing else to say. But here Raphael woke up on a sudden with, "Did the Pentapolitan wheat ships go to Rome?" "No, Orestes stopped them when he stopped the Alexandrian convoy." "Then the Jews have the wheat, trust them for it, and what they have, I have. There are certain moneys of mine lying at interest in the seaports, which will set that matter to rights for a month or 2. Do you find an escort tomorrow, and I will find wheat. But, most generous friends, I can neither repay you interest nor principal." "Be it so. I have spent so much money during the last 30 years in doing nothing but evil, that it is hard if I may not at last spend a little in doing good. Unless His Holiness of Hippo thinks it wrong for you to accept the goodwill of an infidel." "Which of these 3, said Augustine, "was neighbor to him who fell among thieves, but he who had mercy on him? Verily, my friend Raphael ben Ezra, thou art not far from the kingdom of God." "Of which God?" asked Raphael slyly. "Of the God of thy forefather Abraham, whom thou shalt hear us worship this evening, if he will. Synesius, have you a church wherein I can perform the evening service, and give a word of exhortation to these my children?" Synesius sighed. "There is a ruin, which was last month a church." "And is one still. Man did not place there the presence of God, and man cannot expel it." And so, sending out hunting parties right and left, in chase of everything which had animal life, and picking up before nightfall a tolerably abundant supply of game, they went homewards, where Victoria was entrusted to the care of Synesius's old stewardess, and the soldiery were marched straight into the church, while Synesius's servants, to whom the Latin service would have been unintelligible, busied themselves in cooking the still warm game. Strangely enough it sounded to Raphael that evening to hear, among those smoke-grimed pillars and fallen rafters, the grand old Hebrew psalms of his nations ring aloft, to the very chants too, which were said by the rabbi to have been used in the temple worship of Jerusalem. They, and the invocations, thanksgivings, blessings, the very outward ceremonial itself, were all Hebraic, redolent of the thoughts, the words of his own ancestors. The lesson from the book of Proverbs, which Augustine's deacon was reading in Latin, "The blood of the man who wrote these words was flowing in Ben Ezra's veins." Was it a mistake, an hypocrisy? Or were they indeed worshipping, as they fancied, the ancient one who spoke face to face with his forefathers, the archetype of man, the friend of Abraham and of Israel? And now the sermon began, and as Augustine stood for a moment in prayer in front of the ruined altar, every furrow in his worn face lit up by a ray of moonlight which streamed in through the broken roof, Raphael waited impatiently for his speech. What would he, the refined dialectician, the ancient teacher of heathen rhetoric, the courtly and learned student, the ascetic celibate and theosopher, have to say to these coarse war-worn soldiers, Thracians and Markmen, Gauls and Belgians, who sat watching there, with those sad earnest faces? What one thought or feeling in common could there be between Augustine and his congregation? At last, after signing himself with the cross, he began. The subject was one of the psalms which had just been read, a battle psalm concerning Moab and Amalek, and the old border wars of Palestine. What would he make of that? He seemed to start lamely enough, in spite of the exquisite grace of his voice and manner and language, and the epigrammatic terseness of every sentence. He spent some minutes over the inscription of the psalm, allegorized it, made it mean something which it never did mean in the writer's mind, and which it, as Raphael well knew, never could mean, for his interpretation was founded on a sheer mistranslation. He punned on the Latin version, derived the meaning of Hebrew words from Latin etymologies. And as he went on with the psalm itself, the common sense of David seemed to evaporate in mysticism. The most fantastic and far-fetched illustrations, drawn from the commonest objects, alternated with mysterious theosophic dogma. Where was that learning for which he was so famed? Where was that reverence for the old Hebrew scriptures which he professed? He was treating David as ill as Hypatia used to treat Homer, worse even than old Philo did, when in the home life of the old patriarchs, and in the mighty acts of Moses and Joshua, he could find nothing but spiritual allegories wherewith to pamper the private experiences of the secluded theosophist. And Raphael felt very much inclined to get up and go away, and still more inclined to say, with a smile in his face, "All men are liars." And yet what an illustration that last one was! No mere fancy, but a real deep glance into the working of the material universe, as symbolic of the spiritual and unseen one, and not drawn as Hypatia's were exclusively from some sublime or portentous phenomenon, but from some dog or kettle or fish-fry with a homely insight worthy of old Socrates himself. How personal he was becoming too! No long bursts of declamation, but dramatic dialogue and interrogation, by hints and unexpected hits at one and the other most commonplace soldiers failing. And yet each pithy rebuke was put in a universal comprehensive form, which made Raphael himself wince, which might, he thought, have made any man or woman either wince in like manner. Well, whether or not Augustine knew truths for all men, he at least knew sins for all men, and for himself as well as his hearers, there was no denying that. He was a real man, right or wrong. What he rebuked in others he had felt in himself, and fought it to the death grip, as the flash and quiver of that worn face proclaimed. But yet why were the Edomites, by an utterly mistaken pun on their names, to signify one sort of sin, and the Ammonites another, and the Amalekites another? What had that to do with the old psalm? What had it to do with the present auditory? Was not this the wildest and lowest form of that unreal, subtilizing, mystic pedantry of which he had sickened long ago in Hypatia's lecture room, till he fled to Bran the dog for honest practical realities? No. Gradually, as Augustine's hints became more practical and orated, Raphael saw that there was in his mind most real and organic connection, true or false, in what seemed at first mere arbitrary allegory. Amalekites' personal sins, Ausurian robbers and ravishers, were to him only so many different forms of one and the same evil. He who helped any of them fought against the righteous God. He who fought against them fought for that God, but he must conquer the Amalekites within, if he expected to conquer the Amalekites without. Could the legionaries permanently put down the lust and greed around them, while their own hearts were enslaved through lust and greed within? Would they not be helping it by example, while they pretended to crush it by sword strokes? Was it not a mockery, an hypocrisy? Could God's blessing be on it? Could they restore unity and peace to the country, while there was neither unity nor peace within them? What had produced the helplessness of the people, the imbecility of the military, but inward helplessness, inward weakness? They were weak against Moors because they were weak against enemies more deadly than Moors. How could they fight for God outwardly, while they were fighting against him inwardly? He would not go forth with their hosts. How could he, when he was not among their hosts? He, a spirit, must dwell in their spirits. And then the shout of a king would be among them, and one of them should chase 1,000. Or if not, if both people and soldier required still further chastening and humbling, what matter provided that they were chastened and humbled? What matter if their faces were confounded, if they were thereby driven to seek his name who alone was the truth, the light, and the life? What if they were slain? Let them have conquered the inward enemies. What matter to them if the outward enemies seem to prevail for a moment? They should be recompensed at the resurrection of the just, when the death was swallowed up in victory. It would be seen then who had really conquered in the eyes of the just God. They, God's ministers, the defenders of peace and justice, or the Ausurians, the enemies thereof. And then, by some quaintest turn of fancy, he introduced a word of pity and hope, even for the wild Moorish robbers. It might be good for them to have succeeded thus far. They might learn from their Christian captives, purified by affliction, truths which those captives had forgotten in prosperity. And again, it might be good for them, as well as for Christians, to be confounded and made like chaff before the wind, so that they too might learn his name. And so on, through and in spite of all conceits, allegories, overstrained interpretations, Augustine went on evolving from the Psalms and from the past and from the future the assertion of a living, present God, the eternal enemy of discord, injustice, and evil, the eternal helper and deliverer of those who were enslaved and crushed thereby in soul or body. It was all most strange to Raphael, strange in its utter unlikeness to any teaching, Platonist or Hebrew, which he had ever heard before, and strange still in its agreement with those teachings, in the instinctive ease with which it seemed to unite and justify them all by the talisman of some one idea, and what that might be his Jewish prejudices could not prevent his seeing, and yet would not allow him to acknowledge. But howsoever he might redden with Hebrew pride, howsoever he might long to persuade himself that Augustine was building up a sound and right practical structure on the foundation of a sheer lie, he could not help watching, at first with envy, and then with honest pleasure, the faces of the rough soldiers as they gradually lightened up into fixed attention, into cheerful and solemn resolve. What wonder, said Raphael to himself, what wonder after all? He has been speaking to these wild beasts as to sages and saints. He has been telling them that God is as much with them as with prophets and psalmists. I wonder if Hypatia, with all her beauty, could have touched their hearts as he has done. And when Raphael rose at the end of this strange discourse, he felt more like an old Hebrew than he had done since he sat upon his nurse's knee and heard legends about Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. What if Augustine were right after all? What if the Jehovah of the old scriptures were not merely the national patron of the children of Abraham, as the rabbis held, not merely as Philo held the divine wisdom which inspired a few elect sages even among the heathen, but the Lord of the whole earth and of the nations thereof? And suddenly, for the first time in his life, passages from the Psalms and Prophets flashed across him which seemed to assert this. What else did the whole book of Daniel and the history of Nebuchadnezzar mean, if not that? Philosophic latitudinarianism had long ago cured him of the rabbinical notion of the Babylonian conqueror as an incarnate fiend devoted to Tophet, like Sennacherib before him. He had long in private admired the man as a magnificent human character, a fairer one in his eyes than either Alexander or Julius Caesar. What if Augustine had given him a hint which might justify his admiration? But more, what if Augustine were right in going even further than Philo and Hypatia? What if this same Jehovah, wisdom, Logos, call him what they might, were actually the God of the spirits, as well as of the bodies of all flesh? What if he was as near, Augustine said that he was, to the hearts of those wild markmen, Gauls, Thracians, as to Augustine's own heart? What if he were, Augustine said he was, yearning after enlightening, leading home to himself the souls of the poorest, the most brutal, the most sinful? What if he loved man as man, and not merely one favored race or one favored class of minds? And in the light of that hypothesis, that strange story of the cross of Calvary seemed not so impossible after all. But then celibacy and asceticism, utterly non-human as they were, what had they to do with the theory of a human God? And filled with many questionings, Raphael was not sorry to have the matter brought to an issue that very evening in Synesius's sitting room. Majoricus, in his blunt soldier-like way, set Raphael and Augustine at each other without circumlocution, and Raphael, after trying to smile and pooh-pooh away the subject, was tempted to make a jest on a seeming fallacious conceit of Augustine's, found it more difficult than he'd thought to trip up the serious and wary logician, lost his temper a little, a sign, perhaps, of returning health in a skeptic, and soon found himself fighting desperately, with Synesius backing him apparently for the mere pleasure of seeing a battle, and Majoricus making him more and more cross by the implicit dogmatic faith with which he hewed at one Gordian knot after another, till Augustine had to save himself from his friends by tripping the good prefect gently up, and leaving him miles behind the disputants, who argued on and on till broad daylight shone in, and the sight of the desolation below recalled all parties to more material weapons and a sterner warfare. But little thought Raphael Aben Ezra, as he sat there, calling up every resource of his wit and learning, in the hope, half malicious, half honestly cautious, of upsetting the sage of Hippo, and forgetting all heaven and earth in the delight of battle with his peers, that in a neighbouring chamber, her tender limbs outspread upon the floor, her face buried in her dishevelled locks, lay Victoria, wrestling all night long for him in prayer and bitter tears, as the murmur of busy voices reached her eager ears, longing in vain to catch the sense of words on which hung now her hopes and bliss. How utterly and entirely she let never yet confess to herself, though she dare confess it to that Son of Man to whom she prayed, as to one who felt with tenderness and insight beyond that of a brother, a father, or even a mother, for her maiden's blushes and her maiden's woes. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 22, Pandemonium, Part 1. But where was Philemon all that week? For the first day or two of his imprisonment he had raved like one wild beast entrapped. His new-found purpose and energy, thus suddenly damped back and checked, boiled up in a frantic rage. He tore at the bars of his prison, he rolled himself shrieking on the floor. He called in vain on Hypatia, on Pelagia, on Arsenius, on all but God. Pray he could not, and dare not, for to whom was he to pray? To the stars, to the abysses and the eternities? Alas, as Augustine said once, bitterly enough, of his own Manichaean teachers, Hypatia had taken away the living God, and given him instead the four elements. And in utter bewilderment and hopeless terror he implored the pity of every god and gaoler who passed along the corridor, and conjured them as brothers, fathers, men to help him. Moved at once by his agony and by his exceeding beauty, the rough Thracians, who knew enough of the employer's character to have little difficulty in believing his victim to be innocent, listened to him and questioned him. But when they offered the very help which he implored, and asked him to tell his story, the poor boy's tongue clove to the roof of his mouth. How could he publish his sister's shame? And yet she was about to publish it herself. And instead of words he met their condolences with fresh agonies, till they gave him up as mad, and, tired by his violence, compelled him with blows and curses to remain quiet. And so the week wore out, in dull and stupefied despair, which trembled on the very edge of idiocy. Night and day were alike to him. The food which was thrust in through his grate remained untasted. Hour after hour, day after day, he sat upon the ground, his head buried in his hands, half dozing from mere exhaustion of body and mind. Why should he care to stir, to eat, to live? He had but one purpose in heaven and earth, and that one purpose was impossible. At last his cell door grated on its hinges. "Up, my mad youth!" cried a rough voice. "Up, and thank the favour of the gods and the bounty of your noble prefect. Today he gives freedom to all prisoners. And I suppose a pretty boy like you may go about your business as well as ugly rascals." Philemon looked up in the careless face with a dim half-comprehension of his meaning. "Do you hear?" cried the man with a curse. "You are free. Jump up, or I shut the door again, and your one chance is over." "Did she dance Venus Anadyomene?" "She? Who?" "My sister, Pelagia. Heaven only knows what she has not danced in her time. But they say she dances today once more. Quick, out, or I shall not be ready in time for the sports. They begin an hour hence. Free admissions into the theatre today for all, rogues and honest men, Christians and heathens. Curse the boy, he is as mad as ever." So indeed Philemon seemed, for, springing suddenly to his feet, he rushed out past the gaoler, upsetting him into the corridor, and fled wildly from the prison among the crowd of liberated ruffians, ran from the prison home, from home to the baths, from the baths to the theatre, and was soon pushing his way, regardless of etiquette, towards the lower tiers of benches, in order, he hardly knew why, to place himself as near as possible to the very side which he dreaded and abhorred. As fate would have it, the passage by which he had entered opened close to the prefect's chair of state, where sat Orestes, gorgeous in his robes of office, and by him, to Philemon's surprise and horror, Hypatia herself. More beautiful than ever, her forehead sparkling like Juno's own, with a lofty tiara of jewels, her white Ionic robe half hidden by a crimson shawl, there sat the Vestal, the philosopher. What did she there? But the boy's eager eyes, accustomed but too well to note every light and shade of feeling which crossed that face, saw in a moment how wan and haggard was its expression. She wore a look of constraint, of half-terrified self-resolve, as of a martyr, and yet not an undoubting martyr, for as Orestes turned his head at the stir of Philammon's intrusion, and, flashing with anger at the sight, motioned him fiercely back, Hypatia turned too, and as her eyes met her pupils she blushed crimson, and started, and seemed in act to motion him back also, and then, recollecting herself, whispered something to Orestes which quieted his wrath, and composed herself, or rather sank into her place again, as one who was determined to abide the worst. A knot of gay young gentlemen, Philammon's fellow students, pulled him down among them, with welcome and laughter, and before he could collect his thoughts, the curtain in front of the stage had fallen, and the sport began. The scene represented a background of desert mountains, and on the stage itself, before a group of temporary huts, stood huddling together the black Libyan prisoners, some 50 men, women, and children, bedizened with gaudy feathers and girdles of tasselled leather, brandishing their spears and targets, and glaring out with white eyes on the strange scene before them in childish awe and wonder. Along the front of the stage a wattled battlement had been erected, while below the hyposcenium had been painted to represent rocks, thus completing the rough imitation of a village among the Libyan hills. Amid breathless silence a herald advanced and proclaimed that these were prisoners taken in arms against the Roman Senate and people, and therefore worthy of immediate death, but that the prefect, in his exceeding clemency toward them, and especial anxiety to afford the greatest possible amusement to the obedient and loyal citizens of Alexandria, had determined, instead of giving them at once to the beasts, to allow them to fight for their lives, promising to the survivors a free pardon if they acquitted themselves valiantly. The poor wretches on the stage, when this proclamation was translated to them, set up a barbaric yell of joy, and brandished their spears and targets more fiercely than ever. But their joy was short. The trumpets sounded the attack. A body of gladiators, equal in number to the savages, marched out from one of the two great side passages, made their obeisance to the applauding spectators, and planting their scaling ladders against the front of the stage, mounted to the attack. The Libyans fought like tigers, yet from the first Hypatia, and Philammon also, could see that their promised chance of life was a mere mockery. Their light darts and naked limbs were no match for the heavy swords and complete armor of their brutal assailants, who endured carelessly a storm of blows and thrusts on heads and faces protected by visored helmets. Yet so fierce was the valor of the Libyans that even they recoiled twice, and twice the scaling ladders were hurled down again, while more than one gladiator lay below, rolling in the death agony. And then burst forth the sleeping devil in the hearts of that great brutalized multitude. Yell upon yell of savage triumph, and still more savage disappointment, rang from every tier of that vast ring of seats, at each blow and parry, onslaught and repulse, and Philammon saw with horror and surprise that luxury, refinement, philosophic culture itself were no safeguards against the infection of bloodthirstiness. Gay and delicate ladies, whom he had seen 3 days before simpering delight at Hypatia's heavenward aspirations, and some, too,
whom he seemed to recollect in Christian churches, sprang from their seats, waved their hands and handkerchiefs, and clapped and shouted to the gladiators, for, alas, there was no doubt as to which side the favour of the spectators inclined. With taunts, jeers, applause, entreaties, the hired ruffians were urged on to their work of blood. The poor wretches heard no voice raised in their favour. Nothing but contempt, hatred, eager lust of blood glared from those thousands of pitiless eyes. And broken-hearted, despairing, they flagged and drew back one by one. A shout of triumph greeted the gladiators as they climbed over the battlement and gained a footing on the stage. The wretched blacks broke up and fled wildly from corner to corner, looking vainly for an outlet. And then began a butchery. Some 50 men, women, and children were cooped together in that narrow space. And yet Hypatia's countenance did not falter. Why should it? What were their numbers, besides the thousands who had perished year by year for centuries, by that and far worse deaths in the amphitheatres of that empire, for that faith which she was vowed to re-establish? It was part of the great system, and she must endure it. Not that she did not feel, for she too was a woman, and her heart, raised far above the brutal excitement of the multitude, lay calmly open to the most poignant stings of pity. Again and again she was in the act to entreat mercy for some shrieking woman or struggling child. But before her lips could shape the words, the blow had fallen, or the wretch was whirled away from her sight in the dense undistinguishable mass of slayers and slain. Yes, she had begun, and she must follow to the end. And after all, what were the lives of those few semi-brutes, returning thus a few years earlier to the clay from which they sprang, compared with the regeneration of a world? And it would be over in a few minutes more, and that black writing heap be still for ever, and the curtain would fall. And then for Venus Anadyomene, and art and joy and peace, and the graceful wisdom and beauty of the old Greek art, calming and civilizing all hearts, and softening them into pure devotion for the immortal myths, the immortal deities who had inspired their forefathers in the glorious days of old. But still the black heap writhed, and she looked away, up, down, and round everywhere to avoid the sickening sight. And her eye caught Philemon's gazing at her with looks of horror and disgust. A thrill of shame rushed through her heart, and blushing scarlet she sank her head and whispered to Orestes, "Have mercy, spare the rest." "Nay, first, Vestal. The mob has tasted blood, and they must have their fill of it, or they will turn onus for aught I know. Nothing so dangerous as to check a brute, whether he be horse, dog, or man, when once his spirit is up. Ha! There's a fugitive! How well the little rascal runs!" As he spoke, a boy, the only survivor, leapt from the stage and rushed across the orchestra towards them, followed by a rough cur-dog. "You shall have this youth if he reaches us." Hypatia was breathless. The boy had just arrived at the altar in the centre of orchestra when he saw a gladiator close upon him. The ruffian's arm was raised to strike, when, to the astonishment of the whole theatre, boy and dog turned valiantly to bay, and leaping on the gladiator dragged him between them to the ground. The triumph was momentary. The uplifted hands, the shout of "Spare him!" came too late. The man, as he lay, buried his sword in the slender body of the child, and then rising, walked coolly back to the side passages, while the poor cur stood over the little corpse, licking its hands and face, and making the whole building ring with his doleful cries. The attendants entered, and striking their hooks into corpse after corpse, dragged them out of sight, marking their path by long red furrows in the sand, while the dog followed until his inauspicious howlings died away down distant passages. Philammon felt sick and giddy, and half rose to escape. But Pelagia! No, he must sit it out and see the worst, if worse than this was possible. He looked round. The people were coolly sipping wine and eating cakes, while they chat admirably about the beauty of the great curtain which had fallen and hidden the stage, and represented, on a ground of deep blue sea, Europa carried by the bull across the Bosphorus, while Nereids and Tritons played around. A single flute within the curtain began to send forth luscious strains, deadened and distant, as if through far-off glens and woodlands. And from the side passages issued three Graces, led by Peitho, the goddess of persuasion, bearing a herald staff in her hand. She advanced to the altar in the centre of the orchestra, and informed the spectators that, during the absence of Ares in aid of a certain great military expedition, which was shortly to decide the diadem of Rome, and the liberty, prosperity, and supremacy of Egypt and Alexandria, Aphrodite had returned to her lawful allegiance, and submitted for the time being to the commands of her husband Hephaestus, and that he, as the deity of artificers, felt a peculiar interest in the welfare of the city of Alexandria, the workshop of the work, and had, as a sign of his especial favour, prevailed upon his fair spouse to exhibit for this once her beauties to the assembled populace, and in the unspoken poetry of motion to represent to them the emotions with which, as she arose new-born from the sea, she first surveyed that fair expanse of heaven and earth of which she now reigned undisputed queen. A shout of rapturous applause greeted this announcement, and forthwith limped from the opposite slip the lame deity himself, hammer and pincers on shoulder, followed by a train of gigantic Cyclops, who bore on their shoulders various pieces of gilded metal work. Hephaestus, who was intended to supply the comic element in the vast pantomimic pageant, shambled forward with studied uncouthness, amid roars of laughter, surveyed the altar with ludicrous contempt, raised his mighty hammer, shivered it to pieces with a single blow, and beckoned to his attendants to carry off the fragments and replace it with something more fitting for his august spouse. With wonderful quickness the metal openwork was put in its place and fitted together, forming a frame of coral branches intermingled with dolphins, Nereids, and Tritons. 4 gigantic Cyclops then approached, staggering under the weight of a circular slab of green marble, polished to a perfect mirror, which they placed on the framework. The Graces wreathed its circumference with garlands of seaweed, shells, and corallines, and the mimic sea was complete. Peitho and the Graces retired a few steps, and grouped themselves with the Cyclops, whose grimed and brawny limbs and hideous one-eyed masks threw out in striking contrast the delicate hue and grace of the beautiful maiden figures, while Hephaestus turned toward the curtain and seemed to await impatiently the forthcoming of the goddess. Every lip was breathless with expectations, as the flute swelled louder and nearer, horns and cymbals took up the harmony, and to a triumphant burst of music the curtain rose, and a simultaneous shout of delight burst from 10,000 voices. The scene behind represented a magnificent temple, half hidden in an artificial wood of tropic trees and shrubs which filled the stage. Fauns and dryads peeped laughing from among their stems, and gorgeous birds, tethered by unseen threads, fluttered and sang among the branches. In the centre, an overarching avenue of palms led from the temple door to the front of the stage, from which the mimic battlements had disappeared, and had been replaced, in those few moments, by a broad slope of smooth greensward, leading down into the orchestra, and fringed with myrtles, roses, apple trees, poppies, and crimson hyacinths, stained with the lifeblood of Adonis. The folding doors of the temple opened slowly, the crash of instruments resounded from within, and preceded by the musicians came forth the triumph of Aphrodite, and passed down the slope and down the outer ring of the orchestra. A splendid car, drawn by white oxen, bore the rarest and gaudiest of foreign flowers and fruits, which young girls, dressed as hours and seasons, strewed in front of the procession and among the spectators. A long line of beautiful youths and maidens, crowned with garlands and robed in scarfs of purple gauze, followed by two and two. Each pair carried, or led, a pair of wild animals, captives to the conquering might of beauty. Foremost were borne, on the wrists of the actors, the birds especially sacred to the goddess, doves and sparrows, wrynecks and swallows, and a pair of gigantic Indian tortoises, each ridden by a lovely nymph, showed that Orestes had not forgotten one wish, at least, of his intended bride. Then followed strange birds from India, parakeets, peacocks, pheasants silver and golden, bustards and ostriches, the latter bestridden each by a tiny cupid, were led on in golden leashes, followed by antelopes and oryxes, elks from beyond the Danube, four-horned rams from the isles of the Hyperborean Ocean, and the strange hybrid of the Libyan hills, believed by all spectators to be half bull, half horse. And then a murmur of delighted awe ran through the theatre, as bears and leopards, lions and tigers, fettered in heavy chains of gold, and made gentle for the occasions by narcotics, paced sedately down the slope, obedient to their beautiful guides, while behind them the unwieldy bulk of two double-horned rhinoceroses from the far south was overtopped by the long slender necks and large soft eyes of a pair of giraffes, such as had not been seen in Alexandria for more than 50 years. End of chapter 22, part 1. Chapter 22, part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 22, Pandemonium, Part 2. A cry arose of Orestes, Orestes, health to the illustrious prefect, thanks for his bounty, and a hired voice or two among the crowd cried, "Hail to Orestes! Hail, Emperor of Africa!" But there was no response. "The rose is still in the bud," simpered Orestes to Hypatia. He rose, beckoned, and bowed the crowd into silence. Then, after a short pantomimic exhibition of rapturous gratitude and humility, pointed triumphantly to the Palm Avenue, among the shadows of which appeared the wonder of the day, the huge tusks and trunk of the white elephant himself. There it was at last, not a doubt of it, a real elephant, and yet as white as snow, sight never seen before in Alexandria, never to be seen again. "O thrice blessed men of Macedonia," shouted some worthy on high, "the gods are bountiful to you this day." And all mouths and eyes confirmed the opinion, as they opened wider and yet wider to drink in the inexhaustible joy and glory. On he paced solemnly, while the whole theatre resounded to his heavy tread, and the fauns and dryads fled in terror. A choir of nymphs swung round him hand in hand, and sang as they danced along the conquering might of beauty, the tamer of beasts and men and deities. Skirmishing parties of little winged cupids spread themselves over the orchestra, from left to right, and pelted the spectators with perfumed comfits, shot among them from their tiny bows arrows of fragrant sandalwood, or swung smoking censers which loaded the air with intoxicating odours. The procession came down on the slope, and the elephant approached the spectators. His tusks were wreathed with rose and myrtles, his ears were pierced with splendid earrings, a jewelled frontlet hung between his eyes. Eros himself, a lovely winged boy, sat on his neck and guided him with the point of a golden arrow. But what precious thing was it which that shell-formed car upon his back contained? The goddess Pelagia Aphrodite herself, yes, whiter than the snow-white elephant, more rosy than the pink-tipped shell in which she lay among crimson cushions and silver gauze. There shone the goddess, thrilling all hearts with those delicious smiles and glances of the bashful, playful eyes, and grateful wavings of her tiny hand, as the whole theatre rose with one accord, and 10,000 eyes were concentrated on the unequalled loveliness beneath them. Twice the procession passed round the whole circumference of the orchestra, and then returning from the foot of the slope towards the central group around Hephaestus, deployed right and left in front of the stage. The lions and tigers were led away into the side passages. The youths and maidens combined themselves with the gentler animals into groups lessening gradually from the centre to the wings, and stood expectant, while the elephant came forward and knelt behind the platform destined for the goddess. The valves of the shell closed. The Graces unloosed the fastenings of the car. The elephant turned his trunk over his back, and, guided by the hands of the girls, grasped the shell, and lifting it high in air, deposited it on the steps at the back of the platform. Hephaestus limped forward, and, with his most uncouth gestures, signified the delight which he had in bestowing such a sight upon his faithful artisans of Alexandria, and the unspeakable enjoyment which they were to expect from the mystic dance of the goddess, and then retired, leaving the Graces to advance in front of the platform, and with their arms twined round each other begin Hypatia's song of invocation. As the first strophe died away, the valves of the shell reopened, and discovered Aphrodite crouching on one knee within. She raised her head and gazed around the vast circle of seats. A mild surprise was on her countenance, which quickened into a delightful wonder, and bashfulness struggling with the sense of new enjoyment and new powers. She glanced downward at herself, and smiled, astonished at her own loveliness, then upward at the sky, and seemed ready with an awful joy to spring up into the boundless void. Her whole figure dilated. She seemed to drink in strength from every object which met her in the great universe around, and slowly, from among the shells and seaweeds, she rose to her full height, the mystic cestus glittering round her waist in deep festoons of emeralds and pearls, and stepped forward upon the marble sea floor, wringing the dripping perfume from her locks, as Aphrodite rose of old. For the first minute the crowd was too breathless with pleasure to think of applause. But the goddess seemed to require due homage, and when she folded her arms across her bosom and stood motionless for an instant as if to demand the worship of the universe, every tongue was loosed, and the thunderclap of Aphrodite rang out across the roof of Alexandria, and started Cyril in his chamber at the Serapeium, and weary muleteers on distant sandhills, and dozing mariners far out at sea. And then began a miracle of art, such as was only possible among a people of the free and exquisite physical training, and the delicate aesthetic perception of those old Greeks, even in their most fallen days. A dance in which every motion was a word, and rest as eloquent as motion, in which every attitude was a fresh motive for a sculptor of the purest school, and the highest physical activity was manifested not as in the coarser comic pantomimes in fantastic bounds and unnatural distortions, but in perpetual delicate modulations of a stately and self-restraining grace. The artist was for the moment transformed into the goddess. The theatre, and Alexandria, and the gorgeous pageant beyond had vanished from her imagination, and therefore from the imagination of the spectators, under the constraining inspiration of her art, and they and she alike saw nothing but the lonely sea around Cytherea, and the goddess hovering above its emerald mirror, saying forth on the sea and air and shore beauty and joy and love. Philammon's eyes were bursting from his head with shame and horror, and yet he could not hate her, not even despise her. He would have done so had there been the faintest trace of human feeling in her countenance, to prove that some germ of moral sense lingered within. But even the faint blush and the downcast eye with which she had entered the theatre were gone, and the only expression on her face was that of intense enjoyment of her own activity and skill, and satisfied vanity as of a petted child. Was she accountable? A reasonable soul, capable of right and wrong at all? He hoped not. He would trust not. And still Pelagia danced on, and for a whole age of agony he could see nothing in heaven or earth but the bewildering maze of those white feet as they twinkled over their white image in the marble mirror. At last it was over. Every limb suddenly collapsed, and she stood drooping in soft self-satisfied fatigue, awaiting the burst of applause which rang through Philammon's ears, proclaiming to heaven and earth, as with a mighty trumpet blast, his sister's shame. The elephant rose, and moved forward to the side of the slabs. His back was covered with crimson cushions, on which it seemed Aphrodite was to return without her shell. She folded her arms across her bosom and stood smiling, as the elephant gently wreathed his trunk around her waist, and lifted her slowly from the slab, in act to place her on his back. The little feet, clinging half fearfully together, had just risen from the marble. The elephant started, dropped his delicate burden heavily on the slab, looked down, raised his forefoot, and throwing his trunk into the air, gave a shrill scream of terror and disgust. The foot was red with blood, the young boy's blood, which was soaking and bubbling up through the fresh sand where the elephant had trodden, in a round dark purple spot. Philammon could bear no more. Another moment, and he had hurled down through the dense mass of spectators, clearing rank after rank of seats by the sheer strength of madness, leaped the balustrade into the orchestra below, and rushed across the space to the foot of the platform. Pelagia, sister, my sister, have mercy on me, on yourself. I will hide you, save you, and we will flee together out of this infernal place, this world of devils. I am your brother, come. She looked at him one moment with wide, wild eyes. The truth flashed on her. Brother! And she sprang from the platform into his arms. A vision of a lofty window in Athens, looking out over far olive yards and gardens, and the bright roofs and basins of the Piraeus, and the broad blue sea, with the purple peaks of Aegina beyond all, and a dark-eyed boy, with his arm around her neck, pointed laughing to the twinkling masts in the far harbour, and called her sister. The dead soul woke within her, and with a wild cry she recoiled from him in an agony of shame, and covering her face with both her hands, sank down among the blood-stained sand. A yell, as of a hell broke loose, rang along that vast circle. Down with him! Away with him! Crucify the slave! Give the barbarian to the beasts! To the beasts with him, noble prefect! A crowd of attendants rushed upon him, and many of the spectators sprang from their seats and were on the point of leaping down into the orchestra. Philammon turned upon them like a lion at bay, and clear and loud his voice rose through the roar of the multitude. Aye, murder me as the Romans murdered St. Telemachus, slaves as besotted and accursed as your besotted and accursed tyrants. Lower than the beasts whom you employ as your butchers. Murder and lust go fitly hand in hand, and the throne of my sister's shame is well built on the blood of innocents. Let my death end the devil's sacrifice, and fill up the cup of your iniquity. To the beasts! Make the elephant trample him to powder! And the huge brute, goaded on by the attendants, rushed on the youth, while Eros leapt from his neck and fled weeping up the slope. He caught Philammon in his trunk and raised him high in air. For an instant the great bellowing ocean of heads spun round and round. He tried to breathe one prayer and shut his eyes. Pelagia's voice rang sweet and clear, even in the shrillness of intense agony. Spare him, he is my brother. Forgive him, men of Macedonia, for Pelagia's sake, your Pelagia. One boon, only this one. And she stretched her arms imploringly towards the spectators, and then clasping the huge knees of the elephant, called madly to it in terms of passionate entreaty and endearment. The men wavered. The brute did not. Quietly he lowered his trunk and set down Philammon on his feet. The monk was saved. Breathless and dizzy, he found himself hurried away by the attendants, dragged through dark passages, and hurled out into the street with curses, warnings, and congratulations, which fell on an unheeding ear. But Pelagia kept her face still hidden in her hands, and rising walked slowly back, crushed by the weight of some tremendous awe, across the orchestra and up the slope, and vanished among the palms and oleanders, regardless of the applause and entreaties and jeers and threats and curses of that great multitude of sinful slaves. For a moment all Orestes' spells seemed broken by this unexpected catastrophe. A cloud whether of disgust or of disappointment hung upon every brow. More than one Christian rose hastily to depart, touched with real remorse and shame at the horrors of which they had been the willing witnesses. The common people behind, having glutted their curiosity with all that there was to see, began openly to murmur at the cruelty and heathenry of it. Hypatia, utterly unnerved, hid her face in both her hands. Orestes alone rose with the crisis. Now or never was the time for action, and stepping forward with his most graceful obeisance, waved his hand for silence, and began his well-studied oration. Let me not, O men of Macedonia, suppose that you can be disturbed from that equanimity which befits politicians by so light an accident as the caprice of a dancer. The spectacle which I have had the honor and delight of exhibiting to you, roars and applause from the liberated prisoners and the young gentlemen, and on which it seemed to me you have deigned to look with not altogether unkindly eyes. Fresh applause, in which the Christian mob, relenting, began to join, is but a pleasant prelude to that more serious business for which I have drawn you here together. Other testimonials of my good intentions have not been wanting in the release of suffering innocence, and in the largesse of food, the growth and natural property of Egypt, destined by your late tyrants to pamper the luxury of a distant court. Why should I boast? Yet even now this head is weary, these limbs fail me, worn out in ceaseless efforts for your welfare, and in the perpetual administration of the strictest justice. For a time has come in which the Macedonian race, whose boast is the gorgeous city of Alexander, must rise again to the political preeminence which they held of old, and becoming once more the masters of 1/3 of the universe, be treated by their rulers as freemen, citizens, heroes, who have a right to choose and to employ their rulers. Rulers, did I say? Let us forget the word, and substitute in its place the more philosophic term of ministers. To be your minister, the servant of you all. To sacrifice myself, my leisure, health, life, if need be, to the one great object of securing the independence of Alexandria. This is my work, my hope, my glory, longed for through weary years, now for the first time possible by the fall of the late puppet emperor of Rome. Men of Macedonia, remember that Honorius reigns no more. An African sits on the throne of the Caesars. Heraclian, by one decisive victory, has gained, by the favor of heaven, the imperial purple, and a new era opens for the world. Let the conqueror of Rome balance his account with that Byzantine court, so long the incubus of our trans-Mediterranean wealth and civilization, and let the free, independent, and united Africa rally round the palaces and docks of Alexandria, and find there its natural center of polity and prosperity. A roar of hired applause interrupted him, and not a few, half for the sake of his compliments and fine words, half from a natural wish to be on the right side, namely the one which happened to be in the ascendant for the time being, joined. The city authorities were on the point of crying Imperator Orestes, but thought better of it, and waited for someone else to cry first, being respectable. Whereon the prefect of the guards, being a man of some presence of mind, and also not in any wise respectable, pricked up the prefect of the docks with the point of his dagger, and bade him, with a fearful threat, take care how he played traitor. The worthy burgher roared incontinently, whether with pain or patriotism, and the whole array of respectabilities, having found a courteous who would leap into the gulf, joined in a unanimous chorus and saluted Orestes as emperor, while Hypatia, amid the shouts of her aristocratic scholars, rose and knelt before him, writhing inwardly with shame and despair, and entreated him to accept that tutelage of Greek commerce, supremacy, and philosophy which was forced on him by the unanimous vote of an adoring people. It is false, shouted a voice from the higher tiers, appropriate to the women of the lower classes, which made all turn their heads in bewilderment. False, false, you are tricked. He is tricked. Heraclian was utterly routed at Ostia, and is fled to Carthage with the emperor's fleet in chase. She lies. Drag the beast down, cried Orestes, utterly thrown off his balance by the sudden check. She? He? I, a monk, brought the news. Cyril has known it. Every Jew in the Delta has known it for a week past. So perish all the enemies of the Lord, caught in their own snare. And, bursting desperately through the women who surrounded him, the monk vanished. An awful silence fell on all who heard. For a minute every man looked in his neighbour's face, as if he longed to cut his throat, and get rid of one witness at least of his treason. And then arose a tumult which Orestes in vain attempted to subdue. Whether the populace believed the monk's words or not, they were panic-stricken at the mere possibility of their truth. Hoarse with denying, protesting, appealing, the would-be emperor had at last to summon his guards around him in Hypatia, and make his way out of the theatre as best he could, while the multitude melted away like snow before the rain, and poured out into the streets in eddying and roaring streams, to find every church placarded by Cyril with the particulars of Heraclian's ruin. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Perry, in Bath, on May 4th, 2009. Hypatia, by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 23, Nemesis. That evening was a hideous one in the palace of Orestes. His agonies of disappointment, rage, and terror were at once so shameful and so fearful that none of his slaves dared approach him, and it was not till late that his confidential secretary, the Chaldean eunuch, driven by terror of the exasperated Catholics, ventured into the tiger's den, and represented to him the immediate necessity for action. What could he do? He was committed. Cyril only knew how deeply. What might not the wily archbishop have discovered? What might not he pretend to have discovered? What accusations might he not send off on the spot to the Byzantine court? Let the gates be guarded and no one allowed to leave the city, suggested the Chaldee. Keep in monks, as well keep in rats. No, we must send off a counter-report instantly. What shall I say, your excellency? Quoth the ready scribe, pulling out pen and inkhorn from his sash. What do I care? Any lie which comes to hand. What in the devil's name are you here for at all, but to invent a lie when I want one? True, most noble. and the worthy sat meekly down to his paper, but did not proceed rapidly. "I don't see anything that would suit the emergency, unless I stated, with your august leave, that Cyril, and not you, celebrated the gladiatorial exhibition, which might hardly appear credible." Orestes burst out laughing in spite of himself. The sleek Chaldee smiled and purred in return. The victory was won, and Orestes, somewhat more master of himself, began to turn his vulpine cunning to the one absorbing question of the saving of his worthless neck. No, that would be too good. Right that we had discovered a plot on Cyril's part to incorporate the whole of the African churches, mind and specify Carthage and Hippo, under his own jurisdiction, and to throw off allegiance to the Patriarch of Constantinople, in case of Heraclian's success. The secretary purred delighted approval, and scribbled away now with right good heart. "Heraclian's success, your Excellency. We of course desired by every means in our power to gratify the people of Alexandria, and, as was our duty, to excite by every lawful method their loyalty towards the throne of Caesars, never mind who sat on it, at so critical a moment." At so critical a moment? But as faithful Catholics, and abhorring even in the extremest need the sin of a Tsar, we dreaded to touch with the unsanctified hands of laymen the consecrated ark of the Church, even though for its preservation, your Excellency. We, therefore, as civil magistrates, felt bound to confine ourselves to those means which were already allowed by law and custom to our jurisdiction, and accordingly made use of those largesses, spectacles, and public execution of rebels which have unhappily appeared to His Holiness the Patriarch, too ready perhaps to find a cause of complaint against faithful adherents of the Byzantine See, to partake of the nature of those gladiatorial exhibitions, which are equally abhorrent to the spirit of the Catholic Church, and to the charity of the sainted emperors, by whose pious edicts they have been long since abolished. Your Excellency is indeed great, but, pardon your slave's remark, my simplicity is of opinion that it may be asked why you did not inform the Augusta Pulcheria of Cyril's conspiracy. Say that we sent a messenger off 3 months ago, but that... Make something happen to him, stupid, and save me the trouble. Shall I kill him by Arabs in the neighbourhood of Palmyra, your Excellency? Let me see. No, they may make inquiries there. Drown him at sea. Nobody can ask questions of the sharks. Foundered between Tyre and Crete, from which sad calamity only one man escaped on a raft, and being picked up, after 3 weeks' exposure to the fury of the elements, by a returning wheat ship. By the by, most noble, what am I to say about those wheat ships not having even sailed? Head of Augustus, I forgot them utterly. Say that the plague was making such ravages in the harbour quarter that we feared carrying the infection to the seat of the empire, and let them sail tomorrow. The secretary's face lengthened. My fidelity is compelled to remark, even at the risk of your just indignation, that half of them have been unloaded again for your munificent largesses of the last 2 days. Orestes swore a great oath. Oh, that the mob had but one throat, that I might give them an emetic. Well, we must buy more corn, that's all. The secretary's face grew longer still. The Jews, most august. What of them? Yelled the hapless prefect. Have they been forestalling? My assiduity has discovered this afternoon that they have been buying up and exporting all the provisions which they could obtain. Scoundrels! They must have known of Heraclian's failure. Your sagacity has, I fear, divined the truth. They have been betting largely against his success for the last week, both in Canopus and Pelusium. For the last week? Then Miriam betrayed me knowingly. And Orestes broke forth again into a paroxysm of fury. Here, call the tribune of the guard. 100 gold pieces to the man who brings me the witch alive. She will never be taken alive. Dead, then, in any way. Go you, Chaldee hound. What are you hesitating about? Most noble lord, said the secretary, prostrating himself upon the floor, and kissing his master's feet in an agony of fear. Remember that if you touch one Jew, you touch them all. Remember the bonds. Remember your own most august reputation, in short. Get up, brute, and don't grovel there, but tell me what you mean like a human being. If old Miriam is once dead, her bonds die with her, don't they? Alas, my lord, you do not know the customs of that accursed folk. They have a damnable practice of treating each member of their nation as a brother, and helping each freely and faithfully without reward, whereby they are enabled to plunder all the rest of the world, and thrive themselves from the least to the greatest. Don't fancy that your bonds are in Miriam's hands. They have been transferred months ago. Your real creditors may be in Carthage, or Rome, or Byzantium, and they will attack you from thence. while all you would find, if you seized the old witch's property, would be papers, useless to you, belonging to Jews all over the empire, who would rise as one man in defence of their money. I assure you, it is a net without a bound. If you touch one, you touch all. And besides, my diligence, expecting some such command, has already taken the liberty of making inquiries as to Miriam's place of abode. But it appears, I am sorry to say, utterly unknown to any of your Excellency's servants. You lie, said Orestes. I would much sooner believe that you have been warning the hag to keep out of the way. Orestes had spoken, for once in his life, the exact truth. The secretary, who had his own private dealings with Miriam, felt every particular atom of his skin shudder at those words, and had he had hair on his head, it would certainly have betrayed him by standing visibly on end. But as he was, luckily for him, close-shaven, his turban remained in its proper place, as he meekly replied, Alas, a faithful servant can feel no keener woe than the causeless suspicion of that son before whose rays he daily prostrates his— Confound your periphrasis! Do you know where she is? No, cried the wretched secretary, driven to the lie direct at last, and confirmed the negation with such a string of oaths that Orestes stopped his volubility with a kick, borrowed of him, under threat of torture, 1,000 gold pieces as largesse to the soldiery, and ended by concentrating the stationaries round his own palace, for the double purpose of protecting himself in case of a riot, and of increasing the chances of said riot, by leaving the distant quarters of the city without police. If Cyril would but make a fool of himself, now that he is in the full-blown pride of victory, the rascal, about that Ammonius, or about Hypatia, or anything else, and give me a real handle against him. After all, the truth works better than lying now and then. Oh, that I could poison him! But one can't bribe those ecclesiastics. And as for the dagger, one could not hire a man to be torn in pieces by monks. No, I must just sit and see what fortune's dice may turn up. Well, your pedants like Aristides or Epaminondas, thank heaven the race of them had died out long ago, might call this no very creditable piece of provincial legislation. But after all, it is about as good as any now going, or likely to be going till the world's end, and one can't be expected to strike out a new path. I shall stick to the wisdom of my predecessors, and, oh, that Cyril may make a fool of himself tonight. And Cyril did make a fool of himself that night, for the first and last time in his life, and suffers for it, as wise men are wont to do when they err, to this very day and hour. But how much Orestes gained by his foe's false move cannot be decided till the end of this story, perhaps not even then. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Stevens. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 24, Lost Lambs. Part 1. And Philemon? For a long while he stood in the street outside the theatre, too much maddened to determine on any course of action, and ere he had recovered his self-possession, the crowd began to pour from every outlet, and filling the street, swept him away in its stream. Then, as he heard his sister's name, in every tone of pity, contempt, and horror, mingle with their angry exclamations, he awoke from his dream, and, bursting through the mob, made straight for Pelagia's house. It was fast closed, and his repeated knocks at the gate brought only, after a long waiting, a surly negro face to a little wicket. He asked eagerly and instinctively for Pelagia. Of course she had not yet returned, for Wulf was not within, and then he took his station close to the gateway, while his heart beat loud with hope and dread. At last the Goths appeared, forcing their way through the mob in a close column. There were no litters with them. Where then were Pelagia and her girls? Where too was the hated figure of the Amal, and Wulf, and Smid? The men came on, led by Goderic and Agilmund, with folded arms, knitted brows, downcast eyes. A stern disgust, not unmingled with shame, on every countenance, told Philemon afresh of his sister's infamy. Goderic passed him close, and Philemon summoned up courage to ask for Wulf. Pelagia he had not courage to name. "Out, Greek hound! We have seen enough of your accursed race to-day. What, are you trying to follow us in?" And the young man's sword flashed from his sheath so swiftly that Philemon had but just time enough to spring back into the street, and wait there, in an agony of disappointment and anxiety, as the gates slid together again, and the house was as silent as before. For a miserable hour he waited, while the mob thickened instead of flowing away, and the scattered groups of chatterers began to form themselves into masses, and parade the streets with shouts of "Down with the heathen! Down with the idolaters! Vengeance on all blaspheming harlots!" At last the steady tramp of legionaries, and in the midst of the glittering lines of armed men, oh joy, a string of litters! He sprang forward and called Pelagia's name again and again. Once he fancied he heard an answer, but the soldiers thrust him back. "She is safe here, young fool, and has seen and been seen quite enough to-day already. Back! Let me speak to her. That is her business. Ours is now to see her home safe. Let me go in with you, I beseech. If you want to go in, knock for yourself when we are gone. If you have any business in the house, they will open to you, I suppose. Out, you interfering puppy!" And a blow of the spear butt in his chest sent him rolling back into the middle of the street, while the soldiers, having delivered up their charge, returned with the same stolid indifference. In vain Philammon, returning, knocked at the gate. Curses and threats from the negro were all the answer which he received, and at last, wearied into desperation, he wandered away, up one street and down another, struggling in vain to form some plan of action for himself, until the sun was set. Wearily he went homewards at last. Once the thought of Miriam crossed his mind. It was a disgusting alternative to ask help of her, the very author of his sister's shame, but yet she at least could obtain for him a sight of Pelagia. She had promised as much. But then, the condition which she had appended to her help, to see his sister, and yet to leave her as she was. Horrible contradiction. But could he not employ Miriam for his own ends, outwit her, deceive her, for it came to that? The temptation was intense, but it lasted only a moment. Could he defile so pure a cause by falsehood? And hurrying past the Jewess's door, hardly daring to look at it, lest the temptation should return, he darted upstairs to his own little chamber, hastily flung open the door, and stopped short in astonishment. A woman, covered from head to foot in a large dark veil, stood in the centre of the chamber. "Who are you? This is no place for you," cried he, after a minute's pause. She replied only by a shudder and a sob. He caught sight, beneath the folds of the veil, of a too well-known saffron shawl, and springing upon her like the lion on the lamb, clasped to his bosom his sister. The veil fell from her beautiful forehead. She gazed into his eyes one moment with a look of terrified inquiry, and saw nothing there but love. And clinging heart to heart, brother and sister mingled holy kisses, and strained nearer and nearer still, as if to satisfy their last lingering doubts of each other's kin. Many a minute passed in silent joy. Philammon dare not speak, he dare not ask her what brought her thither, dare not wake her to recollect the frightful present by questions of the past, of his long-forgotten parents, their home, her history. And, after all, was it not enough for him that he held her at last? Her, there by her own will, the lost lamb returned to him, and their tears mingled as their cheeks were pressed together. At last she spoke. "I ought to have known you. I believe I did know you from the first day. When they mentioned your likeness to me, my heart leapt up within me, and a voice whispered, but I would not hear it. I was ashamed to acknowledge my brother, for whom I had sought and longed for years. Ashamed to think I had a brother. Ah, God, and ought I not to be ashamed?" And she broke from him again, and threw herself on the floor. "Trample upon me, curse me, anything but part me from him." Philammon had not the heart to answer her, but he made an involuntary gesture of sorrowful dissent. "No, call me what I am, what he called me just now, but do not take me away. Strike me as he struck me, anything but parting." "Struck you? The curse of God be on him!" "Ah, do not curse him, not him. It was not a blow, indeed, only a push, a touch, and it was my fault, all mine. I angered him, I upbraided him, I was mad. Oh, why did he deceive me? Why did he let me dance, command me to dance?" "Command you?" "He said that we must not break our words. He would not hear me when I told him that we could deny having promised. I said that promises made over the wine need never be kept. Who ever heard of keeping them? And Orestes was drunk too. But he said that I might teach a Goth to be what I liked, except a liar. Was not that a strange speech? And Wolf bade him be strong, and blessed him for it." "He was right," sobbed Philammon. "Then I thought he would love me for obeying him, though I loathed it. Oh God, how I loathed it! But how could I fancy that he did not like my doing it? Who ever heard of any one doing of their own will what they did not like?" Philammon sobbed again, as the poor civilised savage artlessly opened to him all her moral darkness. What could he say? He knew what to say. The disease was so utterly patent that any of Cyril's schoolchildren could have supplied the remedy. But how to speak it? How to tell her, before all things, as he longed to do, that there was no hope of her marrying the Amal, and therefore no peace for her till she left him? "Then you did hate the said he at last, catching at some gleam of light. "Hate it? Do I not belong body and soul to him? Him only? And yet, oh, I must tell you all. When I and the girls began to practise, all the old feelings came back. The love of being admired and applauded and cheered, and dancing is so delicious to feel that you are doing anything beautiful perfectly, and better than everyone else. And he saw that I liked it, and despised me for it. And, deceitful, he little guessed how much of the pains which I took were taken to please him, to do my best before him, to win admiration, only that I might take it home and throw it all at his beloved feet, and make the world say once more, she has all Alexandria to worship her, and yet she cares for that one Goth more than for... But he deceived me, true man that he is. He wished to enjoy my smiles to the last moment, and then to cast me off, when I had once given him an excuse. Too cowardly to upbraid me, he let me ruin myself, to save him the trouble of ruining me. Oh, men, all alike! They love us for their own sakes, and we love them for love's sake. We live by love, we die for love, and yet we never find it, but only selfishness dressed up in love's mask. And then we take up with that, poor, fond, self-blinded creatures that we are, and in spite of the poisoned hearts around us, persuade ourselves that our latest asp's egg at least will hatch into a dove, and that though all men are faithless, our own tyrant can never change, for he is more than man." "But he has deceived you. You have found out your mistake. Leave him then, as he deserves." Pelagia looked up with something of a tender smile. "Poor darling, little do you know of love." Philammon, utterly bewildered by this newest and strangest phase of human passion, could only gasp out, "But do you not love me too, my sister?" "Do I not love you? But not as I love him. Oh, hush, hush, you cannot understand yet." And Pelagia hid her face in her hands, while convulsive shudderings ran through every limb. "I must do it, I must! I will dare everything, stoop to everything, for love's sake. Go to her, to the wise woman, to Hypatia. She loves you. I know that she loves you. She will hear you, though she will not me." "Hypatia? Do you know that she was sitting there unmoved in the theatre? She was forced. Orestes compelled her. Miriam told me so, and I saw it in her face. As I passed beneath her, I looked up, and she was as pale as ivory, trembling in every limb. There was a dark hollow round her eyes. She had been weeping, I saw. And I sneered in my mad self-conceit, and said, she looks as if she was going to be crucified, not married. But now, oh, go to her, tell her that I will give her all I have, jewels, money, dresses, house. Tell her that I entreat her pardon, that I will crawl to her feet myself and ask it, if she requires. Only let her teach me to be wise and good and honoured and respected as she is. Ask her to tell a poor broken-hearted woman her secret. She can make old Wolf and him and Orestes even, and the magistrates, respect her. Ask her to teach me how to be like her, and to make him respect me again, and I will give her all. Philammon hesitated. Something within warned him, as the demon used to warn Socrates, that his errand would be bootless. He thought of the theatre and of that firm compressed lip, and forgot the hollow eye of misery which accompanied it, in his wrath against his lately worshipped idol. "Oh, go! I tell you it was against her will. She felt for me, I saw it, oh God, when I did not feel for myself. And I hated her because she seemed to despise me in my fool's triumph. She cannot despise me now in my misery. Go, or you will drive me to the agony of going myself." There was but one thing to be done. "You will wait then, here? You will not leave me again?" "Yes, but you must be quick. If he finds out that I am away, he may fancy... Ah, heaven! Let him kill me, but never let him be jealous of me. Go now, this moment. Take this as an earnest, the cestus which I wore there. Horrid thing, I hate the sight of it, but I brought it with me on purpose, or I would have thrown it into the canal. There, Say it is an earnest, only an earnest, of what I will give her." In 10 minutes more Philammon was in Hypatia's hall. The household seemed full of terror and disturbance. The hall was full of soldiers. At last Hypatia's favourite maid passed, and knew him. Her mistress could not speak with any one. Where was Theon, then? He, too, had shut himself up. Never mind. Philammon would speak with him. And he pleaded so passionately and so sweetly, that the soft-hearted damsel, unable to resist so handsome a suppliant, undertook his errand, and led him up to the library, where Theon, pale as death, was pacing to and fro, apparently half beside himself with terror. Philammon's breathless message fell at first upon unheeding ears. "A new pupil, sir! Is this a time for pupils, when my house, my daughter's life, is not safe? Wretch that I am! And have I led her into the snare? I, with my vain ambition and covetousness? O my child, my one treasure! O the double curse which will light upon me if She asks but for one interview. With my daughter, sir? Pelagia? Will you insult me? Do you suppose, even if her own pity should so far tempt her to degrade herself, that I could allow her so to contaminate her purity? Your terror, sir, excuses your rudeness." "Rudeness, sir? The rudeness lies in your intruding on us at such a moment." "Then this, perhaps, may, in your eyes at least, excuse me in my turn." And Philammon held out the cestus. "You are a better judge of its value than I, but I am commissioned to say that it is only an earnest of what she will give willingly and at once, even to the half of her wealth, for the honour of becoming your daughter's pupil." And he laid the jewelled girdle on the table. The old man halted in his walk. The emeralds and pearls shone like the galaxy. He looked at them, and walked on again more slowly. What might be their value? What might it not be? At least they would pay all his debts. And after hovering to and fro for another minute before the bait, he turned to Philammon. "If you would promise to mention the thing to no one." "I will promise. And in case my daughter, as I have a right to expect, shall refuse, let her keep the jewels. Their owner has learnt, thank God, to despise and hate them. Let her keep the jewels, and my curse. For God do so to me, and more also, if I ever see her face again." The old man had not heard the latter part of Philammon's speech. He had seized the bait as greedily as a crocodile, and hurried off with it into Hypatia's chamber, while Philammon stood expectant, possessed with a new and fearful doubt. Degrade herself, contaminate her purity, if that notion were to be the fruit of all her philosophy. If selfishness, pride, Pharisaism were all its outcome, why, had they not been its outcome already? When had he seen her helping, even pitying, the poor, the outcast? When had he heard from her one word of real sympathy for the sorrowing, for the sinful? He was still lost in thought when Theon re-entered, bringing a letter. "From Hypatia to her well-beloved pupil. I pity you, how should I not? And more. I thank you for this your request, for it shows me that my unwilling presence at the hideous pageant of to-day has not alienated from me a soul of which I had cherished the noblest hopes, for which I had sketched out the loftiest destiny. But how shall I say it? Ask yourself whether a change, apparently impossible, must not take place in her for whom you plead, before she and I can meet. I am not so inhuman as to blame you for having asked me. I do not even blame her for being what she is. She does but follow her nature. Who can be angry with her, if destiny have informed so fair an animal with a too gross and earthly spirit? Why weep over her? Dust she is, and unto dust she will return; while you, to whom a more divine spark was allotted at your birth, must rise, and unrepining leave below you one only connected with you by the unreal and fleeting bonds of fleshly kin." Philammon crushed the letter together in his hand, and strode from the house without a word. The philosopher had no gospel, then, for the harlot; no word for the sinner, the degraded. Destiny, forsooth! She was to follow her destiny, and be base, miserable, self-condemned. She was to crush the voice of conscience and reason as often as it awoke within her, and compel herself to believe that she was bound to be that which she knew herself bound not to be. She was to shut her eyes to that present palpable misery which was preaching to her, with the voice of God himself, that the wages of sin are death. Dust she was, and unto dust she will return. Oh, glorious hope for her, for him, who felt as if an eternity of bliss would be worthless if it parted him from his new-found treasure. Dust she was, and unto dust she must return. Hapless Hypatia! If she must needs misapply, after the fashion of her school, a text or two here and there from the Hebrew Scriptures, what suicidal fantasy set her on quoting that one? For now upon Philamon's memory flashed up in letters of light old words forgotten for months, and ere he was aware, he found himself repeating aloud and passionately, "I believe in the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting." And then clear and fair arose before him the vision of the God-man, as he lay at meat in the Pharisee's house, and of her who washed his feet with tears, and wiped them with the hairs of her head. And from the depths of his agonized heart arose the prayer, "Blessed Magdalene, intercede for her." So high he could rise, but not beyond. For the notion of that God-man was receding fast to more and more awful abysmal heights, in the minds of a generation who were forgetting his love in his power, and practically losing sight of his humanity in their eager doctrinal assertion of his divinity. And Philamon's heart re-echoed the spirit of his age, when he felt that for an apostate like himself it were presumptuous to entreat for any light or help from the fountain-head itself. He who had denied his Lord, he who had voluntarily cut himself off from the communion of the Catholic Church, how could he restore himself? How could he appease the wrath of him who died on the cross, save by years of bitter supplication and self-punishment? Fool! Vain and ambitious fool that I have been! For this I threw away the faith of my childhood. For this I listened to words at which I shuddered, crushed down my own doubts and disgusts, tried to persuade myself that I could reconcile them with Christianity, that I could make a lie fit into the truth. For this I puffed myself up in the vain hope of becoming not as other men are, superior, forsooth, to my kind. It was not enough for me to be a man made in the image of God, but I must needs become a God myself, knowing good and evil. And here is the end. I call upon my fine philosophy to help me once, in one real practical human struggle, and it folds its arms and sits serene and silent, smiling upon my misery. O fool, fool, thou art filled with the fruit of thy own devices! Back to the old faith! Home again, then, wanderer! And yet how home? Are not the gates shut against me? Perhaps against her too? What if she, like me, were a baptized Christian? End of chapter 24, part 1. Chapter 24, Part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Stevens. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 24, Lost Lambs, Part 2. Terrible and all but hopeless that thought flashed across him, as in the first revulsion of his conscience he plunged utterly and implicitly back again into the faith of his childhood, and all the dark and cruel theories popular in his day rose up before him in all their terrors. In the innocent simplicity of the Laura he had never felt their force, but he felt them now. If Pelagia were a baptized woman, what was before her but unceasing penance? Before her, as before him, a life of cold and hunger, groans and tears, loneliness and hideous soul-sickening uncertainty. Life was a dungeon for them both henceforth. Be it so. There was nothing else to believe in, no other rock of hope in earth or heaven. That at least promised a possibility of forgiveness, of amendment, of virtue, of reward, ay, of everlasting bliss and glory, and even if she missed of that, better for her the cell in the desert than a life of self-contented impurity. If that latter were her destiny, as Hypatia said, she should at least die fighting against it, defying it, cursing it. Better virtue with hell than sin with heaven. And Hypatia had not even promised her a heaven. The resurrection of the flesh was too carnal a notion for her refined and lofty creed. And so, his 4 months' dream swept away in a moment, he hurried back to his chamber, with one fixed thought before him: the desert, a cell for Pelagia, another for himself. There they would repent, and pray, and mourn out life side by side, if perhaps God would have mercy upon their souls. Yet, perhaps, she might not have been baptized after all, and then she was safe. Like other converts from paganism, she might become a catechumen, and go on to baptism, where the mystic water would wash away in a moment all the past, and she would begin life afresh in the spotless robes of innocence. Yet he had been baptized, he knew from Arsenius, before he left Athens, and she was older than he. It was all but impossible, yet he would hope, and breathless with anxiety and excitement, he ran up the narrow stairs and found Miriam standing outside, her hand upon the bolt, apparently inclined to dispute his passage. "Is she still within? What if she be? Let me pass into my own room." "Yours? Who has been paying the rent for you these 4 months past? You? What can you say to her? What can you do for her? Young pedant, you must be in love yourself before you can help poor creatures who are in love." But Philammon pushed past her so fiercely that the old woman was forced to give way, and with a sinister smile she followed him into the chamber. Pelagia sprang towards her brother. "Will she? Will she see me?" "Let us talk no more of her, my beloved," said Philammon, laying his hands gently on her trembling shoulders, and looking earnestly into her eyes. "Better that we two should work out our deliverance for ourselves, without the help of strangers. You can trust me?" "You? And can you help me? Will you teach me?" "Yes, but not here. We must escape. Nay, hear me one moment. Dearest sister, hear me. Are you so happy here that you can conceive of no better place? And, oh God, that it may not be true after all, but is there not a hell hereafter?" Pelagia covered her face with her hands. "The old monk warned me of it." "Oh, take his warning!" And Philammon was bursting forth with some such words about the lake of fire and brimstone as he had been accustomed to hear from Pambo and Arsenius, when Pelagia interrupted him. "Oh, Miriam, is it true? Is it possible? What will become of me?" almost shrieked the poor child. "What if it were true? Let him tell you how he will save you from it," answered Miriam quietly. "Will not the gospel save her from it, unbelieving Jew? Do not contradict me. I can save her." "If she does what?" "Can she not repent? Can she not mortify these base affections? Can she not be forgiven? Oh, my Pelagia, forgive me for having dreamed one moment that I could make you a philosopher, when you may be a saint of God, He stopped short suddenly, as the thought about baptism flashed across him, and in a faltering voice asked, "Are you baptized?" "Baptized?" asked she, hardly understanding the term. "Yes, by the bishop, in the church." "Ah," she said, "I remember now, when I was 4 or 5 years old, a tank, and women undressing, and I was bathed too, and an old man dipped my head under the water 3 times. I have forgotten what it all meant, it was so long ago. I wore a white dress, I know, afterwards." Philammon recoiled with a groan. "Unhappy child! May God have mercy on you!" "Will he not forgive me, then? You have forgiven me. He must be more good even than you. Why not?" "He forgave you then freely when you were baptized, and there is no second pardon, unless I leave my love!" shrieked Pelagia. When the Lord forgave the blessed Magdalene freely, and told her that her faith had saved her, did she live on in sin, or even in the pleasures of this world? No. Though God had forgiven her, she could not forgive herself. She fled forth into the desert, and there, naked and barefoot, clothed only with her hair, and feeding on the herb of the field, she stayed fasting and praying till her dying day, never seeing the face of man, but visited and comforted by angels and archangels. And if she who never fell again, needed that long penance to work out her own salvation, O Pelagia, what will not God require of you, who have broken your baptismal vows and defiled the white robes, which the tears of penance only can wash clean once more?" "But I did not know! I did not ask to be baptized! Cruel, cruel parents to bring me to it! And God, oh, why did he forgive me so soon? And to go into the deserts! I dare not! I cannot! See me, how delicate and tender I am. I should die of hunger and cold. I should go mad with fear and loneliness. Oh, brother, brother, is this the gospel of the Christians? I came to you to be taught how to be wise and good and respected, and you tell me that all I can do is live this horrible life of torture here on the chance of escaping torture for ever. And how do I know that I shall escape it? How do I know that I shall make myself miserable enough? How do I know that he will forgive me after all? Is this true, Miriam? Tell me, or I shall go mad." "Yes," said Miriam, with a quiet sneer. "This is the gospel and good news of salvation according to the doctrine of the Nazarenes." "I will go with you," cried Philammon. "I will go. I will never leave you. I have my own sins to wash away. Happy for me if I ever do it. And I will build you a cell near mine, and kind men will teach us, and we will pray together night and morning for ourselves and for each other, and weep out our weary lives together." "Better end them here at once," said Pelagia, with a gesture of despair, and dashed herself down on the floor. Philammon was about to lift her up, when Miriam caught him by the arm, and in a hurried whisper, "Are you mad? Will you not ruin your own purpose? Why did you tell her this? Why did you not wait, give her hope, time to collect herself, time to wean herself from her lover, instead of terrifying and disgusting her at the outset, as you have done? Have you a man's heart in you? No word of comfort for that poor creature, nothing but hell, hell, hell? See to your own chance of hell first. It is greater than you fancy." "It cannot be greater than I fancy." "Then see to it. For her, poor darling. Why, even we Jews, who know that all you Gentiles are doomed to Gehenna alike, have some sort of hope for such a poor untaught creature as that. And why is she untaught, wretch that you are? You have had the training of her. You brought her up to sin and shame. You drove from her recollection the faith in which she was baptized. So much the better for her if the recollection of it is to make her no happier than it does already. Better to wake unexpectedly in Gehenna when you die, than to endure over and above the dread of it here. And as for leaving her untaught, on your showing she has been taught too much already. Wiser it would be in you to curse your parents for having had her baptized, than me for giving her 10 years' pleasure before she goes to the pit of Tophet. Come now, don't be angry with me. The old Jewess is your friend, revile her as you will. She shall marry this Goth. An Arian heretic! She shall convert him and make a Catholic of him, if you like. At all events, if you wish to win her, you must win her my way. You have had your chance, and spoilt it. Let me have mine. Pelagia, darling, up and be a woman. We will find a philtre downstairs to give that ungrateful man, that shall make him more mad about you before a day is over than ever you were about him." "No," said Pelagia, looking up. "No love potions, no poisons." "Poisons, little fool! Do you doubt the old woman's skill? Do you think I shall make him lose his wits, as Callisphera did to her lover last year, because she would trust to old Megara's drugs instead of coming to me? No! No drugs, no magic. He must love me really, or not at all. He must love me for myself, because I am worth loving, because he honours, worships me, or let me die. I, whose boast was, even when I was basest, that I never needed such mean tricks, but conquered like Aphrodite, a queen in my own right. I have been my own love charm. When I cease to be that, let me die." "One as mad as the other," cried Miriam, in utter perplexity. "Hist! What is that tramp upon the stairs?" At this moment heavy footsteps were heard ascending the stairs. All three stopped aghast. Philammon, because he thought the visitors were monks in search of him; Miriam, because she thought they were Orestes' guards in search of her; and Pelagia, from vague dread of anything and everything. "Have you an inner room?" asked the Jewess. "None." The old woman set her lips firmly, and drew her dagger. Pelagia wrapped her face in her cloak, and stood trembling, bowed down, as if expecting another blow. The door opened, and in walked neither monks nor guard, but Wulf and Smid. "Heyday, young monk!" cried the latter worthy, with a loud laugh. "Veils here too, eh? At your old trade, my worthy portress of Hellgate? Well, walk out now. We have a little business with this young gentleman." And slipping past the unsuspecting Goths, Pelagia and Miriam hurried downstairs. The young one, at least, seemed a little ashamed of her errand. Now, Wulf, speak low, and I will see that no one is listening at the door. Philammon faced his unexpected visitors with a look of angry inquiry. What right had they or any man to intrude at such a moment on his misery and disgrace? But he was disarmed the next instant by old Wolf, who advanced to him, and looking him fully in the face with an expression which there was no mistaking, held out his broad brown hand. Philammon grasped it, and then covering his face with his hands, burst into tears. "You did right. You are a brave boy. If you had died, no man need have been ashamed to die your death." "You were there, then?" sobbed Philammon. "We were. And what is more," said Smid, as the poor boy writhed at the admission, "we were mightily minded, some of us, to have leapt down to you and cut you a passage out. One man, at least, whom I know of, felt his old blood as hot for a minute as a 4-year-old's. The foul curs! And to hoot her after all! Oh, that I may have one good hour's hewing at them before I die!" "And you shall," said Wolf. "Boy, you wish to get this sister of yours into your power?" "It is hopeless, hopeless. She will never leave the Amal." "Are you so sure of that? She told me so with her own lips not 10 minutes ago. That was she who went out as you entered." A curse of astonishment and regret burst from Smid. "Had I but known her! By the soul of my fathers, she should have found that it was easier to come here than to go home again." "Hush, Smid. Better as it is. Boy, if I put her into your power, dare you carry her off?" Philammon hesitated one moment. "What I dare you know already. But it would be an unlawful thing, surely, to use violence." "Settle your philosopher's doubts for yourself. I have made my offer. I should have thought that a man in his senses could give but one answer, much more a mad monk." "You forget the money matters, Prince," said Smid with a smile. "I do not. But I don't think the boy so mean as to hesitate on that account. He may as well know, however, that we promise to send all her trumpery after her, even to the Amal's presence. As for the house, we won't trouble her to lend it us longer than we can help. We intend shortly to move into more extensive premises, and open business on a grander scale, as the shopkeepers say. Eh, Prince?" "Her money? That money? God forgive her!" answered Philammon. "Do you fancy me base enough to touch it? But I am resolved. Tell me what to do, and I will do it." "You know the lane which runs down to the canal, under the left wall of the house?" "Yes." "And a door in the corner tower, close to the landing place?" "I do." "Be there, with a dozen stout monks, to morrow, an hour after sundown, and take what we give you. After that, the concern is yours, not ours." "Monks?" said Philammon. "I am at open feud with the whole order." "Make friends with them, then," shortly suggested Smid. Philammon writhed inwardly. "It makes no difference to you, I presume, whom I bring?" "No more than it does whether or not you pitch her into the canal, and put a hurdle over her when you have got her," answered Smid, "which is what a Goth would do, if he were in your place." "Do not vex the poor lad, friend. If he thinks he can mend her instead of punishing her, in Freya's name let him try. You will be there, then? And mind, I like you. I liked you when you faced that great river hog. I like you better now than ever, for you have spoken to-day like a Sagaman, and dared like a hero. Therefore mind, if you do not bring a good guard to-morrow night, your life will not be safe. The whole city is out in the streets, and Odin alone knows what will be done, and who will be alive 48 hours hence. Mind you, the mob may do strange things, and they may see still stranger things done. If you once find yourself safe back here, stay where you are, if you value her life or your own. And if you are wise, let the men whom you bring with you be monks, though it cost your proud stomach." "That's not fair, Prince. You're telling too much," interrupted Smid, while Philammon gulped down the said proud stomach, and answered, "Be it so." "I have won my bet, Smid," said the old man, chuckling, as the two tramped out into the street, to the surprise and fear of all the neighbours, while the children clapped their hands, and the street dogs felt it their duty to bark lustily at the strange figures of their unwanted visitors. "No play, no pay, Wolf. We shall see to-morrow. I knew that he would stand the trial. I knew he was right at heart. At all events, there is no fear of his ill-using the poor thing, if he loves her well enough to go down on his knees to his sworn foes for her." "I don't know that," answered Wolf, with a shake of the head. "These monks, I hear, fancy that their God likes them the better the more miserable they are. So perhaps they may fancy that he will like them all the more miserable they make other people. However, it's no concern of ours. We have quite enough of our own to see to just now. But mind, no play, no pay." "Of course not. How the streets are filling! We shall not be able to see the guards to-night if this mob thickens much more. We shall have enough to do to hold our own, perhaps. Do you hear what they are crying there? Down with all heathens! Down with barbarians! That means us, you know. Do you fancy no one understands Greek but yourself? Let them come, it may give us an excuse, and we can hold the house a week. But how can we get speech of the guards? We will slip round by water, and, after all, deeds will win them better than talk. They will be forced to fight on the same side as we, and most probably be glad of our help, for if the mob attacks anyone, it will begin with the prefect. And then, curse their shouting, let the soldiers once find our Amal at their head, and they will be ready to go with him a mile where they meant to go a yard. The Goths will, and the Markmen, and those Dacians, and Thracians, or whatever the Romans call them, but I hardly trust the Huns. The curse of heaven on their pudding faces and pigs' eyes! There will be no love lost between us, but there are not 20 of them scattered in different troops. One of us can thrash 3 of them, and they will be sure to side with the winning party. Besides, plunder, plunder, comrade! When did you know a Hun turn back from that, even if he were only on the scent of a lump of tallow? As for the Gauls and Latins, went on Wulf meditatively, they belong to any man who can pay them. Which we can do, like all wise generals, 1 penny out of our own pocket, and 9 out of the enemy's. And the Amal is staunch? Staunch as his own hounds, now there is something to be done on the spot. His heart was in the right place after all, I knew it all along, but he could never in his life see 24 hours before him. Even now, if that Pelagia gets him under her spell again, he may throw down his sword and fall as fast asleep as ever. Never fear, we have settled her destiny for her, as far as that is concerned. Look at the mob before the door. We must get in by the postern gate. Get in by the sewer like a rat? I go my own way. Draw, old hammer and tongs, or run away. Not this time. And sword in hand, the 2 marched into the heart of the crowd, who gave way before them like a flock of sheep. They know their intended shepherds already, said Smid, but at that moment the crowd, seeing them about to enter the house, raised a yell of Goths! Heathens! Barbarians! And a rush from behind took place. If you will have it, then, said Wulf, and the 2 long bright blades flashed round and round their heads, redder and redder every time they swung aloft. The old men never even checked their steady walk, and knocking at the gate, went in, leaving more than 1 lifeless corpse at the entrance. We have put the coal in the thatch now with a vengeance, said Smid, as they wiped their swords inside. We have. Get me out a boat and 6 men, and I and Goderic will go round by the canal to the palace, and settle a thing or 2 with the guards. Why should not the Amal go, and offer our help himself to the prefect? What? Would you have him after that turn against the hound? For troth and honour's sake we must keep quiet in the matter. He will have no objection to keep quiet, trust him for that. But don't forget Sagaman Moneybag, the best of all orators, called Smid laughingly after him, as he went off to man the boat. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alvera. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 25, Seeking After a Sign, Part 1. What answer has he sent back, father? Asked Hypatia, as Theon re-entered her chamber, after delivering that hapless letter to Philemon. Insolent that he is! He tore it to fragments and tied forth without a word. Let him go, and desert us like the rest in our calamity. At least we have the jewels. The jewels? Let them be returned to their owner. Shall we defile ourselves by taking them as wages for anything? Above all, for that which is unperformed? But, my child, they were given to us freely. He bade me keep them, and, to tell you the truth, I must keep them. After this unfortunate failure, be sure of it, every creditor we have will be clamouring for payment. Let them take our house and furniture, and sell us as slaves then. Let them take all, provided we keep our virtue. Sell us as slaves? Are you mad? Not quite mad yet, father. answered she with a sad smile. But how should we be worse than we are now, were we slaves? Raphael Aben Ezra told me that he obeyed my precepts when he went forth as a houseless beggar, and shall I not have the courage to obey them myself, if the need come? The thought of his endurance has shamed my luxury for this many a month. After all, what does the philosopher require but bread and water, and the clear brook in which to wash away the daily stains of his earthly prison-house? Let what is fated come. Hypatia struggles with the stream no more. My daughter, and have you given up all hope, so soon disheartened? What? Is this paltry accident to sweep away the purposes of years? Orestes remains still faithful. His guards have orders to garrison the house for as long as we shall require them. Send them away, then. I have done no wrong, and I fear no punishment. You do not know the madness of the mob. They are shouting your name in the streets already, in company with Pelagia's. Hypatia shuddered. Her name in company with Pelagia's, and to this she had brought herself? I have deserved it. I have sold myself to a lie and a disgrace. I have stooped to truckle, to intrigue. I have bound myself to a sordid trickster. Father, never mention his name to me again. I have leagued myself with the impure and the bloodthirsty, and I have my reward. No more politics for Hypatia from henceforth, my father. No more orations and lectures. No more pearls of divine wisdom cast before swine. I have sinned in divulging the secrets of the immortals to the mob. Let them follow their natures. Fool that I was, to fancy that my speech, my plots, could raise them above that which the gods had made them. Then you give up our lectures? Worse and worse. We shall be ruined utterly. We are ruined utterly already. Orestes, there is no help in him. I know the man too well, my father, not to know that he would give us up tomorrow to the fury of the Christians, were his own base life, even his own baser office, in danger. Too true, I fear, said the poor old man, wringing his hands in perplexity. What will become of us, of you rather? What matter what happens to the useless old stargazer? Let him die. Today or next year is alike to him. But you, let us escape by the canal. We may gather up enough, even without these jewels, which you refuse, to pay our voyage to Athens, and there shall we be safe with Plutarch. He will welcome you. All Athens will welcome you. We will collect a fresh school, and you shall be Queen of Athens, as you have been Queen of Alexandria. No, father. What I know, henceforth, I will know for myself only. Hypatia will be from this day alone with the immortal gods. You will not leave me, cried the old man, terrified. Never on earth, answered she, bursting into real human tears, and throwing herself on his bosom. Never, never! Father of my spirit as well as of my flesh, the parent who has trained me, taught me, educated my soul from the cradle to use her wings, the only human being who never misunderstood me, never thwarted me, never deceived me. My priceless child, and I have been the cause of your ruin. Not you, 1,000 times not you. I only am to blame. I tampered with worldly politics. I tempted you on to fancy that I could effect what I so rashly undertook. Do not accuse yourself, unless you wish to break my heart. We can be happy together yet. A palm-leaf hut in the desert, dates from the grove, and water from the spring. The monk dares to be miserable alone in such a dwelling, and cannot we dare to be happy together in it? Then you will escape? Not today. It were base to flee before danger comes. We must hold out at our post to the last moment, even if we dare not die at it like heroes. And tomorrow I go to the lecture room. to the beloved museum for the last time, to take farewell of my pupils. Unworthy as they are, I owe it to myself and to philosophy to tell them why I leave them. It will be too dangerous, indeed it will. I could take the guards with me then, and yet, no, they shall never have occasion to impute fear to the philosopher. Let them see her go forth as usual on her errand, strong in the courage of innocence, secure in the protection of the gods. So, perhaps, some sacred awe, some suspicion of her divineness may fall on them at last. I must go with you. No, I go alone. You might incur danger where I am safe. After all, I am a woman, and, fierce as they are, they will not dare to harm me. The old man shook his head. Look now, she said smilingly, laying her hands on his shoulders and looking into his face. You tell me that I am beautiful. You know, and beauty will tame the lion. Do you not think that this face might disarm even a monk? And she laughed and blushed so sweetly that the old man forgot his fears, and, as she intended that he should, kissed her and went his way for the time being, to command all manner of hospitalities to the soldiers, whom he prudently determined to keep in his house as long as he could make them stay there, in pursuance of which wise purpose he contrived not to see a great deal of pleasant flirtation between his valiant defenders and Hypatia's maids, who, by no means so prudish as their mistress, welcomed as a rare boon from heaven an afternoon's chat with 20 tall men of war. So they jested and laughed below, while old Theon, having brought out the very best old wine, and actually proposed in person, by way of mending matters, the health of the Emperor of Africa, locked himself into the library, and comforted his troubled soul with a tough problem of astronomy, which had been haunting him the whole day, even in the theatre itself. But Hypatia sat still in her chamber, her face buried in her hands, her heart full of many thoughts, her eyes of tears. She had smiled away her father's fears. She could not smile away her own. She felt, she hardly knew why, but she felt as clearly as if God had proclaimed it to her bodily ears, that the crisis of her life was come, that her political and active career was over, and that she must now be content to be for herself, and in herself alone, all that she was or might become. The world might be regenerated, but not in her day; the gods restored, but not by her. It was a fearful discovery, and yet hardly a discovery. Her heart had told her for years that she was hoping against hope, that she was struggling against a stream too mighty for her, and now the moment had come when she must either be swept helpless down the current, or, by one desperate effort, win firm land, and let the tide roll on its own way henceforth. What if they did not care to be known? What if they were weary of worship and reverence from mortal men, and, self-sufficing in their own perfect bliss, recked nothing for the weal or woe of earth? Must it not be so? Had she not proof of it in everything which she beheld? What did Isis care for her Alexandria? What did Athens care for her Athens? And yet, Homer and Hesiod, those old Orphic singers, were of another mind. Whence got they that strange fancy of God's counselling, warring, intermarrying with mankind as with some kindred tribe? Zeus, father of gods and men, those were words of hope and comfort, but were they true? Father of men? Impossible. Not father of Pelagius, surely. Not father of the base, the foul, the ignorant. Father of heroic souls only, the poets must have meant. But where were the heroic souls now? Was she one? If so, why was she deserted by the upper powers in her utter need? Was the heroic race indeed extinct? Was she merely assuming, in her self-conceit, an honour to which she had no claim? Or was it all a dream of these old singers? Had they, as some bold philosophers had said, invented gods in their own likeness, and palmed off on the awe and admiration of men their own fair phantoms? It must be so. If they were gods, to know them was the highest bliss of man. Then would they not teach men of themselves? Unveil their own loveliness to a chosen few, even for the sake of their own honour, if not, as she had dreamed once, from love to those who bore a kindred flame to theirs? What if there were no gods? What if the stream of fate which was sweeping away their names were the only real power? What if that old Pyrrhonic notion were the true solution of the problem of the universe? What if there were no centre, no order, no rest, no goal, but only a perpetual flux, a down-rushing change? And before her dizzying brain and heart arose that awful vision of Lucretius, of the homeless universe, falling, 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 forever from nowhence toward no whither, through the unending ages, by causeless and unceasing gravitation, while the changes and efforts of all mortal things were but the jostling of the dust atoms amid the everlasting storm. It could not be. There was a truth, a virtue, a beauty, a nobleness, which could never change, but which were absolute, the same forever. The God-given instinct of her woman's heart rebelled against her intellect, and in the name of God denied its lie. Yes, there was virtue, beauty, and yet, might not they, too, be accidents of that enchantment which man calls mortal life, temporary and mutable accidents of consciousness, brilliant sparks, struck out by the clashing of the dust atoms? Who could tell? There were those once who could tell. Did not Plotinus speak of a direct mystic intuition of the deity, an enthusiasm without passion, a still intoxication of the soul, in which she rose above life, thought, reason, herself, to that which she contemplated, the absolute, the first one, and united herself with that one, or rather became aware of that union which existed from the first moment in which she emanated from the one. 6 times in a life of 60 years had Plotinus risen to that height of mystic union, and known himself to be a part of God. Once had Porphyry attained the same glory. Hypatia, though often attempting, had never yet succeeded in attaining to any distinct vision of a being external to herself, though practice, a firm will, and a powerful imagination had long since made her an adept in producing, almost at will, that mysterious trance which was the preliminary step to supernatural vision. But her delight in the brilliant, and, as she held, divine imaginations, which were at such times she revelled, had always been checked and chilled by the knowledge that, in such matters, hundreds inferior to her in intellect and learning, ay, saddest of all, Christian monks and nuns, boasted themselves her equals. Indeed, if their own account of their visions was to be believed, her superiors, by the same methods which she employed. For, by celibacy, rigorous fasts, perfect bodily quiescence, and intense contemplation of one thought, they too pretended to be able to rise above the body into the heavenly regions, and to behold things unspeakable, which, nevertheless, like most other unspeakable things, contrived to be most carefully detailed and noised abroad, and it was with a half-feeling of shame that she prepared herself that afternoon for one more, perhaps one last attempt to scale the heavens, as she recollected how many illiterate monk and nun from Constantinople to the Thebaid was probably employed at that moment exactly as she was. Still, the attempt must be made. In that terrible abyss of doubt, she must have something palpable, real, something beyond her own thoughts and hopes and speculations, whereon to rest her weary faith, her weary heart. Perhaps this time, at least, in her extremest need, a God might vouchsafe some glimpse of his own beauty. Athene might pity at last, or if not Athene, some archetype, angel, demon. And then she shuddered at the thought of those evil and deceiving spirits, whose delight it was to delude and tempt the votaries of the gods in the forms of angel of light. But even in the face of that danger, she must make the trial once again. Was she not pure and spotless as Athene's self? Would not her innate purity enable her to discern, by an instinctive antipathy, those foul beings beneath the fairest mask? At least she must make the trial. And so, with a look of intense humility, she began to lay aside her jewels and her upper robes. Then, baring her bosom and her feet, and shaking her golden tresses loose, she laid herself down upon the conch, crossed her hands upon her breast, and with upturned ecstatic eyes waited for that which might befall. There she lay, hour after hour, as her eye gradually kindled, her bosom heaved, her breath came fast, but there was no more sign of life in those straight still limbs and listless feet and hands than in Pygmalion's ivory bride, before she bloomed into human flesh and blood. The sun sank towards his rest. The roar of the city grew louder and louder without. The soldiers revelled and laughed below. But every sound passed through unconscious ears and went its way unheeded. Faith, hope, reason itself were staked upon the result of that daring effort to scale the highest heaven. And by one continuous effort of her practised will, which reached its highest virtue, as mystics hold, in its own suicide, she chained down her senses from every sight and sound, and even her mind from every thought, and lay utterly self-resigned, self-emptied, till consciousness of time and place had vanished, and she seemed to herself alone in the abyss. She dared not reflect, she dared not hope, she dared not rejoice, lest she should break the spell. Again and again had she broken it at this very point by some sudden and tumultuous yielding to her own joy or awe, but now her will held firm. She did not feel her own limbs, hear her own breath. A light bright mist, an endless network of glittering films, coming, going, uniting, resolving themselves, was about her and around her. Was she in or out of the body? The network faded into an abyss of still, clear light. A still, warm atmosphere was around her, thrilling through and through her. She breathed the light, and floated in it, as a mote in the midday beam, and still her will held firm. Far away, miles and aeons, and abysses away, through the interminable depths of glory, a dark and shadowy spot. It leered and grew, a dark globe ringed with rainbows. What might it be? She dared not hope, came nearer, 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 touched her. The centre quivered, flickered, took form. A face. A god's? No, Pelagia's. Beautiful, sad, craving, reproachful, indignant, awful. Hypatia could bear no more, and sprang to her feet with a shriek, to experience in its full bitterness the fearful revulsion of the mystic, when the human reason and will which he has spurned reassert their God-given rights, and after the intoxication of the imagination come its prostration and collapse. And this, then, was the answer of the gods. The phantom of her whom she had despised, exposed, spurned from her. No, not their answer, the answer of my own soul. Fool that I have been exerting my will most, while I pretended to resign it most. I have been the slave of every mental desire, while I tried to trample on them. What if that network of light, that blaze, that globe of darkness, have been, like the face of Pelagia, the phantoms of my own imagination, ay, even of my own senses? What if I have mistaken for deity my own self? What if I have been my own light, my own abyss? Am I not my own abyss, my own light, my own darkness? And she smiled bitterly as she said it, throwing herself again upon the couch, buried her head in her hands, exhausted equally in mind and in body. End of chapter 25, part 1. Chapter 25, part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elvira. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 25, Seeking After a Sign, Part 2. At last she rose and sat, careless of her dishevelled looks, gazing out into vacancy. Oh, for a sign, for a token! Oh, for the golden days of which the poets sang, when gods walked among men, fought by their side as friends! And yet, are these old stories credible, pious, even modest? Does not my heart revolt from them? Who has shared more than I in Plato's contempt for the foul deeds, the degrading transformations, which Homer imputes to the gods of Greece? Must I believe them now? Must I stoop to think that gods, who live in a region above all sense, will deign to make themselves palpable to those senses of ours which are whole aeons of existence below them, degrade themselves to the base accidents of matter? Yes, that rather than nothing. Be it even so. Better to believe that Ares fled shrieking and wounded from a mortal man. Better to believe in Zeus's adulteries and Hermes' thefts, than to believe that gods have never spoken face to face with men. Let me think, lest I go mad, that beings from that unseen world for which I hunger have appeared, and held communion with mankind, such as no reason or sense could doubt, even though those beings were more capricious and baser than ourselves. Is there, after all, an unseen world? Oh, for a sign, a sign! Haggard and dizzy, she wandered into her chamber of the gods, a collection of antiques, which she kept there rather as matters of taste than of worship. All around her they looked out into vacancy, with their white, soulless eyeballs, their dead, motionless beauty, those cold dreams of the buried generations. Oh, that they could speak, and set her heart at rest! At the lower end of the room stood a Pallas, completely armed with aegis, spear, and helmet, a gem of Athenian sculpture, which she had brought from some merchants after the sack of Athens by the Goths. There it stood, severely fair, but the right hand, alas, was gone, and there the maimed arm remained extended, as if in sad mockery of the faith of which the body remained, while the power was dead and vanished. She gazed long and passionately on the image of her favourite goddess, the ideal to which she had longed for years to assimilate herself, till, was it a dream, was it a frolic of the dying sunlight, or did those lips really bend themselves into a smile? Impossible! No, not impossible. Had not, only a few years before, the image of Hecate smiled on a philosopher? Were there not stories of moving images and winking pictures, and all the material miracles by which a dying faith strives desperately, not to deceive others, but to persuade itself of its own sanity? It had been. It might be. It was. No. There the lips were, as they had been from the beginning, closed upon each other in that stony, self-collected calm, which was only not a sneer. The wonder, if it was one, had passed, and now, did her eyes play her false, or were the snakes round that Medusa's head upon the shield all writhing, grinning, glaring at her with stony eyes, longing to stiffen her with terror into their own likeness? No, that too passed. Would that even it had stayed, for it would have been a sign of life. She looked up at the face once more, but in vain. The stone was stone, and ere she was aware, she found herself clasping passionately the knees of the marble. Athene! Pallas! Adored, ever virgin! Absolute reason springing unbegotten from the nameless one! Hear me, Athene! Have mercy on me! Speak, if it be to curse me! Thou, who alone wieldest the lightnings of thy father, wield them to strike me dead, if thou wilt. Only do something! Something to prove thine own existence. Something to make me sure that anything exists beside this gross miserable matter, and my miserable soul. I stand alone in the centre of the universe. I fall and sicken down the abyss of ignorance, and doubt, and boundless blank and darkness. Oh, have mercy! I know that thou art not this. Thou art everywhere, and in all things. But I know that this is a form which pleases thee, which symbolizes thy nobleness. I know that thou hast deigned to speak to those who... Oh, what do I know? Nothing, nothing, nothing. And she clung there, bedewing with scalding tears the cold feet of the image, while there was neither sign, nor voice, nor any that answered. On a sudden she was startled by a rustling near, and, looking round, saw close behind her the old Jewess. "Cry aloud," hissed the hag in a tone of bitter scorn. "Cry aloud, for she is a goddess. Either she is talking or pursuing, or she is on a journey, or perhaps she has grown old, as we all shall do some day, my pretty lady, and is too cross and lazy to stir. What? Her naughty doll will not speak to her, will it not? Or even open its eyes, because the wires are grown rusty? Well, we will find a new doll for her if she chooses." "Begone, hag! What do you mean by intruding here?" said Hypatia, springing up. But the old woman went on coolly. "Why not try the fair young gentleman over there?" pointing to a copy of the Apollo, which we call Belvedere. What's his name? Old maids are always cross and jealous, you know. But he could not be cruel to such a sweet face as that. Try the fair young lad. Or perhaps, if you are bashful, the old Jewess might try him for you. These last words were spoken with so marked a significance that Hypatia, in spite of her disgust, found herself asking the hag what she meant. She made no answer for a few seconds, but remained looking steadily into her eyes with a glance of fire, before which even the proud Hypatia, as she had done once before, quailed utterly. So deep was the understanding, so dogged the purpose, so fearless the power which burned within those withered and shrunken sockets. Shall the old witch call him up, the fair young Apollo, with the beauty bloom upon his chin? He shall come, he shall come. I warrant him he must come, civilly enough, when old Miriam's finger is once held up. To you, Apollo, the god of light, obey a Jewess? A Jewess! And you a Greek! Almost yelled the old woman. And who are you who ask? And who are your gods, your heroes, your devils, you children of yesterday, compared with us? You who were a set of half-naked savages, squabbling about the siege of Troy, when our Solomon, amid splendors such as Rome and Constantinople never saw, was controlling demons and ghosts, angels and archangels, principalities and powers, by the ineffable name. What science have you that you have not stolen from the Egyptians and Chaldees? And what had the Egyptians which Moses did not teach them? And what of the Chaldees which Daniel did not teach them? What does the world know but from us, the fathers and the masters of magic, us, the lords of the inner secrets of the universe? Come, you Greek baby, as the priests in Egypt said of your forefathers, always children, craving for a new toy, and throwing it away next day. Come to the fountainhead of all your paltry wisdom. Name what you will see, and you shall see it. Hypatia was cowed, for of one thing there was no doubt, that the woman utterly believed her own words, and that was a state of mind of which she had seen so little that it was no wonder if it acted on her with that overpowering sympathetic force with which it generally does, and perhaps ought to, act on the human heart. Besides, her school had always looked to the ancient nations of the East for the primeval founts of inspiration, the mysterious lore of mightier races long gone by. Might she not have found it now? The Jewess saw her advantage in a moment, and ran on, without giving her time to answer. What sort shall it be, then? By glass and water, or by the moonlight on the wall, or by the sieve, or by the meal, by the symbols, or by the stars, by the table of the 24 elements, by which the empire was promised to Theodosius the Great, or by the sacred counters of the Assyrians, or by the sapphire of the Hecatic sphere? Shall I threaten, as the Egyptian priests used to do, to tear Osiris again in pieces, or to divulge the mysteries of Isis? I could do so, if I chose, for I know them all, and more. Or shall I use the ineffable name on Solomon's seal, which we alone, of all the nations of the earth, know? No, it would be a pity to waste that upon a heathen. It shall be by the sacred wafer. Look here! Here they are, the wonder-working atomies. Eat no food this day, except one of these every 3 hours, and come to me tonight at the house of your porter, Eudamion, bringing with you the black agate, and then, why then, what you have the heart to see, you shall see. Hypatia took the wafers, hesitating. But what are they? And you profess to explain Homer. Whom did I hear the other morning lecturing away so glibly on the nepenthe which Helen gave the heroes, to fill them with the spirit of joy and love? How was it an allegory of the inward inspiration which flows from spiritual beauty, and all that? Pretty enough, fair lady, but the question still remains. What was it? And I say it was this. Take it and try, and then confess that while you can talk about Helen, I can act her, and know a little more about Homer than you do, after all. I cannot believe you. Give me some sign of your power, or how can I trust you? A sign? A sign? Kneel down then there, with your face toward the north. You are over tall for the poor old cripple. I never knelt to human being. Then consider that you kneel to the handsome idol there, if you will, but kneel. And, constrained by that glittering eye, Hypatia knelt before her. Have you faith? Have you desire? Will you submit? Will you obey? Self-will and pride see nothing, know nothing. If you do not give up yourself, neither God nor devil will care to approach. Do you submit? I do, cried poor Hypatia, in an agony of curiosity and self-distrust, while she felt her eye quailing, and her lips loosening more and more every moment under that intolerable fascination. The old woman drew from her bosom a crystal, and placed the point against Hypatia's breast. A cold shiver ran through her. The witch waved her hands mysteriously round her head, muttering from time to time, "Down, down, proud spirit," and then placed the tips of her skinny fingers on the victim's forehead. Gradually her eyelids became heavy. Again and again she tried to raise them, and dropped them again before those fixed glaring eyes, and in another moment she lost consciousness. When she awoke, she was kneeling in a distant part of the room, with dishevelled hair and garments. What was it so cold that she was clasping in her arms? The feet of Apollo. The hag stood by her, chuckling to herself and clapping her hands. How came I here? What have I been doing? Saying such pretty things, paying the fair youth there such compliments as he will not be rude enough to forget in his visit tonight. A charming prophetic trance you have had. Aha! You are not the only woman who is wiser asleep than awake. Well, you will make a very pretty Cassandra, or a Clytia, if you have the sense. It lies with you, my fair lady. Are you satisfied now? Will you have any more signs? Shall the old Jewess blast those blue eyes blind to show that she knows more than the heathen? Oh, I believe you, I believe, cried the poor exhausted maiden. I will come. And yet... Ah, yes, you had better settle first how he shall appear. As he wills, let him only come. Only let me know that he is a god. Abamnon said that gods appeared in a clear, steady, unbearable light, amid a choir of all the lesser deities, archangels, principalities, and heroes, who derive their life from them. Abamnon was an old fool, then. Do you think young Phoebus ran after Daphne with such a mob at his heels? Or that Jove, when he swam up to Leda, headed a whole Nile flock of ducks and plover and curlews? Ah! He shall come alone, to you alone, and then you may choose for yourself between Cassandra and Clytia. Farewell. Do not forget your wafers or the agate either, and talk with no one between now and sunset. And then, my pretty lady," and laughing to herself, the old hag glided from the room. Hypatia sat trembling with shame and dread. She, as a disciple of the more purely spiritualistic school of Porphyry, had always looked with aversion, with all but contempt, on those theurgic arts which were so much lauded and employed by Iamblichus, Abamnon, and those who clung lovingly to the old priestly rites of Egypt and Chaldea. They had seemed to her vulgar toys, tricks of legerdemain, suited only for the wonder of the mob. She began to think of them with more favour now. How did she know that the vulgar did not require signs and wonders to make them believe? How indeed? For did she not want such herself? And she opened Abamnon's famous letter to Porphyry, and read earnestly over, for the 20th time, his subtle justification of magic, and felt it to be unanswerable. Magic? What was not magical? The whole universe, from the planets over her head to the meanest pebble at her feet, was utterly mysterious, ineffable, miraculous, influencing and influenced by affinities and repulsions as unexpected, as unfathomable as those which, as Abamnon said, drew the gods towards those sounds, those objects which, either in form or colour or chemical properties, were symbolic of or akin to themselves. What wonder in it, after all? Was not love and hatred, sympathy and antipathy, the law of the universe? Philosophers, when they gave mechanical explanations of natural phenomena, came no nearer to the real solution of them. The mysterious why remained untouched. All their analyses could only darken with big words the plain fact that the water hated the oil with which it refused to mix, the lime loved the acid which it eagerly received into itself, and, like a lover, grew warm with the rapture of affection. Why not? What right had we to deny sensation, emotion, to them any more than to ourselves? Was not the same universal spirit stirring in them as in us? And was it not by virtue of that spirit that we thought, and felt, and loved? Then why not they, as well as we? If the one spirit permeated all things, if its all-energizing presence linked the flower with the crystal, as well as with the demon and the god, must it not link together also the two extremes of the great chain of being, bind even the nameless one itself to the smallest creature which bore its creative impress? What greater miracle in the attraction of a god or an angel by material incense, symbols and spells, than in the attraction of one soul to another by the material sounds of the human voice? Was the affinity between spirit and matter implied in that more miraculous than the affinity between the soul and the body, than the retention of that soul within that body, or by the breathing of material air, the eating of material food, or even, if the physicists were right, and the soul were but a material product or energy of the nerves, and the sole law of the universe the laws of matter, then was not magic even more probable than rational? Was it not fair by every analogy to suppose there might be other, higher beings than ourselves, obedient to those laws, and therefore possible to be attracted, even as human beings were, by the baits of material sights and sounds. If spirit pervaded all things, then was magic probable. If nothing but matter had existence, magic was morally certain. All that remained in either case was the test of experience. And had not that test been applied in every age, and asserted to succeed, what more rational, more philosophic action than to try herself those methods and ceremonies which she was assured on every hand had never failed, but through the ignorance or unfitness of the neophyte? Abamnon must be right. She dared not think him wrong, for if this last hope failed, what was there left but to eat and drink, for tomorrow we die? End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 26, Miriam's Plot, Part 1. He who has worshipped a woman, even against his will and conscience, knows well how storm may follow storm, and earthquake before his idol be utterly overthrown. And so Philammon found that evening, as he sat pondering over the strange chances of the day, for, as he pondered, his old feelings towards Hypatia began, in spite of the struggles of his conscience and reason, to revive within him. Not only pure love of her great loveliness, the righteous instinct which bids us welcome and honour beauty, whether in man or woman, as something of real worth, divine, heavenly, aye, though we know not how, in a most deep sense eternal, which makes our reason give the lie to all merely logical and sentimental maunderings of moralists about the fleeting use of this our painted clay, telling men, as the old Hebrew scriptures tell them, that physical beauty is the deepest of all spiritual symbols, and that though beauty without discretion be the jewel of gold in the swine's snout, yet the jewel of gold it is still, the sacrament of an inward beauty, which ought to be, perhaps hereafter may be, fulfilled in spirit and in truth. Not only this, which whispered to him, and who shall say that the whisper was of the earth or of the lower world, she is too beautiful to be utterly evil, but the very defect in her creed which he had just discovered drew him towards her again. She had no gospel for the Magdalene, because she was a pagan. That, then, was the fault of her paganism, not of herself. She felt for Pelagia, but even if she had not, was not that, too, the fault of her paganism? And for that paganism who was to be blamed? She? Was he the man to affirm that? Had he not seen scandals, stupidities, brutalities enough to shake even his faith, educated a Christian? How much more excuse for her, more delicate, more acute, more lofty than he, the child, too, of a heathen father? Her perfections, were they not her own? Her defects, those of her circumstances? And had she not welcomed him, guarded him, taught him, honoured him? Could he turn against her? Above all now, in her distress, perhaps her danger. Was he not bound to her, if by nothing else, by gratitude? Was not he, of all men, bound to believe that all she required to make her perfect was conversion to the true faith? And that first dream of converting her arose almost as bright as ever. Then he was checked by the thought of his first utter failure. At least, if he could not convert her, he could love her, pray for her. No, he could not even do that, for to whom could he pray? He had to repent, to be forgiven, to humble himself by penitence, perhaps for years, ere he could hope to be heard even for himself, much less for another. And so backwards and forwards swayed his hope and purpose, till he was roused from his meditation by the voice of the little porter summoning him to his evening meal, and recollecting, for the first time, that he had tasted no food that day, he went down, half unwillingly, and ate. But as he, the porter, and his negro wife were sitting silently and sadly enough together, Miriam came in, apparently in high good humour, and lingered a moment on her way to her own apartments upstairs. "Hey, at supper? And nothing but lentils and watermelons, when the flesh pots of Egypt have been famous any time these 2,000 years. Ha! But times are changed since then. You have worn out the old Hebrew hints, you miserable Gentiles, you, and get a Caesar instead of a Joseph," cried she to the girls upstairs, clapping her hands loudly. "Here, bring us down one of those roast chickens, and a bottle of the wine of wines, the wine with the green seal, you careless daughters of Midian, you with your wits running on the men, I'll warrant, every minute I've been out of the house. Ha! You'll smart for it some day, you'll smart for it some day, you daughters of Adam's first wife." Down came, by the hands of one of the Syrian slave girls, the fowl and the wine. "There now, we'll all sup together. Wine that maketh glad the heart of man. Youth, you were a monk once, so you have read all about that, hey? And about the best wine which goes down sweetly, causing the lips of them that are asleep to speak. And rare wine it was, I warrant, which the blessed Solomon had in his little country cellar up there in Lebanon. We'll try if this is not a very fair substitute for it, though. Come, my little man monkey, drink and forget your sorrow. You shall be temple sweeper to Beelzebub yet, I promise you. Look at it there, creaming and curdling, the darling, purring like a cat at the very thought of touching human lips, as sweet as honey, as strong as fire, as clear as amber. Drink, ye children of Gehenna, and make good use of the little time that is left you between this and the unquenchable fire." And tossing a cup of it down her own throat, as if it had been water, she watched her companions with a meaning look as they drank. The little porter followed her example gallantly. Philammon looked, and longed, and sipped blushingly and bashfully, and tried to fancy that he did not care for it, and sipped again, being willing enough to forget his sorrow also for a moment. The negress refused with fear and trembling. She had a vow on her. "Satan possess you and your vow! Drink, you coal out of Tophet! Do you think it is poisoned? You, the only creature in the world that I should not enjoy ill using, because every one else ill uses you already without my help. Drink, I say, or I'll turn you pea-green from head to foot." The negress put the cup to her lips, and contrived, for her own reasons, to spill the contents unobserved. A very fine lecture that of the lady Hypatia's the other morning, on Helen's nepenthe, quoth the little porter, growing philosophic as the wine fumes rose. Such a power of extracting the cold water of philosophy out of the bottomless pit of Mythus I never did hear. Did you ever, my Philammonidion? "Aha! She and I were talking about that half an hour ago," said Miriam. "What? Have you seen her?" asked Philammon, with a flutter of the heart. "If you mean, did she mention you, why, then, yes." "How? How?" "Talked of a young Phoebus Apollo, without mentioning names, certainly, but in the most sensible and practical and hopeful way, the wisest speech that I have heard from her this 12-month." Philammon blushed scarlet. "And that," thought he, "in spite of what passed this morning. Why, what is the matter with our host? He has taken Solomon's advice and forgotten his sorrow." And so indeed he had, for he was sleeping sweetly, with open lack-lustre eyes, and a maudlin smile at the ceiling, while the negress, with her head fallen on her chest, seemed equally unconscious of their presence. "We'll see," quoth Miriam, and taking up the lamp, she held the flame unceremoniously to the arm of each of them, but neither winced nor stirred. "Surely your wine is not drugged?" said Philammon in trepidation. "Why not? What has made them beasts may make us angels. You seem none the less lively for it. Do I? But drugged wine? Why not? The same who made wine made poppy juice. Both will make men happy. Why not use both? It is poison! It is the nepenthe, as I told Hypatia, whereof she was twaddling mysticism this morning. Drink, child, drink. I have no mind to put you to sleep to-night. I want to make a man of you, or rather to see whether you are one. And she drained another cup, and then went on, half talking to herself. Ay, it is poison, and music is poison, and woman is poison according to the new creed, pagan and Christian, and wine will be poison, and meat will be poison some day, and we shall have a world full of mad Nebuchadnezzars, eating grass like oxen. It is poisonous and brutal and devilish to be a man, and not a monk, and an eunuch, and a dry branch. You are all in the same lie, Christians and philosophers, Cyril and Hypatia. Don't interrupt me, but drink, young fool. I, and the only man who keeps his manhood, the only man who is not ashamed to be what God has made him, is your Jew. You will find yourselves in want of him after all, some day, you besotted Gentiles, to bring you back to common sense and common manhood. In want of him and his grand old books, which you despise while you make idols of them, about Abraham and Jacob and Moses and David and Solomon, whom you call saints, you miserable hypocrites, though they did what you are too dainty to do, and had their wives and their children, and thanked God for a beautiful woman, as Adam did before them, and their sons do after them. Drink, I say, and believed that God had really made the world, and not the devil, and had given them the lordship over it, as you will find out to your cost some day. Philammon heard, and could not answer, and on she rambled. And music, too, our priests were not afraid of sackbut and psaltery, dulcimer and trumpet, in the house of the Lord, for they knew who had given them the cunning to make them. Our prophets were not afraid of calling for music, when they wished to prophesy, and letting it soften and raise their souls, and open and quicken them till they saw into the inner harmony of things, and beheld the future in the present, for they knew who made the melody and harmony, and made them the outward symbols of the inward song which runs through sun and stars, storm and tempest, fulfilling his word. In that these sham philosophers the heathen are wiser than those Christian monks. Try it, try it. Come with me, leave these sleepers here, and come to my rooms. You long to be as wise as Solomon. Then get at wisdom as Solomon did, and give your heart first to know folly and madness. You have read the book of the preacher? Poor Philammon, he was no longer master of himself. The arguments, the wine, the terrible spell of the old woman's voice and eye, and the strong, overpowering will which showed out through them, dragged him along in spite of himself. As if in a dream, he followed her up the stairs. There, throw away that stupid, ugly, shapeless philosopher's cloak. So, you have on the white tunic I gave you, and now you look as a human being should. And you have been to the bath to-day? Well, you have the comfort of feeling now like other people, and having that alabaster skin as white as it was created, instead of being tanned like a brute's hide. Drink, I say. What was that face, that figure made for? Bring a mirror here, hussy. There, look in that and judge for yourself. Were those lips rounded for nothing? Why were those eyes set in your head and made to sparkle bright as jewels, sweet as mountain honey? Why were those curls laid ready for soft fingers to twine themselves among them, and look all the whiter among the glossy black knots? Judge for yourself. Alas, poor Philammon! And after all, thought he, is it not true as well as pleasant? Sing to the poor boy, girls, sing to him, and teach him for the first time in his little ignorant life the old road to inspiration. One of the slave girls sat down on the divan and took up a double flute, while the other rose, and accompanying the plaintive dreamy air with a slow dance, and delicate twinklings of her silver armlets and anklets, and the sistrum which she held aloft, she floated gracefully round and round the floor, and sang, Why were we born but for bliss? Why are we ripe but to fall? Dream not that duty can bar thee from beauty, like water and sunshine, the heirloom of all. Lips were made only to kiss, hands were made only to toy, eyes were made only to lure on the lonely, the longing, the loving, and drown them in joy. Alas for poor Philemon! And yet no, the very poison brought with it its own antidote, and, shaken off by one strong effort of will the spell of the music and the wine, he sprang to his feet. Never! If love means no more than that, if it is to be a mere delicate self-indulgence, worse than the brute's, because it requires the prostration of nobler faculties, and a selfishness the more huge in proportion to the greatness of the soul which is crushed inward by it, then I will have none of it. I have had my dream, yes, but it was of one who should be at once my teacher and my pupil, my debtor and my queen, who should lean on me and yet support me, supply my defects, although with lesser light, as the old moon fills up the circle of the new, labor with me side by side in some great work, rising with me for ever as I rose. And this is the base substitute? Never! Whether or not this was unconsciously forced into words by the vehemence of his passion, or whether the old Jewess heard, or pretended to hear, a footstep coming up the stair, she at all events sprang instantly to her feet. Hist! Silence, girls! I hear a visitor. What mad maiden has come to beg a love charm of the poor old witch at this time of night? Or have the Christian bloodhounds tracked the old lioness of Judah to her den at last? We'll see. And she drew a dagger from her girdle, and stepped boldly to the door. As she went out, she turned. So, my brave young Apollo, you do not admire simple woman? You must have something more learned and intellectual and spiritual and so forth. I wonder whether Eve, when she came to Adam in the garden, brought with her a certificate of proficiency in the 7 sciences? Well, well, like must after like. Perhaps we shall be able to suit you after all. Vanish, daughters of Midian. End of chapter 26, part 1. Chapter 26, part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Kurt-Boulet. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 26, Miriam's Plot, Part 2. The girls vanished accordingly, whispering and laughing, and Philemon found himself alone. Although he was somewhat soothed by the old woman's last speech, yet a sense of terror, of danger, of coming temptation, kept him standing sternly on his feet, looking warily round the chamber, lest a fresh siren should emerge from behind some curtain or heap of pillows. On one side of the room he perceived a doorway, filled by a curtain of gauze, from behind which came the sound of whispering voices. His fear, growing with the general excitement of his mind, rose into anger as he began to suspect some snare, and he faced round towards the curtain, and stood like a wild beast at bay, ready, with uplifted arm, for all evil spirits, male or female. "And he will show himself? How shall I accost him?" whispered a well-known voice. Could it be Hypatia's? And then the guttural Hebrew accent of the old woman answered, "As you spoke of him this morning. Oh, I will tell him all, and he must have mercy. But he, so awful, so glorious." What the answer was he could not hear, but the next moment a sweet heavy scent, as of narcotic gums, filled the room, mutterings of incantations, and then a blaze of light in which the curtain vanished, and disclosed to his astonished eyes, enveloped in a glory of luminous smoke, the hag standing by a tripod, and, kneeling by her, Hypatia herself, robed in pure white, glittering with diamonds and gold, her lips parted, her head thrown back, her arms stretched out in an agony of expectation. In an instant, before he had time to stir, she had sprung through the blaze, and was kneeling at his feet. "Phoebus, beautiful, glorious, ever young, hear me only a moment, only this once." Her drapery had caught fire from the tripod, but she did not heed it. Philammon instinctively clasped her in his arms, and crushed it out as she cried, "Have mercy on me! Tell me the secret! I will obey thee! I have no self, I am thy slave! Kill me if thou wilt, but speak!" The blaze sank into a soft, warm, mellow gleam, and beyond it what appeared? The negro woman, with one finger upon her lips, as with an imploring, all but despairing look, she held up to him her little crucifix. He saw it. What thoughts flashed through him, like the lightning bolt, at that blessed sign of infinite self-sacrifice, I say not. Let those who know it judge for themselves. But in another instant he had spurned from him the poor deluded maiden, whose idolatrous ecstasies he saw instantly were not meant for himself, and rushed desperately across the room, looking for an outlet. He found a door in the darkness, a room, a window, and in another moment he had leapt 20 feet into the street, rolled over, bruised and bleeding, rose again like an Antaeus, with new strength, and darted off towards the archbishop's house. And poor Hypatia lay half senseless on the floor, with the Jewess watching her bitter tears, not merely of disappointment, but of utter shame. For as Philammon fled she had recognized those well-known features, and the veil was lifted from her eyes, and the hope and the self-respect of Theon's daughter were gone forever. Her righteous wrath was too deep for upbraidings. Slowly she rose, returned into the inner room, wrapped her cloak deliberately around her, and went silently away, with one look at the Jewess of solemn scorn and defiance. "Ha! I can afford a few sulky looks to-night," said the old woman to herself, with a smile, as she picked up from the floor the prize for which she had been plotting so long, Raphael's half of the black agate. "I wonder whether she will miss it. Perhaps she will have no fancy for its company any longer, now that she has discovered what overpalpable archangels appear when she rubs it. But if she does try to recover it, why, let her try her strength with mine, or, rather, with a Christian mob." And then, drawing from her bosom the other half of the talisman, she fitted the two pieces together again and again, fingering them over, and poring upon them with tear-brimming eyes, till she had satisfied herself that the fracture still fitted exactly, while she murmured to herself from time to time, "Oh, that he were here! Oh, that he would return now, now! It may be too late to-morrow. Stay, I will go and consult the seraph. It may know where he is." And she departed to her incantations, while Hypatia threw herself upon her bed at home, and filled the chamber with a long, low wailing, as of a child in pain, until the dreary dawn broke on her shame and her despair. And then she rose, and rousing herself for one great effort, calmly prepared a last oration, in which she intended to bid farewell for ever to Alexandria and to the schools. Philammon meanwhile was striding desperately up the main street which led towards the Serapeum. But he was not destined to arrive there as soon as he had hoped to do, for ere he had gone half a mile, behold a crowd advancing towards him blocking up the whole street. The mass seemed endless. Thousands of torches flared above their heads, and from the heart of the procession rose a solemn chant, in which Philammon soon recognized a well-known Catholic hymn. He was half-minded to turn up some by-street, and escape meeting them; but on attempting to do so, he found every avenue which he tried similarly blocked up by a tributary stream of people, and, almost ere he was aware, was entangled in the vanguard of the great column. "Let me pass!" cried he in a voice of entreaty. "Pass, thou heathen!" In vain he protested his Christianity. Origenist, Donatist, heretic, whither should a good Catholic be going to-night, save to the Caesareum? "My friends, I have no business at the Caesareum," cried he, in utter despair. "I am on my way to seek a private interview with the Patriarch on matters of importance." "O liar, who pretends to be known to the Patriarch, and yet is ignorant that this night he visits at the Caesareum the most sacred corpse of the martyr Ammonius. What? Is Cyril with you?" "He and all his clergy." "Better so, better in public," said Philammon to himself; and, turning, he joined the crowd. Onward, with chant and dirge, they swept out through the Sun Gate, upon the harbour esplanade, and wheeled to the right along the quay, while the torchlight bathed in a red glare the great front of the Caesareum, and the tall obelisks before it, and the masts of the 1,000 ships which lay in the harbour on their left; and last, but not least, before the huge dim mass of the palace which bounded the esplanade in front, a long line of glittering helmets and cuirasses, behind a barrier of cables which stretched from the shore to the corner of the museum. There was a sudden halt, a low ominous growl, and then the mob pressed onward from behind, surged up almost to the barrier. The soldiers dropped the points of their lances, and stood firm. Again the mob recoiled, again surged forward. Fierce cries arose, some of the boldest stooped to pick up stones, but, luckily, the pavement was too firm for them. Another moment, and the whole soldiery of Alexandria would have been fighting for life and death against 50,000 Christians. But Cyril had not forgotten his generalship. Reckless as that night's events proved him to be about arousing the passions of his subjects, he was yet far too wary to risk the odium and the danger of a night attack, which, even if successful, would have cost the lives of hundreds. He knew well enough the numbers and the courage of the enemy, and the certainty that, in case of a collision, no quarter would be given or accepted on either side. Beside, if a battle must take place, and that, of course, must happen sooner or later, it must not happen in his presence and under his sanction. He was in the right now, and Orestes in the wrong; and in the right he would keep, at least till his express to Byzantium should have returned, and Orestes was either proscribed or superseded. So, looking forward to some such chance as this, the wary prelate had schooled his aides de camp, the deacons of the city, and went on his way up the steps of the Caesareum, knowing that they could be trusted to keep the peace outside. And they did their work well. Before a blow had been struck, or even an insult passed on either side, they had burst through the front rank of the mob, and by stout threats of excommunication enjoyed not only peace but absolute silence until the sacred ceremony which was about to take place should be completed, and enforced their commands by marching up and down like sentries between the hostile ranks for the next weary 2 hours, till the very soldiers broke out into expressions of admiration, and the tribune of the cohort, who had no great objection, but also no great wish, paid them a high-flown compliment on their laudable endeavours to maintain public order, and received the somewhat ambiguous reply, that the weapons of their warfare were not carnal, that they wrestled not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers; an answer which the tribune, being now somewhat sleepy, thought it best to leave unexplained. In the meanwhile there had passed up the steps of the temple a gorgeous line of priests, among whom glittered, more gorgeous than all, the stately figure of the pontiff. They were followed close by thousands of monks, not only from Alexandria and Nitria, but from all the adjoining towns and monasteries. And as Philammon, unable for some half-hour more to force his way into the church, watched their endless stream, he could well believe the boast which he had so often heard in Alexandria, that 1/2 of the population of Egypt was at that moment in religious orders. After the monks, the laity began to enter, but even then so vast was the crowd, and so dense the crush upon the steps, that before he could force his way into the church, Cyril's sermon had begun. What went ye out for see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Nay, such are in kings' palaces, and in the palaces of prefects who would needs be emperors, and cast away the Lord's bonds from them, of whom it is written, that he that sitteth in the heavens laugheth them to scorn, and taketh the wicked in their own snare, and maketh the devices of princes of none effect. Ay, in kings' palaces, and in theatres too, where the rich of this world, poor in faith, deny their covenant, and defile their baptismal robes, that they may do honour to the devourers of the earth. Woe to them who think that they may partake of the cup of the Lord and the cup of devils! Woe to them who will praise with the same mouth Aphrodite the fiend, and her of whom it is written that he was born of a pure virgin. Let such be excommunicate from the cup of the Lord, and from the congregation of the Lord, till they have purged away their sins by penance and by almsgiving. But for you, ye poor of this world, rich in faith, you whom the rich despise, hail before the judgment seats, and blaspheme that holy name whereby ye are called, what went ye out into the wilderness to see? A prophet? Ay, and more than a prophet, a martyr. More than a prophet, more than a king, more than a prefect whose theatre was the sands of the desert, whose throne was the cross, whose crown was bestowed, not by heathen philosophers and daughters of Satan, deceiving men with the works of their fathers, but by angels and archangels, a crown of glory, the victor's laurel, which grows forever in the paradise of the highest heaven. Call him no more Ammonius, call him Thaumazius, wonderful. Wonderful in his poverty, wonderful in his zeal, wonderful in his faith, wonderful in his fortitude, wonderful in his death, most wonderful in the manner of that death. O thrice blessed, who has merited the honour of the cross itself, what can follow but that one so honoured in the flesh should also be honoured in the life which he now lives, and that from the virtue of these thrice holy limbs the leper should be cleansed, the dumb should speak, the very dead be raised? Yes, it were impiety to doubt it. Consecrated by the cross, this flesh shall not only rest in hope, but work in power. Approach and be healed. Approach and see the glory of the saints, the glory of the poor. Approach and learn that which man despises, God hath highly esteemed, that which man rejects, God accepts, that which man punishes, God rewards. Approach and see how God hath chosen the foolish things of this world to confound the wise, and the weak things of this world to confound the strong. Man abhors the cross. The Son of God condescended to endure it. Man tramples on the poor. The Son of God hath not where to lay his head. Man passes by the sick as useless. The Son of God chooses them to be partakers of his sufferings, that the glory of God may be made manifest in them. Man curses the publican, while he employs him to fill his coffers with the plunder of the poor. The Son of God calls him from the receipt of custom to be an apostle, higher than the kings of the earth. Man casts away the harlot like a faded flower, when he has tempted her to become the slave of sin for a season, and the Son of God calls her, the defiled, the despised, the forsaken, to himself, accepts her tears, blesses her offering, and declares that her sins are forgiven, for she hath loved much, while to whom little is forgiven, the same loveth little. Philammon heard no more. With the passionate and impulsive nature of a Greek fanatic, he burst forward through the crowd, towards the steps which led to the choir, and above which, in front of the altar, stood the corpse of Ammonius, enclosed in a coffin of glass, beneath a gorgeous canopy; and never stopping till he found himself in front of Cyril's pulpit, he threw himself upon his face upon the pavement, spread out his arms in the form of a cross, and lay silent and motionless before the feet of the multitude. There was a sudden whisper and rustle in the congregation, but Cyril, after a moment's pause, went on. Man, in his pride and self-sufficiency, despises humiliation and penance and the broken and the contrite heart, and tells thee that only as long as thou dost well unto thyself will he speak well of thee. The Son of God says that he that humbleth himself, even as this our penitent brother, he it is who shall be exalted. He it is of whom it is written that his father saw him afar off, and ran to meet him, and bade put the best robe on him, and a ring on his hand, and shoes on his feet, and make merry and be glad with the choir of angels who rejoice over one sinner that repenteth. Arise, my son, whosoever thou art, and go in peace for this night, remembering that he who said, My belly cleaveth unto the pavement, hath also said, Rejoice not against me, Satan, mine enemy, for when I fall I shall arise. A thunderclap of applause, surely as pardonable as any an Alexandrian church ever heard, followed this dexterous, and yet most righteous, turn of the patriarch's oratory. But Philammon raised himself slowly and fearfully to his knees, and blushing scarlet endured the gaze of 10,000 eyes. Suddenly, from beside the pulpit, an old man sprang forward and clasped him round the neck. It was Arsenius. My son," sobbed he, almost aloud. "Slave as well as son, if you will," whispered Philammon. "One boon from the patriarch, and then home to the Laura for ever." "Oh, twice blessed night!" rolled on above the deep rich voice of Cyril, which beholds at once the coronation of a martyr and the conversation of a sinner, which increases at the same time the ranks of the church triumphant and of the church militant, and pierces celestial essences with a twofold rapture of thanksgiving, as they welcome on high a victorious, and on earth a repentant, brother. And at a sign from Cyril, Peter the reader stepped forward, and led away, gently enough, the two weepers, who were welcomed as they passed by the blessings and prayers, and tears even, of those fierce fanatics of Nitria. Nay, Peter himself, as he turned to leave them together in the sacristy, held out his hand to Philammon. "I ask your forgiveness," said the poor boy, who plunged eagerly and with a sort of delight into any and every self-abasement. "And I accord it," quoth Peter, and returned to the church, looking, and probably feeling, in a far more pleasant mood than usual. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brendan Tannum. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 27, The Prodigal's Return, Part 1. About 10 o'clock the next morning, as Hypatia, worn out with sleepless sorrow, was trying to arrange her thoughts for the farewell lecture, her favourite maid announced that a messenger from Synesius waited below. A letter from Synesius! A gleam of hope flashed across her mind. From him, surely, might come something of comfort, of advice. Ah, if he only knew how sorely she was bested! Let him send up his letter. He refuses to deliver it to anyone but yourself, and I think, added the damsel, who had, to tell the truth, at that moment in her purse a substantial reason for so thinking, I think it might be worth your ladyship's while to see him. Hypatia shook her head impatiently. "He seems to know you well, madam, though he refuses to tell his name. But he bade me put you in mind of a black agate. I cannot tell what he meant, of a black agate, and a spirit which was to appear when you rubbed it." Hypatia turned pale as death. Was it Philammon again? She felt for the talisman. It was gone. She must have lost it last night in Miriam's chamber. Now she saw the true purpose of the old hag's plot. deceived, tricked, doubly tricked, and what new plot was this? Tell him to leave the letter, and be gone. My father! What? Who is this? Who are you bringing to me at such a moment? And as she spoke, Theon ushered into the chamber no other than Raphael Aben Ezra, and then retired. He advanced slowly towards her, and falling on one knee, placed in her hand Synesius's letter. Hypatia trembled from head to foot at the unexpected apparition. Well, at least he could know nothing of last night and its disgrace. But not daring to look him in the face, she took the letter and opened it. If she had hoped for comfort from it, her hope was not realized. Synesius to the philosopher. Even if fortune cannot take from me all things, yet what she can take she will, and yet of two things at least she shall not rob me, to prefer that which is best, and to succour the oppressed. Heaven forbid that she should overpower my judgment, as well as the rest of me. Therefore I do hate injustice, for that I can do, and my will is to stop it, but the power to do so is amongst the things of which she has bereaved me. Before, too, she bereaved me of my children. Once, in old times, my Lycian men were strong, and there was a time when I, too, was a comfort to my friends, and when you used to call me a blessing to every one except myself, and I squandered for the benefit of others the favour with which the great regarded me. My hands they were, then, but now I am left desolate of all, unless you have any power. For you and virtue I count among those good things of which none can deprive me, but you always have power, and will have it, surely now, using it as nobly as you do. As for Nicaeus and Philolaus, two noble youths, and kinsmen of my own, let it be the business of all who honour you, both private men and magistrates, to see that they return possessors of their just rights. Footnote, an authentic letter of Synesius to Hypatia. Of all who honour me, said she with a bitter sigh, and then looked up quickly at Raphael, as if fearful of having betrayed herself. She turned deadly pale. In his eyes was a look of solemn pity, which told her that he knew not all. Surely not all. Have you seen the Miriam? Gasped she, rushing desperately at that which she most dreaded. Not yet. I arrived but 1 hour ago, and Hypatia's welfare is still more important to me than my own. My welfare? It is gone. So much the better. I never found mine till I lost it. What do you mean? Raphael lingered, yet without withdrawing his gaze, as if he had something of importance to say, which he longed and yet feared to utter. At least, you will confess that I am better dressed than when we met last. I have returned, you see, like a certain demoniac of Gadara, about whom we used to argue, clothed, and perhaps also in my right mind, God knows. Raphael, are you come here to mock me? You know, you cannot have been here an hour without knowing, that but yesterday I dreamed of being, and she drooped her eyes, an empress, that today I am ruined, tomorrow perhaps proscribed. Have you no speech for me but your old sarcasms and ambiguities? Raphael stood silent and motionless. Why do you not speak? What is the meaning of this sad, earnest look, so different from your former self? You have something strange to tell me. I have, said he, speaking very slowly. What would Hypatia answer, if, after all, Aben Ezra said like the dying Julian, the Galilean has conquered? Julian never said it. It is a monkish calumny. But I say it. Impossible, I say it. As your dying speech, the true Raphael Aben Ezra, then, lives no more. But he may be born again, and die to philosophy, that he may be born again into barbaric superstition. A worthy metempsychosis. Farewell, sir. And she rose to go. Hear me patiently this once, noble beloved Hypatia. One more sneer of yours, and I may become again the same case-hardened fiend which you knew me of old, to all at least but you. Oh, do not think me ungrateful, forgetful. What do I not owe to you, whose pure and lofty words alone kept smouldering in me the dim remembrance that there was a right, a truth, an unseen world of spirits, after whose pattern man should aspire to live? She paused and listened in wonder. What fate had she of her own? She would at least hear what he had found. Hypatia, I am older than you, wiser than you, if wisdom be the fruit of the tree of knowledge. You know but one side of the medal, Hypatia, and the fairer. I have seen its reverse as well as its obverse. Through every form of human thought, of human action, of human sin and folly, have I been wandering for years, and found no rest, as little in wisdom as in folly, in spiritual dreams as in sensual brutality. I could not rest in your Platonism. I will tell you why hereafter. I went on to Stoicism, Epicurism, cynicism, skepticism, and in that lowest deep I found a lower depth, when I became skeptical of skepticism itself. There is a lower deep still, thought Hypatia to herself, as she recollected last night's magic, but she did not speak. Then, in utter abasement, I confessed myself lower than the brutes, who had a law and obeyed it, while I was my own lawless god, devil, harpy, whirlwind. I needed even my own dog to awaken in me the brute consciousness of my own existence, or of anything without myself. I took her, the dog, for my teacher, and obeyed her, for she was wiser than I, and she led me back, the poor dumb beast, like a God-sent and God-obeying angel, to human nature, to mercy, to self-sacrifice, to belief, to worship, to pure and wedded love. Hypatia started, and in the struggle to hide her own bewilderment, answered almost without knowing it, "Wedded love? Wedded love! Is that, then, the paltry bait by which Raphael Aben Ezra has been tempted to desert philosophy?" Thank heaven, said Raphael to himself, she does not care for me then. If she had, pride would have kept her from that sneer. Yes, my dear lady, answered he aloud, to desert philosophy, to search after wisdom, because wisdom itself had sought for me, and found me. But indeed I had hoped that you would have approved of my following your example for once in my life, and resolving, like you, to enter into the estate of wedlock. "Do not sneer at me," cried she, in her turn, looking up at him with shame and horror, which made him repent of uttering the words. "If you do not know, you will soon, too soon. Never mention that hateful dream to me, if you wish to have speech of me more." A pang of remorse shot through Raphael's heart, who but he himself had plotted that evil marriage, but she gave him no opportunity of answering her, and went on hurriedly. "Speak to me rather about yourself. What is this strange and sudden betrothal? What has it to do with Christianity? I had thought that it was rather by the glories of celibacy, gross and superstitious as their notions of it are, that the Galileans tempted their converts." "So had I, my dearest lady," answered he, as, glad to turn the subject for a moment, and perhaps a little nettled by her contemptuous tone, he resumed something of his old arch and careless manner. "But there is no accounting for man's agreeable inconsistencies. One morning I found myself, to my astonishment, seized by 2 bishops, and betrothed, whether I chose or not, to a young lady who but a few days before had been destined for a nunnery. 2 bishops! I speak simple truth. The one was Synesius, of course, that most incoherent and most benevolent of busybodies, chose to betray me behind my back. But I will not trouble you with that part of my story. The real wonder is that the other episcopal matchmaker was Augustine of Hippo himself." "Anything to bribe a convert," said Hypatia contemptuously. "I assure you, no. He informed me, and her also, openly and uncivilly enough, that he thought us very much to be pitied for so great a fall. But as we neither of us seemed to have any call for the higher life of celibacy, he could not press it on us. We should have trouble in the flesh. But if we married, we had not sinned. To which I answered that my humility was quite content to sit in the very lowest ranks with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He replied by an encomium on virginity, in which I seemed to hear again the voice of Hypatia herself, and sneered at it inwardly as you used to sneer at me. Really I was in no sneering mood at that moment, and whatsoever I may have felt inclined to reply, he was kind enough to say for me and himself the next minute. What do you mean? He went on, to my utter astonishment, by such a eulogium on wedlock as I never heard from Jew or heathen, and ended by advice to young married folk so thoroughly excellent and to the point, that I could not help telling him, when he stopped, what a pity I thought it that he had not himself married, and made some good woman happy by putting his own recipes into practice. And at that, Hypatia, I saw an expression on his face which made me wish for the moment that I had bitten out this impudent tongue of mine before I so rashly touched some deep old wound. That man has wept bitter tears ere now, be sure of it. But he turned the conversation instantly, like a well-bred gentleman as he is, by saying, with the sweetest smile, that though he had made it a solemn rule never to be party to making up any marriage, yet in our case heaven had so plainly pointed us out for each other, etc., etc., that he could not refuse himself the pleasure, and ended by a blessing as kindly as ever came from the lips of man. "You seem wonderfully taken with the sophist of Hippo," said Hypatia impatiently, "and forget, perhaps, that his opinions, especially when, as you confess, they are utterly inconsistent with themselves, are not quite as important to me as they seem to have become to you." "Whether he be consistent or not about marriage," said Raphael, somewhat proudly, "I care little. I went to him to tell me, not about the relation of the sexes, on which point I am probably as good a judge as he, but about God, and on that subject he told me enough to bring me back to Alexandria, that I might undo, if possible, somewhat of the wrong which I have done to Hypatia." "What wrong have you done me?" "You are silent? Be sure, at least, that whatsoever it may be, you will not wipe it out by trying to make a proselyte of me." "Be not too sure of that. I have found too great a treasure not to wish to share it with Theon's daughter." "A treasure," said she half scornfully. "Yes, indeed. You recollect my last words, when we parted there below a few months ago?" Hypatia was silent. One terrible possibility at which he had hinted flashed across her memory for the first time since, but she spurned proudly from her the heaven-sent warning. "I told you that, like Diogenes, I went forth to seek a man. Did I not promise you that when I had found one you should be the first to hear of him? And I have found a man." Hypatia waved her beautiful hand. "I know whom you would say, that crucified one. Be it so. I want not a man, but a god." "What sort of God, Hypatia? A God made up of our own intellectual notions, or rather of negations of them, of infinity and eternity, and invisibility and impassibility, and why not of immortality too, Hypatia? For I recollect we used to agree that it was a carnal degrading of the Supreme One to predicate of him so merely human a thing as virtue." Hypatia was silent. Now I have always had a sort of fancy that what we wanted, as the first predicate of our Absolute One, was that he was to be not merely an infinite God, whatever that meant, which I suspect we did not always see quite clearly, or an eternal one, or an omnipotent one, or even merely a one God at all, none of which predicates, I fear, did we understand more clearly than the first, but that he must be a righteous God, or rather, as we used sometimes to say, that he was to have no predicate, righteousness itself. And all along I could not help remembering that my old sacred Hebrew books told me of such a one, and feeling that they might have something to tell me which I did not tell you, and this then caused your air of reserve, and of sly superiority over the woman whom you mocked by calling her your pupil. I little suspected you of so truly Jewish a jealousy. Why, oh why did you not tell me this?" because I was a beast, Hypatia, and had all but forgotten what this righteousness was like, and was afraid to find out, lest it should condemn me. Because I was a devil, Hypatia, and hated righteousness, and neither wished to see you righteous, nor God righteous either, because then you would both have been unlike myself. God be merciful to me, a sinner. She looked up in his face. The man was changed as if by miracle, and yet not changed. There was the same gallant consciousness of power, the same subtle and humorous twinkle in those strong, ripe Jewish features and those glittering eyes, and yet every line in his face was softened, sweetened. The mask of sneering faineance was gone. Imploring tenderness and earnestness beamed from his whole countenance. The chrysalis case had fallen off, and disclosed the butterfly within. She sat looking at him, and passed her hand across her eyes, as if to try whether the apparition would not vanish. He the subtle, he the mocker, he the Lucian of Alexandria, he whose depth and power had awed her, even in his most polluted days. And this was the end of him. It is a freak of cowardly superstition. Those Christians have been frightening him about his sins and their Tartarus. She looked again into his bright, clear, fearless face, and was ashamed of her own calumny. And this was the end of him, of Synesius, of Augustine, of learned and unlearned, Goth and Roman. The great flood would have its way then. Could she alone fight against it? She could. Would she submit? She? Her will should stand firm, her reason free, to the last, to the death if need be. And yet last night. At last she spoke without looking up. And what if you have found a man in that crucified one? Have you found in him a God also? Does Hypatia recollect Glaucon's definition of the perfectly righteous man? How, without being guilty of one unrighteous act, he must labour his life along under the imputation of being utterly unrighteous, in order that his disinterestedness may be thoroughly tested, and by proceeding in such a course, arrive inevitably, as Glaucon says, not only in Athens of old, or in Judea of old, but, as you yourself will agree, in Christian Alexandria at this moment, at, do you remember, Hypatia, bonds, and the scourge, and lastly at the cross itself. If Plato's idea of the righteous man be a crucified one, why may not mine also? If, as we both, and old Bishop Clemens too, as good a Platonist as we remember, and Augustine himself will agree, Plato, in speaking those strange words, spoke not of himself, but by the Spirit of God, why should not others have spoken by the same Spirit when they spoke the same words? A crucified man, yes, but a crucified God, Raphael? I shudder at the blasphemy. So do my poor dear fellow countrymen. Are they the more righteous in their daily doings, Hypatia, on account of their fancied reverence for the glory of one who probably knows best how to preserve and manifest his own glory? But you assent to the definition. Take care, said he, with one of his arch smiles. I have been fighting with Augustine, and have become of late a terrible dialectician. Do you assent to it? Of course, it is Plato's. But do you assent merely because it is written in the book called Plato's, or because your reason tells you it is true? You will not tell me. Tell me this, then, at least. Is not the perfectly righteous man the highest specimen of men? Surely, said she half carelessly, but not unwilling, like a philosopher and a Greek, as a matter of course, to embark in anything like a word battle, and to shut out sadder thoughts for a moment. Then must not the autanthropos, the archetypal and ideal man, who is more perfect than any individual specimen, be perfectly righteous also? Yes. Suppose, then, for the sake of one of those pleasant old games of ours, an argument that he wished to manifest his righteousness to the world. The only method for him, according to Plato, would be Glaucon's, of calumny and persecution, the scourge and the cross. What words are these, Raphael? Material scourges and crosses for an eternal and spiritual idea. Did you ever yet, Hypatia, consider at leisure what the archetype of man might be like? Hypatia started, as at a new thought, and confessed, as every Neoplatonist would have done, that she had never done so. And yet our master, Plato, bade us believe that there was a substantial archetype of each thing, from a flower to a nation, eternal in the heavens. Perhaps we have not been faithful Platonists enough heretofore, my dearest tutor. Perhaps, being philosophers, and somewhat of Pharisees to boot, we began all our lucubrations as we did our prayers, by thanking God that we were not as other men were, and so misread another passage in the Republic, which we used in pleasant old days to be fond of quoting. What was that? Asked Hypatia, who became more and more interested every moment. That philosophers were men. Are you mocking me? Plato defines the philosopher as the man who seeks after the objects of knowledge, while others seek after those of opinion. And most truly. But what if, in our eagerness to assert that wherein the philosopher differed from other men, we had overlooked that in which he resembled other men, and so forgot that, after all, man was a genus whereof the philosopher was only a species? Hypatia sighed. Do you not think, then, that as the greater contains the less, and the archetype of the genus that of the species, we should have been wiser if we had speculated a little more on the archetype of man as man, before we meddled with a part of that archetype, the archetype of the philosopher? Certainly it would have been the easier course, for there are more men than philosophers, Hypatia, and every man is a real man, and a fair subject for examination, while every philosopher is not a real philosopher, our friends the academics, for instance, and even a Neoplatonist or two whom we know. You seem impatient. Shall I cease? You mistook the cause of my impatience, answered she, looking up at him with her great sad eyes. Go on. Now, for I am going to be terribly scholastic, is it not the very definition of man that he is, alone of all known things, a spirit temporarily united to an animal body? Enchanted in it, as in a dungeon rather, said she, sighing. Be it so if you will, but must we not say that the archetype, the very man, that if he is the archetype, he too will be, or must have been once at least, temporarily enchanted into an animal body? You are silent. I will not press you. Only ask you to consider at your leisure whether Plato may not justify somewhat from the charge of absurdity to fishermen of Galilee, where he said that he in whose image man is made was made flesh, and dwelt with him bodily there by the lakeside at Tiberias, and that he beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father. That last question is a very different one. God made flesh. My reason revolts at it. Old Homer's reason did not. End of chapter 27, part 1. Chapter 27, part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brandon Tannum. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 27, The Prodigal's Return, Part 2. Hypatia started, for she recollected her yesterday's cravings after those old, palpable, and human deities. And, go on, she cried eagerly. Tell me then, this archetype of man, if it exists anywhere, it must exist eternally in the mind of God? At least, Plato would have so said? Yes. And derive its existence immediately from him? Yes. But a man is one willing person, unlike to all others. Yes. Then this archetype must be such. I suppose so, but possessing the faculties and properties of all men in their highest perfection. Of course. How sweetly and obediently my late teacher becomes my pupil. Hypatia looked at him with her eyes full of tears. I never taught you anything, Raphael. You taught me most, beloved lady, when you least thought of it. But tell me one thing more. Is it not the property of every man to be a son? For you can conceive of a man as not being a father, but not as not being a son. Be it so. Then this archetype must be a son also. Whose son, Raphael? Why not of Zeus, father of gods and men? For we agreed that we will call it he now, having agreed that it is a person, could owe its existence to none but God himself. And what then? Said Hypatia, fixing those glorious eyes full on his face, in an agony of doubt, but yet, as Raphael declared to his dying day, of hope and joy. Well, Hypatia, and must not a son be of the same species as his father? Eagles, says the poet, do not beget doves. Is the word son anything but an empty and false metaphor, unless the son be the perfect and equal likeness of his father? Heroes beget sons worse than themselves, says the poet. We are not talking now of men as they are, whom Homer's Zeus calls the most wretched of all the beasts of the field. We are talking, are we not, of a perfect and archetypal son, and a perfect and archetypal father, in a perfect and eternal world, wherein is neither growth, decay, nor change, and of a perfect and archetypal generation, of which the only definition can be that like begets its perfect like. You are silent. Be so, Hypatia. We have gone up too far into the abysses. And so they both were silent for a while, and Raphael thought solemn thoughts about Victoria, and about ancient signs of Isaiah's, which were to him none the less prophecies concerning the man whom he had found, because he prayed and trusted that the same signs might be repeated to himself, and a child given to him also, as a token that, in spite of all his baseness, God was with him. But he was a Jew, and a man. Hypatia was a Greek, and a woman, and for that matter, so were the men of her school. To her, the relations and duties of common humanity shone with none of the awful and divine meaning which they did in the eyes of the converted Jew, awakened for the first time in his life to know the meaning of his own scriptures, and become an Israelite indeed. And Raphael's dialectic, too, though it might silence her, could not convince her. Her creed, like those of her fellow philosophers, was one of the fancy and the religious sentiment, rather than of the reason and the moral sense. All the brilliant cloud world in which she had revelled for years, cosmogonies, emanations, affinities, symbolisms, hierarchies, abysses, eternities, and the rest of it, though she could not rest in them, not even believe in them, though they had vanished into thin air at her most utter need, yet they were too pretty to be lost sight of for ever, and, struggling against the growing conviction of her reason, she answered at last, "And you would have me give up, as you seem to have done, the sublime, the beautiful, the heavenly, for a dry and barren chain of dialectic, in which, for aught I know, for after all, Raphael, I cannot cope with you. I am a woman, a weak woman." And she covered her face with her hands. "For aught you know, what?" asked Raphael gently. "You may have made the worse appear the better reason. So said Aristophanes of Socrates. But hear me once more, beloved Hypatia. You refuse to give up the beautiful, the sublime, the heavenly? What if Raphael Aben Ezra, at least, had never found them till now? Recollect what I said just now. What if our old beautiful and sublime and heavenly had been the sheerest materialism, notions spun by our own brains out of the impressions of pleasant things and high things and low things and awful things which we had seen with our bodily eyes? What if I had discovered that the spiritual is not the intellectual, but the moral, and that the spiritual world is not, as we used to make it, a world of our own intellectual abstractions, or of our own physical emotions, religious or other, but a world of righteous or unrighteous persons? What if I had discovered that one law of the spiritual world, in which all others were contained, was righteousness, and that this harmony of that law, which we called unspirituality, was not being vulgar, or clumsy, or ill-taught, or unimaginative, or dull, but simply being unrighteous. What if I had discovered that righteousness, and it alone, was the beautiful righteousness, the sublime, the heavenly, the godlike, ay, God himself? And what if it had dawned on me, as by a great sunrise, what that righteousness was like? What if I had seen a human being, a woman, too, a young weak girl, showing forth the glory and the beauty of God, showing me that the beautiful was to mingle unshrinking, for duty's sake, with all that is most foul and loathsome, that the sublime was to stoop to the most menial offices, the most outwardly degrading self-denials, that to be heavenly was to know that the commonest relations, the most vulgar duties, of earth were God's commands, and only to be performed aright by the help of the same Spirit by which he rules the universe. That righteousness was to love, to help, to suffer for, if need be to die for, those who, in themselves, seem fitted to arouse no feelings except indignation and disgust. What if, for the first time, I trust not for the last time, in my life, I saw this vision, and at the sight of it my eyes were opened, and I knew it for the likeness and the glory of God? What if I, a Platonist, like John of Galilee and Paul of Tarsus, yet, like them, a Hebrew of the Hebrews, had confessed to myself, if the creature can love thus, how much more its archetype? If weak woman can endure thus, how much more a son of God? If for the good of others, man has strength to sacrifice himself in part, God will have strength to sacrifice himself utterly. If he has not done it, he will do it. Or he will be less beautiful, less sublime, less heavenly, less righteous than my poor conception of him, ay, than this weak, playful girl. Why should I not believe those who tell me that he has done it already? What if their evidence be, after all, only probability? I do not want mathematical demonstration to prove to me that when a child was in danger his father saved him. Neither do I here. My reason, my heart, every faculty of me, except this stupid sensuous experience, which I find deceiving me every moment, which cannot even prove to me my own existence, accepts that story of Calvary as the most natural, most probable, most necessary of earthly events, assuming only that God is a righteous person, and not some dream of an all-pervading necessary spirit nonsense, which in its very terms confesses its own materialism. Hypatia answered with a forced smile. Raphael Aben Ezra has deserted the method of the severe dialectician for that of the eloquent lover. Not altogether, said he, smiling in return. For suppose that I had said to myself, we Platonists agree that the sight of God is the highest good. Hypatia once more shuddered at last night's recollections. And if he be righteous, and righteousness be, as I know it to be, identical with love, then he will desire that highest good for men far more than they can desire it for themselves. Then he will desire to show himself and his own righteousness to them. Will you make answer, dearest Hypatia, or shall I? Or does your silence give consent? At least let me go on to say this, that if God do desire to show his righteousness to men, his only perfect method, according to Plato, will be that of calumny, persecution, the scourge, and the cross. That so he, like Glaucon's righteous man, may remain forever free from any suspicion of selfish interest, or weakness of endurance. Am I deserting the dialectic method now, Hypatia? You are still silent. You will not hear me, I see. At some future day the philosopher may condescend to lend a kinder ear to the words of her greatest debtor. Or rather, she may condescend to hear, in her own heart, the voice of that archetypal man, who has been loving her, guiding her, heaping her with every perfection of body and of mind, inspiring her with all pure and noble longings, and only asks of her to listen to her own reason, her own philosophy, when they proclaim him as the giver of them, and to impart them freely and humbly, as he has imparted them to her, to the poor and the brutish and the sinful, whom he loves as well as he loves her. Farewell." "Stay," said she, springing up. "Whither are you going?" "To do a little good before I die, having done much evil. To farm, plant, and build, and rescue a little corner of Ormud's earth, as the Persians would say, out of the dominion of Ahriman. To fight Ashurian robbers, feed Thracian mercenaries, save a few widows from starvation, and a few orphans from slavery. Perhaps to leave behind me a son of David's line, who will be a better Jew, because a better Christian, than his father. We shall have trouble in the flesh, Augustine tells us, but, as I answered him, I really have had so little thereof yet, that my fair share may probably be rather a useful education than otherwise. Farewell." "Stay," said she. "Come again, again, and her. Bring her, I must see her. She must be noble indeed, to be worthy of you. She is many 100 miles away. Ah, perhaps she might have taught something to me, the philosopher. You need not have feared me. I have no heart to make converts now. O Raphael Aben Ezra, why break the bruised reed? My plans are scattered to the winds, my pupils worthless, my fair name tarnished, my conscience heavy with the thought of my own cruelty. If you do not know all, you will know it but too soon. My last hope, Synesius, implores for himself the hope which I need from him. And over and above it all, you, et tu, Brute, why not fold my mantle round me, like Julius of old, and die?" Raphael stood looking sadly at her, as her whole face sank into utter prostration. "Yes, come, the Galilean, if he conquers strong men, can a weak maid resist him? Come soon, this afternoon, my heart is breaking fast. At the 8th hour this afternoon? Yes, at noon I lecture, take my farewell rather, forever of the schools. Gods, what have I to say? And tell me about him of Nazareth. Farewell. Farewell, beloved lady, at the 9th hour you shall hear of him of Nazareth." Why did his own words sound to him strangely pregnant, all but ominous? He almost fancied that not he, but some third person had spoken them. He kissed Hypatia's hand. It was as cold as ice. And his heart, too, in spite of all his bliss, felt cold and heavy as he left the room. As he went down the steps into the street, a young man sprang from behind one of the pillars, and seized his arm. "Aha, my young Coryphaeus of pious plunderers! What do you want with me?" Philammon, for it was he, looked at him an instant, and recognized him. "Save her! For the love of God, save her!" "Whom?" "Hypatia. How long has her salvation been important to you, my good friend?" "For God's sake," said Philammon, "go back and warn her. She will hear you. You are rich. You used to be her friend. I know you. I have heard of you. Oh, if you ever cared for her, if you ever felt for her 1,000th part of what I feel, go in and warn her not to stir from home." "I must hear more of this," said Raphael, who saw that the boy was in earnest. "Come in with me, and speak to her father." "No, not in that house. Never in that house again. Do not ask me why, but go yourself. She will not hear me." Did you prevent her from listening?" "What do you mean?" "I have been here ages. I sent a note in by her maid, and she returned no answer." Raphael recollected then, for the first time, a note which he had seen brought to her during the conversation. "I saw her receive a note. She tossed it away. Tell me your story. If there is reason in it, I will bear your message myself. Of what is she to be warned?" "Of a plot. I know that there is a plot against her among the monks and Parabolani. As I lay in bed this morning in Arsenius's room, they thought I was asleep. Arsenius? Has that venerable fanatic, then, gone the way of all monastic flesh, and turned persecutor? God forbid! I heard him beseeching Peter the Reader to refrain from something, I cannot tell what, but I caught her name. I heard Peter say, She that hindereth will hinder till she be taken out of the way. And when he went out into the passage, I heard him say to another, That thou doest, do quickly. These are slender grounds, my friend. Ah, you do not know of what those men are capable. Do I not? Where did you and I meet last? Philammon blushed, and burst forth again. That was enough for me. I know the hatred which they bear her, the crimes which they attribute to her. Her house would have been attacked last night had it not been for Cyril. And I knew Peter's tone. He spoke too gently and softly not to mean something devilish. I watched all the morning for an opportunity of escape, and here I am. Will you take my message, or see her? What? God only knows, and the devil whom they worship instead of God. Raphael hurried back into the house. Could he see Hypatia? She had shut herself up in her private room, strictly commanding that no visitor should be admitted. Where was Theon, then? He had gone out by the canal gate half an hour before, with a bundle of mathematical papers under his arm, no one knew whither. Imbecile old idiot! And he hastily wrote on his tablet, Do not despise the young monk's warning. I believe him to speak the truth. As you love yourself and your father, Hypatia, stir not out today. He bribed a maid to take the message upstairs, and passed his time in the hall in warning the servants, but they would not believe him. It was true the shops were shut in some quarters, and the museum gardens empty. People were a little frightened after yesterday, but Cyril, they had heard for certain, had threatened excommunication only last night to any Christian who broke the peace, and there had not been a monk to be seen in the streets the whole morning. And as for any harm happening to their mistress, impossible! The very wild beasts would not tear her, said the huge negro porter, if she was thrown into the amphitheatre. Whereat a maid boxed his ears for talking of such a thing, and then, by way of mending it, declared that she knew for certain that her mistress could turn aside the lightning, and call legions of spirits to fight for her with a nod. What was to be done with such idolaters? And yet, who could help liking them the better for it? At last the answer came down, in the old, graceful, studied, self-conscious handwriting. It is a strange way of persuading me to your new faith, to bid me beware, on the very first day of your preaching, of the wickedness of those who believe it. I thank you, but your affection for me makes you timorous. I dread nothing. They will not dare. Did they dare now, they would have dared long ago. As for that youth, to obey or to believe his word, even to seem aware of his existence, were shame to me henceforth. Because he is insolent enough to warn me, therefore I will go. Fear not for me. You would not wish me, for the first time in my life, to fear for myself. I must follow my destiny. I must speak the words which I have to speak. Above all, I must let no Christian say that the philosopher dared less than the fanatic. If my gods are gods, then they will protect me, and if not, let your God prove his rule as seems to him good. Raphael tore the letter to fragments. The guards at least were not gone mad like the rest of the world. It wanted half an hour of the time of her lecture. In the interval he might summon force enough to crush all Alexandria. And turning suddenly, he darted out of the room and out of the house. Quem Deus vult perdere, cried he to Philammon, with a gesture of grief. Stay here and stop her. Make a last appeal. Drag the horses' heads down if you can. I will be back in 10 minutes. And he ran off for the nearest gate of the museum gardens. On the other side of the gardens lay the courtyard of the palace. There were gates in plenty communicating between them. If he could but see Orestes, even alarm the guard in time. And he hurried through the walks and alcoves, now deserted by the fearful citizens, to the nearest gate. It was fast, and barricaded firmly on the outside. Terrified, he ran on to the next. It was barred also. He saw the reason in a moment, and maddened as he saw it. The guards, careless about the museum, or reasonably fearing no danger from the Alexandrian populace to the glory and wonder of their city, or perhaps wishing wisely enough to concentrate their forces in the narrowest space, had contented themselves with cutting off all communication with the gardens, and so converting the lofty partition wall into the outer enceinte of their marble citadel. At all events, the doors leading from the museum itself might be open. He knew them every one, every hall, passage, statue, picture, almost every book in that vast treasure house of ancient civilization. He found an entrance, hurried through well-known corridors to a postern through which he and Orestes had lounged 100 times, their lips full of bad words, their hearts of worst thoughts, gathered in those records of the fair wickedness of old. It was fast. He bet upon it, but no one answered. He rushed on and tried another. No one answered there. Another. Still silence and despair. He rushed upstairs, hoping that from the windows above he might be able to call to the guard. The prudent soldiers had locked and barricaded the entrances to the upper floors of the whole right wing, lest the palace court should be commanded from thence. Whither now? Back, and whither then? Back round endless galleries, vaulted halls, staircases, doorways, some fast, some open, up and down, trying this way and that, losing himself at whiles in that enormous silent labyrinth. And his breath failed him, his throat was parched, his face burned as with the simoom wind, his legs were trembling under him. His presence of mind, usually so perfect, failed him utterly. He was baffled, netted, there was a spell upon him. Was it a dream? Was it all one of those hideous nightmares, of endless pillars beyond pillars, stairs above stairs, rooms within rooms, changing, shifting, lengthening out for ever and for ever before the dreamer, narrowing, closing in on him, choking him? Was it a dream? Was he doomed to wander for ever and for ever in some palace of the dead, to expiate the sin which he had learnt and done therein? His brain, for the first time in his life, began to reel. He could recollect nothing but that something dreadful was to happen, and that he had to prevent it, and could not. Where was he now? In a little by-chamber. He had talked with her there 100 times, looking out over the Pharos and the blue Mediterranean. What was that roar below? A sea of weltering, yelling heads, thousands on thousands, down to the very beach, and from their innumerable throats one mighty war cry, God and the Mother of God. Cyril's hounds were loose. He reeled from the window, and darted frantically away again, whither he knew not, and never knew until his dying day. And Philemon, sufficient for the chapter, as for the day, is the evil thereof. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 28. Woman's Love. Pelagia had passed that night alone in sleepless sorrow, which was not diminished by her finding herself the next morning palpably a prisoner in her own house. Her girls told her that they had orders, they would not say from whom, to prevent her leaving her own apartments, and though some of them made the announcement with sighs and tears of condolence, yet more than one, she could see, was well inclined to make her feel that her power was over, and that there were others besides herself who might aspire to the honour of reigning favourite. What mattered to her? Whispers, sneers, and saucy answers fell on her ear unheeded. She had one idol, and she had lost it; one power, and it had failed her. In the heaven above, and in the earth beneath, was neither peace, nor help, nor hope. Nothing but black, blank, stupid terror and despair. The little weak infant soul which had just awakened in her
had been crushed and stunned in its very birth hour, and instinctively she crept away to the roof of the tower where her apartments were, to sit and weep alone. There she sat, hour after hour, beneath the shade of the large windsail which served in all Alexandrian houses the double purpose of a shelter from the sun and a ventilator for the rooms below, and her eye roved carelessly over that endless sea of roofs and towers and masts and glittering canals and gliding boats, but she saw none of them, nothing but one beloved face, lost, lost for ever. At last a low whistle roused her from her dream. She looked up. Across the narrow lane, from one of the embrasures of the opposite house parapet, bright eyes were peering at her. She moved angrily to escape them. The whistle was repeated, and a head rose cautiously above the parapet. It was Miriam's. Casting a careful look round, Pelagia went forward. What could the old woman want with her? Miriam made interrogative signs, which Pelagia understood as asking her whether she was alone, and the moment that an answer in the negative was returned, Miriam rose, tossed over to her feet a letter weighted with a pebble, and then vanished again. "I've watched here all day. They refused me admittance below. Beware of Wulf, of every one. Do not stir from your chamber. There is a plot to carry you off to-night, and give you up to your brother the monk. You are betrayed. Be brave." Pelagia read it with blanching cheek and staring eyes, and took, at least, the last part of Miriam's advice; for walking down the stair she passed proudly through her own rooms, and commanding back the girls who would have stayed her, with a voice and gesture at which they quailed, went straight down, the letter in her hand, to the apartment where the Amal usually spent his midday hours. As she approached the door she heard loud voices within. His! Yes, but Wulf's also. Her heart failed her, and she stopped a moment to listen. She heard Hypatia's name, and mad with curiosity she crouched down at the lock, and hearkened to every word. "She'll not accept me, Wulf." "If she will not, she shall go farther and fare worse. Besides, I tell you, she is hard run. It is her last chance, and she will jump at it. The Christians are mad with her. If a storm blows up, her life is not worth that." "It's a pity that we have not brought her hither already." "It is, but we could not. We must not break with Orestes till the palace is in our hands." "And will it ever be in our hands, friend?" "Certain. We were round at every piquet last night, and the very notion of an Amal's heading them made them so eager that we had to bribe them to be quiet rather than to rise." "Odin, I wish I were among them now." "Wait till the city rises. If the day pass over without a riot, I know nothing. The treasure is all on board, is it not?" "Yes, and the galleys ready. I've been working like a horse at them all the morning, as you would let me do nothing else. And Goderic will not be back from the palace, you say, till nightfall." "If we are attacked first, we are to throw up a fire signal to him, and he is to come off hither with what Goths he can muster. If the palace is attacked first, he is to give us the signal, and we are to pack up and row round thither. And in the meanwhile he is to make that hound of a Greek prefect as drunk as he can." "The Greek will see him under the table. He has drugs, I know, as all these Roman rascals have, to sober him when he likes, and then he sets to work and drinks again. Send off old Smid, and let him beat the armourer if he can." "A very good thought," said Wulf, and came out instantly for the purpose of putting it in practice. Pelagia had just time to retreat into an adjoining doorway, but she had heard enough, and as Wulf passed she sprang to him and caught him by the arm. "Oh, come in hither! Speak to me one moment! For mercy's sake, speak to me!" And she drew him, half against his will, into the chamber, and throwing herself at his feet, broke out into a childlike wail. Wulf stood silent, utterly discomfited by this unexpected submission, where he had expected petulant and artful resistance. He almost felt guilty and ashamed as he looked down into that beautiful imploring face, convulsed with simple sorrow as of a child for a broken toy. At last she spoke. "Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Why must you take him from me? What have I done but love him, honour him, worship him? I know you love him, and I love you for it. I do indeed. But you, what is your love to mine? Oh, I would die for him, be torn in pieces for him, now, this moment!" Wulf was silent. "What have I done but love him? What could I wish but to make him happy? I was rich enough, praised and petted, and then he came, glorious as he is, like a god among men, among apes rather, and I worshipped him. Was I wrong in that? I gave up all for him. Was I wrong in that? I gave him myself. What could I do more? He condescended to like me. He, the hero. Could I help submitting? I loved him. Could I help loving him? Did I wrong him in that? Cruel, cruel Wulf!" Wulf was forced to be stern, or he would have melted at once. "And what was your love worth to him? What has it done for him? It has made him a sot, an idler, and laughing-stock to these Greek dogs, when he might have been their conqueror, their king. Foolish woman, who cannot see that your love has been his bane, his ruin. He, who ought by now to have been sitting upon the throne of the Ptolemies, the lord of all south of the Mediterranean, as he shall be still." Pelagia looked up at him wide-eyed, as if her mind was taking in slowly some vast new thought, under the weight of which it reeled already. Then she rose slowly. "And he might be Emperor of Africa." "And he shall be, but not—" "Not with me!" she almost shrieked. "No, no, not with wretched, ignorant, polluted me. I see, O God, I see it all. And this is why you want him to marry her—" She could not utter the dreaded name. Wulf could not trust himself to speak, but he bowed his head in acquiescence. "Yes, I will go, up into the desert, with Philammon, and you shall never hear of me again. And I will be a nun, and pray for him, that he may be a great king, and conquer all the world. You will tell him why I went away, will you not? Yes, I will go. Now, at once." She turned away hurriedly, as if to act upon her promise, and then she sprang again to Wulf with a sudden shudder. "I cannot, Wulf. I cannot leave him. I shall go mad if I do. Do not be angry. I will promise anything. Take any oath you like, if you will only let me stay here. Only as a slave, as anything, if I may but look at him sometimes. No, not even that, but to be under the same roof with him only. Oh, let me be but a slave in the kitchen. I will make over all I have to him, to you, to anyone. And you shall tell him that I am gone, dead if you will. Only let me stay, and I will wear rags and grind in the mill. Even that will be delicious, to know that he is eating the bread which I have made. And if I ever dared speak to him, even to come near him, let the steward hang me up by the wrists and whip me, like the slave which I deserve to be. And then I shall soon grow old and ugly with grief, and there will be no more danger then, dear Wulf, will there, from this accursed face of mine? Only promise me that, and... There he is calling you. Don't let him come in and see me. I cannot bear it. Go to him, quick, and tell him all. No, don't tell him yet." And she sank down again on the floor, as Wulf went out, murmuring to himself, "Poor child, poor child! Well for thee this day, if thou wert dead, and at the bottom of Hela." And Pelagia heard what he said. Gradually, amid sobs and tears, and stormy confusion of impossible hopes and projects, those words took root in her mind, and spread, till they filled her whole heart and brain. "Well for me if I were dead?" And she rose slowly. "Well for me if I were dead? And why not? Then it would indeed be all settled. There would be no more danger from poor little Pelagia then." She went slowly, firmly, proudly, into the well-known chamber. She threw herself upon the bed, and covered the pillow with kisses. Her eye fell on the Amal's sword, which hung across the bed's head, after the custom of Gothic warriors. She seized it, and took it down, shuddering. "Yes, let it be with this if it must be. And it must be. I cannot bear it. Anything but shame. To have fancied all my life, vain fool that I was, that every one loved and admired me, and to find that they were despising me, hating me all along. Those students at the lecture-room door told me I was despised. The old monk told me so. Fool that I was, I forgot it next day. For he, He loved me still. All. How could I believe them till his own lips had said it? Intolerable! And yet women as bad as I am have been honoured when they were dead. What was that song which I used to sing about Epicharis, who hung herself in a litter, and Leaina, who bit out her tongue, lest the torture should drive them to betray their lovers? There used to be a statue of Leaina, they say, at Athens, a lioness without a tongue. And whenever I sang the song, the theatre used to rise, and shout, and call them noble and blessed. I never could tell why then, but I know now. I know now. Perhaps they may call me noble after all. At least they may say, she was but she dared die for the man she loved. Ay, but God despises me too, and elates me. He will send me to eternal fire. Philemon said so, though he was my brother. The old monk said so, though he wept as he said it. The flames of hell for ever! Oh, not for ever! Great, dreadful God, not for ever! Indeed, I did not know. No one taught me about right and wrong, and I never knew that I had been baptized. Indeed, I never knew. And it was so pleasant to be happy, and praised, and loved, and to see happy faces round me. How could I help it? The birds there, who are singing in the darling beloved court, they do what they like, and thou art not angry with them for being happy? And thou wilt not be more cruel to me than to them, great God! For what did I know more than they? Thou hast made the beautiful sunshine, and the pleasant, pleasant world, and the flowers, and the birds. Thou wilt not send me to burn for ever and ever? Will not 100 years be punishment enough? Or 1,000? O God, is not this punishment enough already? To have to leave him, just as beginning to long to be good, and to be worthy of him? Oh, have mercy, 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 and let me go, after I have been punished enough. Why may I not turn into a bird, or even a worm, and come back again out of that horrible place to see the sun shine and the flowers grow once more? Oh, am I not punishing myself already? Will not this help to atone? Yes, I will die, and perhaps so God may pity me. And with trembling hands she drew the sword from its sheath and covered the blade with kisses. Yes, on this sword, with which he won his battles. That is right, his to the last. How keen and cold it looks! Will it be very painful? No, I will not try the point, or my heart might fail me. I will fall on it at once. Let it hurt me as it may, it will be too late to draw back then. And after all, it is his sword. It will not have the heart to torture me much. And yet he struck me himself this morning. And at that thought a long wild cry of misery broke from her lips, and rang through the house. Hurriedly she fastened the sword upright to the foot of the bed, and tore open her tunic. Here, under this widowed bosom, where his head will never lie again. There are footsteps in the passage. Quick, Pelagia, now! And she threw up her arms wildly, in act to fall. It is his step, and he will find me, and never know that it is for him I die. The Amal tried the door. It was fast. With a single blow he burst it open, and demanded, "What was that shriek? What is the meaning of this? Pelagia!" Pelagia, like a child caught playing with a forbidden toy, hid her face in her hands and cowered down. "What is it?" cried he, lifting her. But she burst from his arms. "No, no, never more! I am not worthy of you. Let me die, wretch that I am! I can only drag you down. You must be a king. You must marry her, the wise woman." "Hypatia? She is dead." "Dead?" shrieked Pelagia. "Murdered, an hour ago, by those Christian devils." Pelagia put her hands over her eyes and burst into tears. Were they of pity or of joy? She did not ask herself, and we will not ask her. "Where is my sword? Soul of Odin, why is it fastened here?" "I was going to... Do not be angry. They told me that I had better die, and..." The Amal stood thunderstruck for a moment. "Oh, do not strike me again. Send me to the mill. Kill me now with your own hand. Anything but another blow." A blow? Noble woman, cried the Amal, clasping her in his arms. The storm was past, and Pelagia had been nestling to that beloved heart, cooing like a happy dove, for many a minute, before the Amal aroused himself and her. Now, quick, we have not a moment to lose, up to the tower, where you will be safe, and then to show these curs what comes of snarling round the wild wolf's den. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 29, Nemesis, Part 1. And was the Amal's news true then? Philammon saw Raphael rush across the street into the museum gardens. His last words had been a command to stay where he was, and the boy obeyed him. The black porter who let Raphael out told him somewhat insolently that his mistress would see no one and receive no messages. But he had made up his mind, complained of the sun, quietly ensconced himself behind a buttress, and sat coiled up on the pavement, ready for a desperate spring. The slave stared at him, but he was accustomed to the vagaries of philosophers, and thanking the gods that he was not born in that station of life, retired to his porter's cell, and forgot the whole matter. There Philammon awaited a full half-hour. It seemed to him hours, days, years. And yet Raphael did not return, and yet no guards appeared. Was the strange Jew a traitor? Impossible! His face had shown a desperate earnestness of terror as intense as Philammon's own. Yet why did he not return? Perhaps he had found out that the streets were clear, their mutual fears groundless. What meant that black knot of men, some 200 yards off, hanging about the mouth of the side street, just opposite the door which led to her lecture room? He moved to watch them. They had vanished. He lay down again and waited. There they were again. It was a suspicious post. That street ran along the back of the Caesareum, a favourite haunt of monks, communicating by innumerable entries and back buildings with the great church itself. And yet, why should there not be a knot of monks there? What more common in every street of Alexandria? He tried to laugh away his own fears. And yet they ripened, by the very intensity of thinking on them, into certainty. He knew that something terrible was at hand. More than once he looked out from his hiding place. The knot of men were still there. It seemed to have increased, to draw nearer. If they found him, what would they not suspect? What did he care? He would die for her if it came to that. Not that it could come to that, but still he must speak to her, he must warn her. Passenger after passenger, carriage after carriage passed along the street. Student after student entered the lecture room, but he never saw them, not though they passed him close. The sun rose higher and higher, and turned his whole blaze upon the corner where Philammon crouched, till the pavement scorched like hot iron, and his eyes were dazzled by the blinding glare. But he never heeded it. His whole heart and sense and sight were riveted upon that well-known door, expecting it to open. At last a curricle, glittering with silver, rattled round the corner and stopped opposite him. She must be coming now. The crowd had vanished. Perhaps it was, after all, a fancy of his own. No, there they were, peeping round the corner, close to the lecture room, the hell-hounds. A slave brought out an embroidered cushion, and then Hypatia herself came forth, looking more glorious than ever, her lips set in a sad firm smile, her eyes uplifted, inquiring, eager, and yet gentle, dimmed by some great inward awe, as if her soul was far away aloft, and face to face with God. In a moment he sprang up to her, caught her robe convulsively, threw himself on his knees before her, "Stop! Stay! You are going to destruction!" Calmly she looked down upon him. "Accomplice of witches! Would you make of Theon's daughter a traitor like yourself?" He sprang up, stepped back, and stood stupefied with shame and despair. She believed him guilty, then? It was the will of God. The plumes of the horses were waving far down the street before he recovered himself, and rushed after her, shouting he knew not what. It was too late. A dark wave of men rushed from the ambuscade, surged up round the car, swept forward. She had disappeared. And as Philammon followed breathless, the horses galloped past him madly homeward with the empty carriage. Whither were they dragging her? To the Caesareum, the Church of God himself? Impossible! Why thither of all places of the earth? Why did the mob, increasing momentarily by hundreds, pour down upon the beach, and return brandishing flints, shells, fragments of pottery? She was upon the church steps before he caught them up, invisible among the crowd. But he could track her by the fragments of her dress. Where were her gay pupils now? Alas, they had barricaded themselves shamefully in the museum, at the first rush which swept her from the door of the lecture-room. Cowards! He would save her. And he struggled in vain to pierce the dense mass of parabolani and monks, who, mingled with the fishwives and dock-workers, leaped and yelled around their victim. But what he could not do another and a weaker did, even the little porter. Furiously, no one knew how or whence, he burst up as if from the ground in the thickest of the crowd, with knife, teeth, and nails like a venomous wild-cat, tearing his way towards his idol. Alas, he was torn down himself, rolled over the steps, and lay there half dead in an agony of weeping, as Philammon sprang up past him into the church. Yes, on into the church itself, into the cool dim shadow, with its fretted pillars, and lowering domes, and candles, and incense, and blazing altar, and great pictures looking from the walls athwart the gorgeous gloom. And right in front, above the altar, the colossal Christ, watching unmoved from off the wall, his right hand raised to give a blessing, or a curse? On, up the nave, fresh shreds of her dress strewing the holy pavement, up the chancel steps themselves, up to the altar, right underneath the great still Christ, and there even those hellhounds posed. She shook herself free from her tormentors, and springing back, rose for one moment to her full height, naked, snow-white against the dusky mass around, shame and indignation in those wide clear eyes, but not a stain of fear. With one hand she clasped her golden locks around her. The other long white arm was stretched upward toward the great still Christ appealing, and who dare say in vain, from man to God. Her lips were open to speak, but the words that should have come from them reached God's ear alone, for in an instant Peter struck her down, the dark mass closed over her again, and then wail on wail, long, wild, ear-piercing, rang along the vaulted roofs, and thrilled like the trumpet of avenging angels through Philammon's ears. Crushed against the pillar, unable to move in the dense mass, he pressed his hands over his ears. He could not shut out those shrieks. When would they end? What in the name of the God of mercy were they doing? Tearing her piecemeal? Yes, and worse than that. And still the shrieks rang on, and still the great Christ looked down on Philammon with that calm, intolerable eye, and would not turn away. And over his head was written in the rainbow, I am the same, yesterday, today, and forever. The same as he was in Judea of old, Philammon? Then what are these, and in whose temple? And he covered his face with his hands, and longed to die. It was over. The shrieks had died away into moans, the moans to silence. How long had he been there? An hour or an eternity? Thank God it was over. For her sake, but for theirs? But they thought not of that, as a new cry rose through the dome. "To the Cinaron! Burn the bones to ashes! Scatter them into the sea!" And the mob poured past him again. He turned to flee, but, once outside the church, he sank exhausted, and lay upon the steps, watching with stupid horror the glaring of the fire, and the mob who leaped and yelled like demons round their Moloch sacrifice. A hand grasped his arm. He looked up. It was the porter. "And this, young butcher, is the Catholic and Apostolic Church?" "No, Eudaimon, it is the church of the devils of hell." And gathering himself up, he sat upon the steps, and buried his head within his hands. He would have given life itself for the power of weeping, but his eyes and brain were hot and dry as the desert. Eudaimon looked at him a while. The shock had sobered the poor fop for once. "I did what I could to die with her," said he. "I did what I could to save her," answered Philammon. "I know it. Forgive the words which I just spoke. Did we not both love her?" And the little wretch sat down by Philammon's side, and as the blood dripped from his wounds upon the pavement, broke out into a bitter agony of human tears. There are times when the very intensity of our misery is a boon, and kindly stuns us till we are unable to torture ourselves by thought. And so it was with Philammon then. He sat there, he knew not how long. "She is with the gods," said Eudaimon at last. "She is with the God of gods," answered Philammon. And they both were silent again. Suddenly a commanding voice aroused them. They looked up, and saw before them Raphael Aben Ezra. He was pale as death, but calm as death. One look into his face told them that he knew all. "Young monk," he said, between his closed teeth, "you seem to have loved her." Philammon looked up, but could not speak. "Then arise and flee for your life into the farthest corner of the desert, ere the doom of Sodom and Gomorrah fall upon this accursed city. Have you father, mother, brother, sister, ay, cat, dog, or bird for which you care, within its walls?" Philammon started, for he recollected Pelagia. That evening, so Cyril had promised, 20 trusty monks were to have gone with him to seize her. "You have? Then take them with you, and escape, and remember Lot's wife. Eudaimon, come with me. You must lead me to your house, to the lodging of Miriam the Jewess. Do not deny. I know that she is there. For the sake of her who is gone, I will hold you harmless, reward you richly, if you prove faithful. Rise." Eudaimon, who knew Raphael's face well, rose and led the way trembling, and Philammon was left alone. They never met again, but Philammon knew that he had been in the presence of a stronger man than himself, and of one who hated even more bitterly than he himself that deed at which the very sun, it seemed, ought to have veiled his face. And his words, "Arise and flee for thy life," uttered as they were with the stern self-command, and writhing lip of compressed agony, rang through his ears like the trump of doom. Yes, he would flee. He had gone forth to see the world, and he had seen it. Arsenius was in the right after all. Home to the desert. But first he would go himself, alone, to Pelagia, and implore her once more to flee with him. Beast, fool that he had been to try to win her by force, by the help of such as these! God's kingdom was not a kingdom of fanatics yelling for a doctrine, but of willing, loving, obedient hearts. If he could not win her heart, her will, he would go alone, and die praying for her. He sprang from the steps of the Caesareum, and turned up the street of the Museum. Alas, it was one roaring sea of heads. They were sacking Theon's house, the house of so many memories. Perhaps the bald man too had perished? Still, his sister. He must save her and flee. And he turned up a side street and tried to make his way onward. Alas again! The whole of the dock quarter was up and out. Every street poured its tide of furious fanatics into the main river, And ere he could reach Pelagia's house the sun was set, and close behind him, echoed by 10,000 voices, was the cry of "Down with all heathens! Root out all Aryan Goth! Down with idolatrous wantons! Down with Pelagia Aphrodite!" He hurried down the alley to the tower door, where Wulf had promised to meet him. It was half open, and in the dusk he could see a figure standing in the doorway. He sprang up the steps, and found, not Wulf, but Miriam. "Let me pass." "Wherefore?" He made no answer, and tried to push past her. Fool," whispered the hag, holding the door against him with all her strength. "Where are your fellow kidnappers? Where are your band of monks?" Philammon started back. How had she discovered his plan? "Hi, where are they? Besotted boy! Have you not seen enough of monkery this afternoon, that you must try still to make that poor girl even such a one as yourselves? Ay, you may root out your own human natures if you will, and make yourselves devils in trying to become angels. But woman she is, and woman she shall live or die." "Let me pass!" cried Philammon furiously. "Raise your voice, and I raise mine, and then your life is not worth a moment's purchase. Fool, do you think I speak as a Jewess? I speak as a woman, as a nun. I was a nun once, madman. The iron entered into my soul. God do so to me, and more also, if it ever enter into another soul while I can prevent it. You shall not have her. I will strangle her with my own hand first." And turning from him, she darted up the winding stair. He followed, but the intense passion of the old hag hurled her onward with the strength and speed of a young Maenad. Once Philammon was near passing her, but he recollected that he did not know his way, and contented himself with keeping close behind, and making the fugitive his guide. End of chapter 29, part 1. Chapter 29, part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 29, Nemesis, Part 2. Stair after stair he fled upward, till she turned suddenly into a chamber door. Philammon paused. A few feet above him the open sky showed at the stairhead. They were close then to the roof. One moment more, and the hag darted out of the room again, and turned to flee upward still. Philammon caught her by the arm, hurled her back into the empty chamber, shut the door upon her, and with a few bounds gained the roof, and met Pelagia face to face. "Come!" gasped he breathlessly. "Now is the moment! Come, while they are all below!" And he seized her hand. But Pelagia only recoiled. "No, no!" whispered she in answer. "I cannot. He has forgiven me all, and I am his forever. And now, just as he is in danger, when he may be wounded, oh, heaven! Would you have me do anything so base as to desert him?" "Pelagia, darling sister!" cried Philammon in an agonized voice. "Think of the doom of sin! Think of the pains of hell! I have thought of them this day, and I do not believe you. No, I do not. God is not so cruel as you say. And if he were, to lose my love, that is hell. Let me burn hereafter, if I do but keep him now." Philammon stood stupefied and shuddering. All his own early doubts flashed across him like a thunderbolt, when in the temple cave he had seen those painted ladies at their revels, and shuddered, and asked himself, were they burning for ever and ever? "Come!" gasped he once again, and throwing himself on his knees before her, covered her hands with kisses, wildly entreating, but in vain. "What is this?" thundered a voice, not Miriam's, but the Amal's. He was unarmed, but he rushed straight upon Philammon. "Do not harm him!" shrieked Pelagia. "He is my brother of whom I told you." "What does he here?" cried the Amal, who instantly divined the truth. Pelagia was silent. "I wish to deliver my sister, a Christian, from the sinful embraces of an Arian heretic," and deliver her I will, or die." "An Aryan!" laughed the Amal. "Say a heathen at once, and tell the truth, young fool. Will you go with him, Pelagia, and turn nun in the sand-heaps?" Pelagia sprang towards her lover. Philammon caught her by the arm for one last despairing appeal, and in a moment, neither knew how, the Goth and the Greek were locked in deadly struggle, while Pelagia stood in silent horror, knowing that a call for help would bring instant death to her brother. It was over in a few seconds. The Goth lifted Philammon like a baby in his arms, and bearing him to the parapet, attempted to hurl him into the canal below. But the active Greek had wound himself like a snake around him, and held him by the throat with the strength of despair. Twice they rolled and tottered on the parapet, and twice recoiled. A third fearful lunge, the earthen wall gave way, and down to the dark depth, locked in each other's arms, fell Goth and Greek. Pelagia rushed to the brink, and gazed downward into the gloom, dumb and dry-eyed with horror. Twice they turned over together in mid-air. The foot of the tower, as was usual in Egypt, sloped outwards towards the water. They must strike upon that, and then... It seemed an eternity ere they touched the masonry. The Amal was undermost. She saw his fair floating locks dash against the cruel stone. His grasp suddenly loosened, his limbs collapsed. 2 distinct plunges broke the dark sullen water, and then all was still, but the awakened ripple, lapping angrily against the wall. Pelagia gazed down one moment more, and then, with a shriek which rang along roof and river, she turned and fled down the stairs and out into the night. 5 minutes afterwards, Philammon, dripping, bruised, and bleeding, was crawling up the water steps at the lower end of the lane. A woman rushed from the postern door, and stood on the quay edge, gazing with clasped hands into the canal. The moon fell full on her face. It was Pelagia. She saw him, knew him, and recoiled. "Sister, my sister, forgive me!" "Murderer!" she shrieked, and dashing aside his outspread hands, fled wildly up the passage. The way was blocked with bales of merchandise, but the dancer bounded over them like a deer, while Philammon, half stunned by his fall, and blinded by his dripping locks, stumbled, fell, and lay, unable to rise. She held on for a few yards, towards the torch-lit mob, which was surging and roaring in the main street above, then turned suddenly into a side alley, and vanished; while Philammon lay groaning upon the pavement, without a purpose or a hope upon earth. 5 minutes more, and Wulf was gazing over the broken parapet, at the head of 20 terrified spectators, male and female, whom Pelagia's shriek had summoned. He alone suspected that Philammon had been there, and shuddering at the thought of what might have happened, he kept his secret. But all knew that Pelagia had been on the tower. All had seen the Amal go up thither. Where were they now? And why was the little postern gate found open, and shut only just in time to prevent the entrance of the mob? Wulf stood, revolving in a brain but too well practised in such cases all possible contingencies of death and horror. At last, "A rope and a light, Smid," he almost whispered. They were brought, and Wulf, resisting all the entreaties of the younger men to allow them to go on the perilous search, lowered himself through the breach. He was about 2/3 down, when he shook the rope, and called in a stifled voice to those above, "Haul up! I have seen enough." Breathless with curiosity and fear, they hauled him up. He stood among them for a few moments, silent, as if stunned by the weight of some enormous woe. "Is he dead?" "Odin has taken his son home, Wolves of the Goths," and he held out his right hand, to the awe-struck ring, and burst into an agony of weeping. A clotted tress of long fair hair lay in his palm. It was snatched, handed from man to man. One after another recognized the beloved golden locks; and then, to the utter astonishment of the girls who stood round, the great simple hearts, too brave to be ashamed of tears, broke out and wailed like children, "Their Amal, their heavenly man, Odin's own son, their joy and pride and glory, their kingdom of heaven, as his name declared him, who was all that each wished to be, and more, and yet belonged to them, bone of their bone, flesh of their flesh. Ah, it is bitter to all true human hearts to be robbed of their ideal, even though that ideal be that of a mere wild bull and soulless gladiator. At last Smid spoke. Heroes, this is Odin's doom, and the All-Father is just. Had we listened to Prince Wolf 4 months ago, this had never been. We have been cowards and sluggards, and Odin is angry with his children. Let us swear to be Prince Wolf's men, and follow him tomorrow, where he will. Wolf grasped his outstretched hand lovingly. No, Smid, son of Troll, these words are not yours to speak. Agilmund, son of Kniva, Goderic, son of Ermenric, you are bolts, and to you the succession appertains. Draw lots here, which of you shall be our chieftain. No, no, Wolf, cried both the youths at once. You are the hero, you are the Sangerman. We are not worthy. We have been cowards and sluggards like the rest. Wolves of the Goth, follow the wolf, even though he lead you to the land of the giants. A roar of applause followed. Lift him on the shield, cried Goderic, tearing off his buckler. Lift him on the shield. Hail, Wolf King of Egypt! And the rest of the Goths, attracted by the noise, rushed up the tower stairs in time to join in the mighty shout of Wolf, King of Egypt, as careless of the vast multitude which yelled and surged without, as boys are of the snow against the window-pane. No, said Wolf solemnly, as he stood on the uplifted shield. If I be indeed your king, and ye my men, wolves of the Goth, tomorrow we will go forth of this place, hated of Odin, rank with the innocent blood of the Alruna maid. Back to Adolf, back to our own people. Will you go? Back to Adolf! Shouted the men. You will not leave us to be murdered! Cried one of the girls. The mob are breaking the gates already. Silence, silly one. Men, we have one thing to do. The Amal must not go to the Valhalla without fair attendance. Not the poor girls, said Agilmund, who took for granted that Wolf would wish to celebrate the Amal's funeral in true Gothic fashion by a slaughter of slaves. No, one of them I saw behave this very afternoon worthy of a Vala, and they, too, they may make heroes' wives after all yet. Women are better than I fancied, even the worst of them. No, go down, heroes, and throw the gates open, and call in the Greek hounds to the funeral supper of a son of Odin. Throw the gates open? Yes. Goderic, take 12 men, and be ready in the east hall. Agilmund, go with 12 to the west side of the court, there in the kitchen, and wait till you hear my war cry. Smid and the rest of you, come with me through the stables close to the gate, as silent as Hela. And they went down, to meet, full on the stairs below, old Miriam. Breathless and exhausted by her exertion, she had fallen heavily before Philemmon's strong arm, and lying half-stunned for a while, recovered just in time to meet her doom. She knew that it was to come, and faced it like herself. "Take the witch," said Wolf slowly. "Take the corrupter of heroes, the cause of all our sorrows." Miriam looked at him with a quiet smile. "The witch is accustomed long ago to hear fools lay on her the consequences of their own lust and laziness. Hew her down, Smid, son of Troll, that she may pass the Amal's soul and gladden it on her way to Niflheim." Smid did it, but so terrible were the eyes which glared upon him from those sunken sockets, that his sight was dazzled. The axe turned aside, and struck her shoulder. She reeled, but did not fall. "It is enough," she said quietly. "The accursed Grendel's daughter numbed my arm," said Smid. "Let her go. No man shall say that I struck a woman twice." "Nidhogg waits for her, soon or late," answered Wolf. And Miriam, coolly folding her shawl around her, turned and walked steadily down the stair, while all men breathed more freely, as if delivered from some accursed and supernatural spell. "And now," said Wolf, "to your posts and vengeance." The mob had weltered and howled ineffectually around their house for some half-hour, but the lofty walls, opening on the street only by a few narrow windows in the higher stories, rendered it an impregnable fortress. Suddenly the iron gates were drawn back, disclosing to the front rank the court, glaring empty and silent and ghastly in the moonlight. For an instant they recoiled, with a vague horror and dread of treachery, but the mass behind pressed them onward, and in swept the murderers of Hypatia, till the court was full of choking wretches, surging against the walls and pillars in aimless fury. And then, from under the archway on each side, rushed a body of tall armed men, driving back all incomers more. The gates slid together again upon their grooves, and the wild beasts of Alexandria were trapped at last. And then began a murder grim and great. From 3 different doors issued a line of Goths, whose helmets and mail shirts made them invulnerable to the clumsy weapons of the mob, and began hewing their way right through the living mass, helpless from their close-packed array. True, they were but as 1 to 10, but what are 10 curs before 1 lion? And the moon rose higher and higher, staring down ghastly and unmoved upon that doomed court of the Furies, and still the bills and swords hewed on, and the Goths drew the corpses, as they found room, towards a dark pile in the midst, where old Wolf sat upon a heap of slain, singing the praises of the Amal and the glories of Valhalla, while the shrieks of his lute rose shrill above the shrieks of the flying and the wounded, and its wild waltz-time danced and rollicked on swifter and swifter, as the old singer maddened, in awful mockery of the terror and agony around. And so, by men and purposes which recked not of her, as is the wont of Providence, was the blood of Hypatia avenged in part that night. In part only, for Peter the Reader and his especial associates were safe in sanctuary at the Caesareum, clinging to the altar. Terrified at the storm which they had raised, and fearing the consequences of an attack upon the palace, they had left the mob to run riot at its will, and escape the swords of the Goths, to be reserved for the more awful punishment of impunity. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 30. Every Man to His Own Place, Part 1. It was near midnight. Raphael had been sitting some 3 hours in Miriam's inner chamber, waiting in vain for her return, to recover, if possible, his ancestral wealth, to convey it, without a day's delay, to Cyrene, and, if possible, to persuade the poor old Jewess to accompany him, and there to soothe, to guide, perhaps to convert her was his next purpose. At all events, with or without his wealth, to flee from that accursed city, and he counted impatiently the slow hours and minutes which detained him in an atmosphere which seemed reeking with innocent blood, black with the lowering curse of an avenging God. More than once, unable to bear the thought, he rose to depart, and leave his wealth behind, but he was checked again by the thought of his own past life. How had he added his own sin to the great heap of Alexandrian wickedness? How had he tempted others, pampered others in evil? Good God, how had he not only done evil with all his might, but had pleasure in those who did the same? And now he was reaping the fruit of his own devices. For years past, merely to please his lust of power, misanthropic scorn, he had been malting that wicked Orestes wickeder than he was even by his own base will and nature, and his puppet had avenged itself upon him. He had prompted him to ask Hypatia's hand. He had laid half in sport, half in envy of her excellence, that foul plot against the only human being whom he loved, and he had destroyed her. He, and not Peter, was the murderer of Hypatia. True, he had never met her death. No, but had he not meant for her worse than death? He had never foreseen. No, but only because he did not choose to foresee. He had chosen to be a god, to kill and to make alive by his own will and law, and behold, he had become a devil by that very act. Who can, and who dare, even if he could withdraw the sacred veil from those bitter agonies of inward shame and self-reproach, made all the more intense by his clear and undoubting knowledge that he was forgiven. What dread of punishment, what blank despair, could have pierced that great heart so deeply as did the thought that the God whom he had hated and defied had returned him good for evil, and rewarded him not according to his iniquities? That discovery, as Ezekiel of old had warned his forefathers, filled up the cup of his self-loathing, to have found at last the hated and dreaded name of God, and found that it was love. To possess Victoria, a living human likeness, however imperfect, of that God, and to possess her in a home, a duty of purpose, a fresh clear life of righteous labor, perhaps a final victory, that was his punishment, that was the brand of Cain upon his forehead, and he felt it greater than he could bear. But at least there was one thing to be done. Where he had sinned, there he must make amends, not as propitiation, not even as a restitution, but simply as a confession of the truth which he had found. And as his purpose shaped itself, he longed and prayed that Miriam might return, and make it possible. And Miriam did return. He heard her pass slowly through the outer room, learn from the girls who was within, order them out of the apartments, close the outer door upon them. At last she entered, and said quietly, "Welcome, I have expected you. You could not surprise old Miriam. The Terep told me last night that you would be here." Did she see the smile of incredulity upon Rachel's face, or was it some sudden pang of conscience which made her cry out, "No, I did not. I never expected you. I am a liar, a miserable old liar, who cannot speak the truth, even if I try. Only look kind, smile at me, Raphael. Raphael come back at last to his poor, miserable, villainous old mother. Smile on me but once, my beautiful, my son, my son." And springing to him, he clasped him in her arms. "Your son?" "Yes, my son, safe at last. Mine at last. I can prove it now. The son of my womb, though not the son of my vows." And she laughed hysterically. "My child, my heir, for whom I have toiled and hoarded for 33 years. Quick, here are my keys. In that cabinet are all my papers. All I have is yours. Your jewels are safe, buried with mine. The negro woman, the Damien's wife, knows where. I made her swear secrecy upon her little wooden idol, and Christian as she is, she has been honest. Make her rich for life. She hid your poor old mother, and kept her safe to see her boy come home. But give nothing to her little husband. He is a bad fellow, and beats her. Go quick, take your riches, and away. No, stay one moment, just one little moment, that the poor old wretch may feast her eyes with the sight of her darling once more before she dies." "Before you die? Your son? God of my fathers, what is the meaning of all this, Marian? This morning I was the son of Ezra, the merchant of Antioch." His son and heir. His son and heir. He knew all at last. We told him on his deathbed. I swear that we told him, and we adopted you. We? Who? His wife and I. He craved for a child, the old miser, and we gave him one. A better one than ever came of his family. But he loved you, accepted you, though he did know all. He was afraid of being laughed at after he was dead, afraid of having it known that he was childless, the old dotard. No, he was right, true Jew in that, after all. Who was my father, then? Interrupted Raphael in utter bewilderment. The old woman laughed a laugh so long and wild that Raphael shuddered. "Sit down at your mother's feet. Sit down. Just to please the poor old thing. Even if you do not believe her, just play at being her child, her darling, for a minute before she dies, and she will tell you all. Perhaps there is time yet." And he sat down. What if this incarnation of all wickedness were really my mother? And yet, why should I shrink thus proudly from the notion? Am I so pure myself as to deserve a purer source? And the old woman laid her hand fondly on his head, and her skinny fingers played with his soft locks, as she spoke hurriedly and thick. "Of the house of Jesse, of the seed of Solomon, not a rabbi from Babylon to Rome dare deny that. A king's daughter I am, and a king's heart I had, and have, like Solomon's own, my son. A kingly heart. It made me dread and scorn to be a slave, a plaything, a soulless doll, such as Jewish women are condemned to be by their tyrants, the men. I crave for wisdom, renown, power, 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 and my nation refused them to me, because forsooth I was a woman. So I left them. I went to the Christian priests. They gave me what I asked. They gave me more. They pampered my woman's vanity, my pride, my self-will, my scorn of wedded bondage, and bade me be a saint, the judge of angels and archangels, the bride of God. Liars, liars! And so, if you laugh, you kill me, Raphael. And so Miriam, the daughter of Jonathan, Miriam of the house of David, Miriam the descendant of Ruth and Rachab, of Rachel and Sarah, became a Christian nun, and shut herself up to see visions and dream dreams, and fattened her own mad self-conceit upon the impious fancy that she was the spouse of the Nazarene, Joshua bar Joseph, whom she called Jehovah Ishi. Silence! If you stop me a moment, it may be too late. I hear them calling me already, and I made them promise not to take me before I had told all to my son, the son of my shame. Who calls you? Asked Raphael. But after one strong shudder he ran on unheeding. But they lied, lied, lied. I found them out that day. Do not look up at me, and I will tell you all. There was a riot, a fight between the Christian devils and the heathen devils, and the convent was sacked. Raphael, my son, sacked. Then I found out their blasphemy. O God! I shrieked to him, Raphael. I called on him to rend his heavens and come down, to pour out his thunderbolts upon them, to cleave the earth and devour them, to save the wretched helpless girl who adored him, who had given up father, mother, kinsfolk, wealth, the light of heaven, womanhood itself, for him who worshipped, meditated over him, dreamed of him night and day. And Raphael, he did not hear me. He did not hear me. He did not hear the... And then I knew it all for a lie. A lie. And you knew it for what it is, cried Raphael through his sobs, as he thought of Victoria and felt every vein burning with righteous wrath. There was no mistaking that test, was there? For 9 months I was mad. And then your voice, my baby, my joy, my pride, that brought me to myself once more, and I shook off the dust of my feet against those Galilean priests, and went back to my own nation, where God had set me from the beginning. I made them, the rabbis, my father, my kin. I made them all receive me. They could not stand before my eye. I can stake people, do what I will, Raphael. I could make you emperor now, if I had but time left. I went back. I palmed you off on Ezra as his son, I and his wife, and made him believe that you had been born to him while he was in Byzantium. And then to live for you, and I did live for you. For you I travelled from India to Britain, seeking wealth. For you I toiled, hoarded, lied, intrigued, won money by every means, no matter how base, for it wasn't not for you. And I have conquered. You are the richest Jew south of the Mediterranean. You, my son, and you deserve your wealth. You have your mother's soul in you, my boy. I watched you glorified in you, in your cunning, your daring, your learning, your contempt for these gentle hounds. You felt the royal blood of Solomon within you. You felt that you were a young lion of Judah, and they the jackals who followed to feed upon your leavings. And now, your only danger is past. The cunning woman is gone, the sorceress, who tried to take my young lion in her pitfall, and has fallen into the midst of it herself, and he is safe, and returned to take the nations for a prey, and grind their bones to powder, as it is written. He couched like a lion, he lay down like a lioness's whelp, and who dare rouse him up? Stop, said Raphael. I must speak, mother, I must. As you love me, as you expect me to love you, answer. Had you a hand in her death? Speak. Did I not tell you that I was no more a Christian? Had I remained one who can tell what I might not have done? All I, the Jewish, dare do was, fool that I am. I have forgotten all this time the proof. I need no proof, mother. Your words are enough, said Raphael, as he clasped her hand between his own, and pressed it to his burning forehead. But the old woman hurried on. See the black agate which you gave her in your madness. How did you obtain that? I stole it, my son, as thieves steal, and are crucified for stealing. What was the chance of the cross to a mother yearning for her child, to a mother who put round her baby's neck 33 black years ago that broken agate, and kept the other half next her own heart by day and night? See how they fit. Look and believe your poor old sinful mother. Look, I say," and she thrust the talisman into his hands. "Now let me die. I vowed never to tell the secret but to you, never to tell it to you, until the night I died. Farewell, my son. Kiss me but once, my child, my joy. Oh, this makes up for all, makes up even for that day, the last on which I ever dreamed myself the bride of the Nazarene." Raphael felt that he must speak, now or never, though it cost him the loss of all his wealth and a mother's curse. He must speak, and not daring to look up, he said gently, "Men have lied to you about him, mother, but has he ever lied to you about himself? He did not lie to me when he sent me out into the world to find a man, and sent me back again to you with the good news that the man is born into the world." But to his astonishment, instead of the burst of bigoted indignation which he had expected, Miriam answered in a low, confused, abstracted voice, "And did he send you hither? Well, that was more like what I used to fancy him. A grand thought it is after all. A Jew, the king of heaven and earth. Well, I shall know soon. I loved him once, and perhaps... Why did her head drop heavily upon his shoulder? He turned. A dark stream of blood was flowing from her lips. He sprang to his feet. The girls rushed in. They tore open her shawl, and saw the ghastly wound, which she had hidden with such iron resolution to the last. But it was too late. Miriam, the daughter of Solomon, was gone to her own place. Early the next morning, Raphael was standing in Cyril's anteroom, awaiting an audience. There were loud voices within, and after a while a tribune, whom he knew well, hurried out, muttering curses. "What brings you here, friend?" said Raphael. "The scoundrel will not give them up," answered he, in an undertone. "Give up whom?" "The murderers. They are in sanctuary now at the Caesareum. Orestes sent me to demand them, and this fellow defies him openly." And the tribune hurried out. Raphael, sickened with disgust, half turned to follow him, but his better angel conquered, and he obeyed the summons of the deacon, who ushered him in. Cyril was walking up and down, according to his custom, with great strides. When he saw who was his visitor, he stopped short with a look of fierce inquiry. Raphael entered on business at once, with a cold, calm voice. "You know me, doubtless, and you know what I was. I am now a Christian catechumen. I come to make such restitution as I can for certain past ill deeds done in the city. You will find among these papers the trust deeds for such a yearly sum of money as will enable you to hire a house of refuge for 100 fallen women, and give such dowries to 30 of them yearly as will enable them to find suitable husbands. I have set down every detail of my plan. On its exact fulfillment depends the continuance of my gift." Cyril took the document eagerly, and was breaking out with some commonplace about his pious benevolence, when the Jew stopped him. "Your Holiness, compliments are unnecessary. It is to your office, not to yourself, that this business relates." Cyril, whose conscience was ill enough at ease that morning, felt abashed before Raphael's dry and quiet manner, which bespoke, as he well knew, reproof more severe than all open upbraidings. So looking down, not without something like a blush, he ran his eye hastily over the paper, and then said in his blandest tone, "My brother will forgive me for remarking that while I acknowledge his perfect right to dispose of his charities as he will, it is somewhat startling to me as Metropolitan of Egypt to find not only the Abbot Isidore of Pelusium, but the singular defender of the plebs, a civil officer, implicated too in the late conspiracy, associated with me as co-trustees. I have taken the advice of more than one Christian bishop on this matter. I acknowledge your authority by my presence here. If the Scriptures say rightly, the civil magistrates are as much God's ministers as you. I am therefore bound to acknowledge their authority also. I should have preferred associating the prefect with you in the trust, but as your dissensions with the present occupant of that post might have crippled my scheme, I have named the defender of the plebs, and have already put into his hands a copy of his document. Another copy has been sent to Isidore, who is empowered to receive all moneys from my Jewish bankers in Pelusium." "You doubt, then, either my ability or my honesty?" said Cyril, who was becoming somewhat nettled. "If your Holiness dislikes my offer, it is easy to omit your name in the deed. One word more. If you deliver up to justice the murderers of my friend Hypatia, I double my bequest on the spot." Cyril burst out instantly. "Thy money perish with thee. Do you presume to bribe me into delivering up my children to the tyrant? I offer to give you the means of showing more mercy, provided that you will first do simple justice." "Justice?" cried Cyril. "Justice? If it be just that Peter should die, sir, see first whether it was not just that Hypatia should die. Not that I compassed it. As I live, I would have given my own right hand that this had not happened. But now that it is done, let those who talk of justice look first in which scale of the balance it lies. Do you fancy, sir, that the people do not know their enemies from their friends? Do you fancy that they are to sit with folded hands while a pedant makes common cause with a profligate, to drag them back again to the very black gulf of outer darkness, ignorance, brutal lust, grinding slavery, from which the Son of God died to free them, from which they are painfully and slowly struggling upward to the light of day? You, sir, if you be a Christian catechumen, should know for yourself what would have been the fate of Alexandria had the devil's plot of 2 days since succeeded. What if the people struck too fiercely? They struck in the right place. What if they have given the reins to passions fit only for heathens? Recollect the centuries of heathendom which bred those passions in them, and blame not my teaching, but the teaching of their forefathers, that very Peter. What if he have for once given place to the devil, and avenged where he should have forgiven? Has he no memories which may excuse him for fancying, in a just paroxysm of dread, that idolatry and falsehood must be crushed at any risk? He who counts back for now 300 years, in persecution after persecution, martyrs, sir, martyrs, if you know what that word implies, of his own blood and kin, who when he was but a 7-year boy saw his own father made a sightless cripple to this day, and his elder sister a consecrated nun, devoured alive by swine in the open streets at the hands of those who supported the very philosophy, the very gods which Hypatia attempted yesterday to restore. God shall judge such a man, not I nor you. Let God judge him, then, by delivering him to God's minister. God's minister, that heathen and apostate prefect? When he has expiated his apostasy by penance, and returned publicly to the bosom of the church, it will be time enough to obey him. Till then he is the minister of none but the devil, and no ecclesiastic shall suffer at the tribunal of the infidel. Holy Writ forbids us to go to law before the unjust. Let the world say of me what it will. I defy it and its rulers. I have to establish the kingdom of God in this city, and do it I will, knowing that other foundation can no man lay than that which is laid, which is Christ. Wherefore you proceed to lay it afresh, a curious method of proving that it is laid already. What do you mean? Asked Cyril angrily. Simply that God's kingdom, if it exist at all, must be a sort of kingdom, considering who is the king of it, which would have established itself without your help some time since, probably indeed, if the scriptures of my Jewish forefathers are to be believed, before the foundation of the world, and that your business was to believe that God was king of Alexandria, and had put the Roman law there to crucify all murderers, ecclesiastics included, and that crucified they must be accordingly, as high as Haman itself. I will hear no more of this, sir. I am responsible to God alone, and not to you. Let it he enough that by virtue of the authority committed to me, I shall cut off these men from the church of God by solemn excommunication for 3 years to come. They are not cut off, then, it seems, as yet. I tell you, sir, that I shall cut them off. Do you come here to doubt my word? Not in the least, most august sir, but I should have fancied that, according to my carnal notions of God's kingdom and the church, they had cut off themselves most effectually already from the moment when they cast away the Spirit of God, and took to themselves the spirit of murder and cruelty, and that all which your most just and laudable excommunication could effect, would be to inform the public of that fact. However, farewell, my money shall be forthcoming in due time, and that is the most important matter between us at this moment. As for your client Peter and his fellows, perhaps the most fearful punishment which can befall them is to go on as they have begun. I only hope that you will not follow in the same direction." "I!" cried Cyril, trembling with rage. "Really, I wish your holiness well when I say so. If my notions seem to you somewhat secular, yours, forgive me, seem to the somewhat atheistic, and I advise you to honestly take care lest while you are busy trying to establish God's kingdom, you forget what it is like by shutting your eyes to those of its laws which are established already. I have no doubt that with your holiness's great powers you will succeed in establishing something. My only dread is, that when it is established, you should discover to your horror that it is the devil's kingdom and not God's." And without waiting for an answer, Raphael bowed himself out of the august presence, and sailing for Berens that very day, with Eudaimon and his negro wife, went to his own place, there to labor and to succor a sad and stern, and yet a loving and a much loved man for many a year to come. End of chapter 30, part 1. Chapter 30, part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 30. Every Man to His Own Place, Part 2. And now we shall leave Alexandria also, and taking a forward leap of some 20 years, see how all the other persons mentioned in this history went likewise each to his own place. A little more than 20 years after, the wisest and holiest man in the East was writing of Cyril just deceased. His death made those who survived him joyful, but it grieved most probably the dead, and there is cause to fear, lest, finding his presence too troublesome, they should send him back to us. May it come to pass by your prayers, that he may obtain mercy and forgiveness, that the immeasurable grace of God may prevail over his wickedness. So wrote Theodoret in days when men had not yet intercalated into Holy Writ that line of an obscure modern hymn which proclaims to man the good news that there is no repentance in the grave. Let that it be as it may. Cyril has gone to his own place. What that place is in history is but too well known. What it is in the sight of him unto whom all live forever is no concern of ours. May he whose mercy is over all his works have mercy upon all, whether orthodox or unorthodox, Papist or Protestant, who, like Cyril, begin by lying for the cause of truth, and setting off upon that evil road, arrive surely with the scribes and Pharisees of old sooner or later at their own place. True, he and his monks had conquered, but Hypatia did not die unavenged. In the hour of that unrighteous victory, the Church of Alexandria received a deadly wound. It had admitted and sanctioned those habits of doing evil that good may come of pious intrigue, and at last of open persecution, which are certain to creep in wheresoever men attempt to set up a merely religious empire, independent of human relationships and civil laws, to establish in sort of a theocracy, and by that very act confess their secret disbelief that God is ruling already, and the Egyptian Church grew year by year, more lawless and inhuman, freed from enemies without, and from the union which fear compels, it turned its ferocity inward, to prey on its own vitals, and to tear itself in pieces by a voluntary suicide with mutual anathemas and exclusions, till it ended as a mere chaos of idolatrous sects, persecuting each other for metaphysical propositions, which true or false were equally heretical in their mouths, because they used them only as watchwords of division. Orthodox or unorthodox, they knew not God, for they knew neither righteousness nor love nor peace. They hated their brethren, and walked on still in darkness, not knowing whither they were going, till Amrou and his Mohammedans appeared, and whether they discovered the fact or not, they went to their own place. Through the mills of God grind slowly, yet they grind exceeding small, though he stands and waits with patience, with exactness grinds he all. And so found in due time the philosophers as well as the ecclesiastics of Alexandria. 20 years after Hypatia's death, philosophy was flickering down into the very socket.
Hypatia's murder was its death blow. In language tremendous and unmistakable, philosophers had been informed that mankind has done with them, that they had been weighed in the balances, and found wanting, and if they had no better gospel than that to preach, they must make way for those who had. And they did make way. We hear little or nothing of them to their wisdom henceforth, except at Athens, where Proclus, Marinus, Isidore, and others kept up the golden chain of the Platonic succession, and descended deeper and deeper, one after the other, into the realms of confusion of the material with the spiritual, of the subject with the object, the moral with the intellectual, self-consistent in one thing only, namely in their exclusive Phariseeism, utterly unable to proclaim any good news for man as man, or even to conceive of the possibility of such, and gradually looking with more and more complacency on all superstitions, which did not involve that one idea which alone they stated, namely the Incarnation, craving after signs and wonders, dabbling in magic, astrology, and barbarian fetishisms, bemoaning the fallen age, and barking querulously at every form of human thought except their own, writing pompous biographies full of bad Greek, worse taste, and still worse miracles. That last rare mood of envious sloth and proud dissempertude, no faith, no art, no king, no priest, no god, while round the freezing founts of life in snarling ring, crouched on the bare room sod, babbling about the unreturning spring, and whining for dead gods, who cannot save, the toothless systems shiver to their grave. The last scene of their tragedy was not without a touch of pathos. In the year 629, Justinian finally closed, by imperial edict, the schools of Athens. They had nothing more to tell the world, but what the world had yawned over 1,000 times before. Why should they break the blessed silence by any more such noises? The philosophers felt so themselves. They had no mind to be martyrs, for they had nothing for which to testify. They had no message for mankind, and mankind no interest for them. All that was left for them was to take care of their own souls, and fancying that they saw something like Plato's ideal republic in the pure monotheism of the Gubrus, their philosophic emperor, the Khosrou, and his holy caste of magi. 7 of them set off to Persia, to forget the hateful existence of Christianity in that released ideal. Alas for the facts! The purest monotheism they discovered was perfectly compatible with biography and ferocity, luxury and tyranny, serails and bowstrings, incestuous marriages, and corpses exposed to the beasts of the field, of the fowls of the air, and in reasonable fear for their own necks. The last 7 sages of Greece returned home weary-hearted into the Christian empire, from which they had fled, fully contented with the permission which the Khosrou had obtained for them from Justinian to hold their peace, and die among decent people. So among decent people they died, leaving behind them, as their last legacy to mankind, Simplicius's commentaries on Epictetus and Crigidon, an essay on the art of egotism, by obeying which whosoever list may become as perfect a Pharisee as ever darkened the earth of God. Peace be to their ashes. They are gone to their own place. Wolfe, too, had gone to his own place, wherever that may be. He died in Spain, full of years and honors, at the court of Adolphe and Placidia, having resigned his sovereignty into the hands of his lawful chieftain, and having lived long enough to see Goderic and his younger companions in arms settled with their Alexandrian brides upon the sunny slopes from which they had expelled the Vandals and the Suevi, to be the ancestors of bluest-blooded Castilian nobles. Wolfe died, as he had lived, a heathen. Placidia, who loved him well, as she loved all righteous and noble souls, had succeeded once in persuading him to accept baptism. Adolphe himself acted as one of his sponsors, and the old warrior was in the act of stepping into the font, when he turned suddenly to the bishop, and asked where were the souls of his heathen ancestors. In hell, replied the worthy prelate. Wolfe drew back from the font, and threw his bearskin cloak around him. He would prefer, if Adolphe had no objection, to go to his own people, and so he died unbaptized, and went to his own place. Victoria was still alive and busy, but Augustine's warning had come true. She had found trouble in the flesh. The day of the Lord had come, and Vandal tyrants were now the masters of the fair cornlands of Africa. Her father and brother were lying by the side of Raphael Aben Ezra, beneath the ruined walls of Hippo, slain long years before, in the vain attempt to deliver their country from the invading swarms. But they had died the death of heroes, and Victoria was content, and it was whispered among the downtrodden Catholics, who clung to her as an angel of mercy, that she, too, had endured strange misery and disgrace, that her delicate limbs bore the scars of fearful tortures, that a room in her house, into which none ever entered but herself, contained a young boy's grave, and that she passed long nights of prayer upon the spot, where lay her only child, martyred by the hands of Arian persecutors. Nay, some of the few who, having dared to face that fearful storm, had survived its fury, asserted that she herself, amid her own shame and agony, had cheered the shrinking boy on to his glorious death. But though she had found trouble in the flesh, her spirit knew none. Clear-eyed and joyful as when she walked by her father's side on the field of Osea, she went to and fro among the victims of Vandal rapine and persecution, spending upon the maimed, the sick, the ruined, the small remnants of her former wealth, and winning, by her purity and her piety, the reverence and favor even of the barbarian conquerors. She had her work to do, and she did it, and was content, and in good time she also went to her own place. Abbot Pambo, as well as Arsenius, had been dead several years. The abbot's place was filled, by his own dying command, by a hermit from the neighboring deserts, who had made himself famous for many miles round by his extraordinary austerities, his ceaseless prayers, his loving wisdom, and it was rumored by various cures, which could only be attributed to miraculous powers. While still in the prime of his manhood, he was dragged, against his own entreaties, from a lofty cranny of the cliffs, to reside over the Lara of Sictus, and ordained a deacon at the advice of Pambo by the bishop of the diocese, who 3 years afterwards took on himself to command him to enter the priesthood. The elder monks considered it an indignity to be ruled by so young a man, but the monastery throve and grew rapidly under his government. His sweetness, patience, and humility, and above all his marvellous understanding of the doubts and temptations of his own generation, soon drew around him all whose sensitiveness or waywardness had made them unmanageable in the neighboring monasteries. As to David in the mountains, so to him. Every one who was discontented, and every one who was oppressed, gathered themselves. The neighboring abbots were at first inclined to shrink from him, as one who ate and drank with publicans and sinners, but they held their peace, when they saw those whom they had driven out as reprobates laboring peacefully and cheerfully under Philemon. The elder generation of Sictus, too, saw with some horror the new influx of sinners, but their abbot had but one answer to their remonstrance: "Those who are whole need not a physician, but those who are sick." Never was the young abbot heard to speak harshly of any human being. "When thou hast tried in vain for 7 years," he used to say, "to convert a sinner, then only wilt thou have a right to suspect them of being a worse man than thyself. That there is a seed of good in all men, a divine word and spirit striving with all men, a gospel and good news which would turn the hearts of all men, if abbots and priests could but preach it aright," was his favorite doctrine, and one which he used to defend when at rare intervals he allowed himself to discuss any subject from the writings of his favorite theologian, Clement of Alexandria. Above all, he stopped by stern rebuke any attempt to revile either heretics or heathens. "On the Catholic Church alone," he used to say, "lies the blame of all heresy and unbelief. For if she were but for one day that which she ought to be, the world would be converted before nightfall." To one class of sins, indeed, he was inexorable, all but ferocious. To one class, to the sins, namely, of religious persons, in proportion to any man's reputation for orthodoxy and sanctity. Philemon's judgment of him was stern and pitiless. More than once events proved him to have been unjust. When he saw himself to be so, none could confess his mistake more frankly or humiliate himself for it more bitterly. but from his rule he never swerved, and the Pharisees of the Nile dreaded and avoided him, as much as the publicans and sinners loved and followed him. One thing only in his conduct gave some handle for scandal among the just persons, who needed no repentance. It was well known that in his most solemn devotions, on those long nights of unceasing prayer and self-discipline, which won him a reputation for superhuman sanctity, there mingled always with his prayers the names of two women. And when some worthy elder, taking courage from his years, dared to hint kindly to him that such conduct caused some scandal to the weaker brethren, "It is true," answered he. "Tell my brethren that I pray nightly for two women, both of them young, both of them beautiful, both of them beloved by me more than I love my own soul. And tell them moreover that one of two was a harlot, and the other a heathen." The old monk laid his hand on his mouth and retired. The remainder of his history it seems better to extract from an unpublished fragment of the Hagiologia Nilotheca of Gradiocolicitrus Tabenneticus, the greater part of which valuable work was destroyed at the taking of Alexandria under Armu A.D. 640. Now when the said abbot had ruled the monastery of Sectus 7 years, with uncommon prudence, resplendent in virtue and in miracles, it befell that one morning he was late for the divine office, whereon a certain ancient brother, who was also a deacon, being sent to ascertain the cause of so unwonted a defection, found the holy man extended upon the floor of his cell, like Balaam in the flesh, though far differing from him in the spirit, having fallen into the trance, but having his eyes open, who, not daring to arouse him, sat by him until the hour of noon, judging rightly that something from heaven had befallen him. And at that hour the saint arising, without astonishment, said, "Brother, make ready for me the divine elements, that I may consecrate them." And he asking the reason wherefore, the saint replied, "That I may partake thereof with all my brethren, ere I depart hence. For know assuredly that within the 7th day I shall migrate to the celestial mansions. For this night stood by me in a dream those two women whom I love, and for whom I pray, the one clothed in a white, the other in a ruby-colored garment, and holding each other by the hand, who said to me that life after death is not such a one as you fancy. Come therefore, and behold with us what it is like." Troubled at which words, the deacon went forth, yet on account not only of holy obedience, but also of the sanctity of the blessed abbot, did not hesitate to prepare according to his command the divine elements, which the abbot, having consecrated, distributed among his brethren, reserving only a portion of the most holy bread and wine, and then having bestowed on them all the kiss of peace, he took the paten and chalice in his hands, and went forth from the monastery towards the desert, whom the whole fraternity followed weeping, as knowing that they should see his face no more. But he, having arrived at the foot of a certain mountain, stopped, and blessing them, commanded them that they should follow him no farther, and dismissed them with these words: "As ye have been loved, so love; as ye have been judged, so judge; as ye have been forgiven, so forgive." And so ascending, was taken away from their eyes. Now they, returning astonished, watched 3 days with prayer and fasting. But at least the eldest brother, being ashamed like Elishama, before his entreaties of Elijah's disciples, sent 2 of the young men to seek their master, to whom befell a thing noteworthy and full of miracles. For ascending the same mountains where they had left the abbot, they met with a certain Moorish people, not averse to the Christianity, who declared that certain days before a priest had passed by them, bearing a paten and chalice, and blessing them in silence, proceeded across the desert, in the direction of the cave of the holy Amma. And they inquiring who this Amma might be, the Moors answered that some 20 years ago there had arrived in those mountains a woman more beautiful than had ever before seen in that region, dressed in rich garments, who after a short sojourn among their tribe, having distributed among them the jewels which she wore, had embraced the eremitic life, and sojourned upon the highest peak of a neighbouring mountain, till, her garments failing her, she became invisible to mankind, saving to a few women of the tribe, who went up from time to time to carry her offerings of fruit and meal, and to ask the blessing of her prayers, to whom she rarely appeared, veiled down to her feet in black hair of exceeding length and splendor. Hearing these things, the two brethren doubted for a while, but at last, determining to proceed, arrived at sunset of the said mountain, where behold a great miracle, for above an open grave, freshly dug in the sand, a cloud of vultures and obscene birds hovered, whom two lions, fiercely contending, drove away with their talons, as if from some sacred deposit therein deranged, towards whom the two brethren, fortifying themselves with the sign of the Holy Cross, ascended, whereupon the lions, as having fulfilled the term of their guardianship, retired, and left to the brethren a sight which they beheld with astonishment, and not without tears. For in the open grave lay the body of Philemon the abbot, and by his side, wrapped in his cloak, the corpse of a woman exceeding beauty, such as the Moors had described, whom embracing straitly as a brother or sister, and joining his lips to hers, he had rendered up his soul to God, not without bestowing on her, as it seemed, the most holy sacrament, for by the graveside stood the paten and the chalice emptied of her divine contents. Having beheld which things a while in silence, they considered that the right understanding of such matters pertained to the judgment seat above, and was unnecessary to be comprehended by men consecrated to God. Whereon, filling in the grave with all haste, they returned weeping to the Laura, and declared to them the strange things which they had beheld, and whereof I, the writer, having collected these facts from sacrosanct and most trustworthy mouths, can only say that wisdom is justified of all her children. Now before they returned, one of the brethren, searching the cave wherein the holy woman dwelt, found there neither food, furniture, nor other matters, saving one bracelet of gold of large size and strange workmanship, engraven with foreign characters, which no one could decipher, the which bracelet, being taken home to the Laura of Scetis, and there dedicated in the chapel to the memory of the holy Alma, proved beyond all doubt the sanctity of its former possessor, by the miracles which its virtue worked, the fame whereof spreading abroad throughout the whole Thebaid, drew innumerable crowds of suppliants to that holy relic. But it came to pass, after Vandalic persecution, wherewith Humeric and Gennesaric the king devastated Africa, and enriched the Catholic Church with innumerable martyrs, that certain wandering barbarians of the Vandalic race, imbued with the Arian pravity, and made insolent by success, boiled over from the parts of Mauritania into the Thebaid region, who, plundering and burning all monasteries and insulting the consecrated virgins, at last arrived even at the monastery of Scetis, where they not only, according to their impious custom, defiled the altar and carried off the sacred vessels, but also bore away that most holy relic, the chief glory of the Laura, namely the bracelet of the holy Alma, impiously pretending that it had belonged to a warrior of their tribe, and thus expounded the writing thereon engraven: For Amalek Amal's son, Smid, Troll's son, made me. Wherein, whether they spoke truth or not, yet their sacrilege did not remain unpunished. For attempting to return homeward toward the sea, by way of the Nile, they were set upon while waited upon with wine and sleep, by the country people, and to a man miserably destroyed, but the pious folk, restoring the holy gold to its pristine sanctuary, were not unrewarded, for since that day it grows glorious with ever fresh miracles, as of blind restored to sight, paralytics to strength, demoniacs to sanity, to the honor of the Orthodox Catholic Church, and of its ever blessed saints. So be it. Pelagia and Philemon, like the rest, went to their own place, to the only place where such and such days could find rest, to the desert and the hermit's cell, and then forward into that fairyland of legend and miracle, wherein all saintly lives were destined to be enveloped for many a century thenceforth. And now, readers, farewell. I have shown you new foes under an old face, your own likenesses, in toga and tunic, instead of coat and bonnet. One word before we part. The same devil who tempted these old Egyptians tempts you. The same God who would have saved these old Egyptians if they had willed, will save you if you will. Their sins are yours, their errors yours, their doom yours, their deliverance yours. There is nothing new under the sun. The thing which has been, it is that which shall be. Let him that is without sin among you cast the first stone. whether at Hypatia or Pelagia, Miriam or Raphael, Cyril or Philemon. End of chapter 30. End of Hypatia by Charles Kingsley.